Well, boys. How the freak? Oh, wait. Oh, no, we're good. Sorry, I accidentally unmuted the wrong thing. And then I was like, wait, no, we're still set. We're still set. Boys, how the freak are we today? Good hecking morning. Steam it is. Steam it is. What a crazy day yesterday and a crazier start to the day today. McB taking down Leon. Jesus fucking Christ, the David versus the Goliath. Oh my god, McB. The first in chat, Snake, Antok, Leon. Rikoya, what up? How are you guys? Oh my god, dude. What a fucking crazy day yesterday, huh? Absolutely unreal, right? Like, I understand that supposedly, like, Phoenix Initiative people knew this was coming for a while, right? I did not know this was coming. I genuinely had no insider information. Like, I was blind. Oh, hey. Wait, peep. I got my mount cosmetic. Oh, wait. We're so up. Hold on. This is for my bug report. I have to dismiss my mount. And then this is because I found the bug with the steel bloom mobs with the loot table. Oh shit. Okay, wait, we're kind of up. We're actually up tremendous. I don't know what I changed my fucking UI hide bind to, but I gotta find what it is. Wait, we're actually so up. Okay, cool. All right, we're up. Min, Moin, how are you, my boy? Kerpa, what up? Is Ashes ready for early access? What about people who bought into the beta phases? So, early access is not going to be what a lot of people think early access is. Early access with Ashes is basically just another term used to cover the remainder of development. And with that, I gambled my Dreadwake for a dupe test. Let me guess, the dupe came back as not only not duplicating your shit, but also destroying your shit. That's my guess. But yeah, so early access with Ashes is going to be just normal development as it was planned, as it's going to be, right? No excavation kits, Sulos, welcome back. Earned the honest way, no X kits needed, just some good old hard work in econ. Donut boy, what up, dude? Squarehole, how are you? As in, I confirmed and sent a video to Planet. Oh, maybe you weren't the first to report it. You have to be the first one to report it. Because I reported this with the mob and the loot table in the screenshot. As soon as it dropped, before the roll even ended, I got the bug report in the screenshot. So I think I might have been the first one to yoink it. Dude, I'm not gathering shit today. I'm not gathering jack fucking shit today. Okay, so anyways, when it goes to early access, that basically is just saying, hey, the game's now available on Steam, and everything prior to is wiped. Everyone's coming in on new servers. So, with those new servers, it'll still be Shoal and Lotharia, but literally everything is going to be wiped. Yeah, donut, fresh wipe. On the 11th, everything is gone. So, December 1st is like the goodbye to Shoal and Lotharia. That is the end of the world event over here. And the GMs, typically for the end of world events, come into the live servers and they will spawn a shitload of stuff on top of us. They will do like a little, you know, an apocalypse event to say goodbye to this server. And then typically by the end of it, we are so overwhelmed with mobs that we're pushed back to an Ember Spring with the respawn like right there at the Ember Spring. And we're trying to like fight back, and then they just take the servers down and they're like, you failed, mortals. So it's kind of like a cinematic outro, so to say. It's always really fun to participate in. And then after that, December 2nd to the 10th, the private test realm is up. That will give people an advanced look at the actual, like, you know, the new patch that's coming in. The private test realm does sometimes have boost NPCs available where you can just make a character, boost it to 25, get gear. Those boost NPCs will also be present on the 1st on the live server so people can boost up new characters and level and do whatever they want. So, with that being said, on the 11th, brand new servers are going to open up. Shoal for NA, Lotharia for EU. On that date, on the 11th, the pack cost drops from the previous $100 USD to get in for the remainder of development, and it is down to 50 USD. even better, the 11th to the 25th of December, there is a 15% sale, so it's $42.49. I think it's like $42.50 or some bullshit like that. So at that price point, really, 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 really solid. I would say that you're probably looking at 2.5+ years until Ashes launches. You can play the entire time. Buy this game on the 11th, they're gonna wipe my character again, whenever they release the whole game. Yes, and also probably before that. So we are in Alpha 2 Phase 3 right now. We have Beta 1 and Beta 2 still remaining. So there are people who purchased beta packs. Those beta pack purchasers are actually able to hop in on the 11th for the start of early access. That doesn't mean we're going to beta. They're just saying, hey, you guys get your asses in here. More people, more fun. So with that, we'll be looking at a new pack cost of $50 after that sale, but $42.49 USD during the sale. That'll go until the 25th. And again, that gets you access all the way through the remainder of development the entire time. Will December PTR be NDA? The PTR will continue to be NDA'd the entire time. It's visually NDA'd though, so like you can talk about it. You can literally ask me anything you're wondering about the PTR and I can tell you. I leaked some PTR stuff previously, and Intrepid thought that this was a real picture of the Harbingers before we were able to show the Harbingers. I actually drew this myself from the PTR. So I basically was at the Harbinger events testing the Harbingers, and chat was like, Dusty, what do the Harbingers look like? What do they look like? I made this just off of like hand-done artwork, and people say they need AI now. It's absolutely ridiculous. So just know you can talk about stuff, you can recreate stuff, you can literally yap about whatever. You just cannot show direct one-to-one visuals, okay? So you can draw everything, you can illustrate, but just no screenshots, no sharing that shit in any way, shape, or form. So, Microsoft Paint's still crazy. Dude, look at this, hold on. I have an illustration, and I also have a table, side by side. Look at the usage of it. It is so fucking efficient. It is a blank canvas just waiting to be etched upon. We did actual data analysis right next to illustration. In what world can you do that? Not fucking many. Not many. Are we doing loops today? Hope so. We probably should, if we can get Gachi on. Just pump leveling loops like crazy. That might be a very valid thing. I don't know where Gachi is though. Gachi will probably be in soon. But yeah, we need to get the starting route just like very, very down and set. But yeah, so the PTR will continue to be NDA'd visually. The 90-day refund policy is, honestly, this is the worst part about it. So as you notice in my table, cons, refund policy change. Since they are going over to the Steam side, they are adapting Steam's refund policy, which is kind of adapted as the industry standard at this point, but it is definitely a substantial downgrade from the 90-day no hours limit refund. But that does also reflect the cost being in line with most titles, and that $42.49 or $50 is getting you in all the way through development. And then you're also getting a month of your sub time. Vices, thank you for the follow. You're also getting your first month of sub time when the game does launch. It's going to be sub-based. No sub until the launch. It'll have no box cost, no DLC cost ever. So your first month of sub time, which is $15 when the game does launch. Never before that for the sub will be covered. You won't have to buy another like upfront box cost with Ashes. Just the $15 a month sub. And again, that first month is covered with that pack. So gets you access starting on December 11th. And then you're in all throughout that. Gets you PTR access in parallel with the live access, the entirety of it. The remainder of alpha. Then when we go into the betas are intended to be like the tail end of development, as they typically are. But with Ashes, there's more of an emphasis on that. So their goal before they like technically shift over to beta, they do want to try to have everything near feature complete down the road. So like the actual beta start probably, in my opinion, won't be until like 2 years-ish down the road, maybe a little bit longer. Based on how much content is left, providing their scope has not changed in terms of what they're looking to deploy with. From there, I'm leaning towards like mid to late 2028 for a launch. If good scenarios occur, like if development continues moving forward at you know, a solid cadence. I do think more playtesters help them get more data quicker, which is awesome. I think that's a really good thing to have more people involved in the playtesting experience, if I'm being real. But you know, it'll be interesting to see how people onboard. I need to get some new player videos out ASAP. No Rocky. I need to get to the front lines and stop the slop from getting out. I did Paco not in paint. I mean, wait, are you moving, Leon? Bro, just hire movers or some shit. Or like, I don't know, kidnap a mover and then tell them that they can leave when they pack all your stuff and then get it unpacked in the new apartment. I feel like that'd be solid. People would abuse it, so understandable. Oh God, yes, no, absolutely. A 90-day refund policy that they also let people notoriously use twice. Like, brother, 180 days is what some people were protected for over the course of their, like, their time in development and in playtesting. That's just not sustainable from a business standpoint. And I've always said, like, well, I haven't always said, but like I've been saying it a lot since yesterday, since the news. The fairy tale of like Steven has unlimited pockets and we can just run those up forever in California, trying to do a lot of stuff in-house. Like, yes, they're going to outsource some stuff, but like they're trying to do a lot in-house. They're investing very heavily in their tools and systems. California's expensive as dick. Like, it's tough to be in that spot while not having like Bezos money. And like Steven money and Bezos money is basically the difference between me money and Steven money. Like, to Steven, Bezos is like, oh fuck. And to me, Steven is like, oh fuck. So there are levels to it, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, he's running a business and he absolutely has to be able to run a business. And I think like people that are too critical of that side of things, I think are a little stuck in the fairy tale side of it, where like, I thought it was extremely cool. The 90-day refund period was quite literally the best refund period that we could find in gaming anywhere. We could pitch that to anybody and we could do literally anything with that time. And that was phenomenal for me. That was absolutely wonderful. That was a grand old time to be able to tell players what they could look forward to and what they could expect. I loved it. Now, telling people that they can hop in for 2+ years, probably 2.5+ years for $50 is also going to be huge. But I'm poor and have no friends. Dog, I've been there. I have been there. Packing fucking sucks as well. But that's when you gotta find a good podcast, a good something to throw on, and then you just throw that bitch on and vibe. I absolutely have been there, where it's just like me, some boxes, and a lack of happiness. A very large lack of happiness. I feel that. Also, somebody asked if there was like action combat like Guild Wars 2 and then PvP in the game. Ash is rooted in a shitload of PvP. So Ash is a very open world MMO. Of course, please don't judge the population based on what you're seeing right now. They literally just announced these servers were dying in less than a month, and all of the emphasis is on the PTR right now, right? So, with that being said, the entire open world is where everything in Ashes is actually facilitated and where it all occurs. And there is no instancing. There is no way to get out of the open world right now. Long term, there will be some light instancing, but PvP can happen anywhere through the open world flagging system. You also have guild wars, settlement wars, guild sieges, which will come later with the guild castles, and then settlement sieges, which are in right now. You've got caravans, you've got lawless battleground areas, you've got the lawless ocean with a boat system and naval combat. So you have a lot of options for PvP. Dude, cry last night over wipes? No, I'm ecstatic, personally. Like, I've always said, me benefit from wipes. Anytime that servers wipe, me get more viewers. Me stream for longer and have more content to make while I level for free. I have no restrictions regarding wipes, but I try to be very cognizant of the people who don't have the time and the freedom of time that I have. So like, while I was very happy, I've always said, while I am fine with wipes because I can play this game literally any amount of time that I want, I could play 24 hours a day for a week straight if I could stay up. That's not the limiting factor. I don't mind. I can put as much time in as literally anyone, right? So I was very happy for like me personally, but I was like, oh damn, RIP to all of the people that have been like leveling and just got to like fucking 12 or 15. And then they're like, oh, well, all right, I'll see you in a month. That's like the shitty timing about it, but they can also play the PTR along the way. They can absolutely just vibe and hang out. I listen to you yapping and pack things. Absolutely massive. I also changed my name. Why? New panda variant? What inspired the name change? I'll fuck with it. What inspired this? But yeah, I was very, 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 very like, I don't know, excited. More players, more people coming in, more people hearing about the game, more people understanding what Ashes is on a base level. I think that's fucking awesome. I think that's really, really, really phenomenal. I think that right now, a lot of the information that goes out about Ashes is not firsthand information where it's like, hey, I played this, here are my thoughts. It's somebody saying, I played this, here are my thoughts. Somebody watching that, forming thoughts off of that, telling that to somebody else, who then formulates thoughts off of that, who then tells somebody else, who then formulates thoughts off of that. And like with Ashes, there's not a ton of that firsthand information going out, especially from content creators at this point in time. So it's like, it's tough to get that organic feedback. Yo, Hunter, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. I choose coffee. But yeah, so in terms of the combat system, what up? Good day, Trey. It's a tap target base, but you can go into like the action combat mode, so to say. You can hit combo by default. Mick B, what up, my dude? How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful fucking day. Did you snipe Leon today? Sick mount. Yo, you see the wheels? Yeah, we're up. Is drippy. I got this for finding a drop table bug with my group in Steel Bloom. Look at his belly. Brother needs belly scritches. Bad. He's down bad, dog. Actually down horrendous. Yes. Or the shot that I gave you? I didn't expect it. I didn't know that was coming. I hadn't heard about that shit. I heard literally nothing about it until that moment in time, and I was like, oh, wait, what? That was cool as shit. Because we went over to Steel Bloom to test, and we were just killing mobs. And, like, one mob dropped every single one of the ALK recipes, and I was just like, oh, okay, cool. But with the action combat mode, the melee doesn't have that, like, you know, the magnetism to it, like the pull to it on melee attacks, but melee has your cleave, right? With your bow, every class has a ranged and a melee weapon equipped at all times. So with your ranged weapon, it's not a matter of like, I shoot projectile here, it goes here. It's more like New World with target lock, where I like lock onto target, I can acquire target, and then from there, I can pew target, and then, you know, just do what I need to do from that set. Personally, as a tank, I just like tab target more. Some people do prefer action combat in terms of like the actual camera mode. Really, the largest difference is that tab target's got like the left click free drag, the right click actual character synced up drag, and then you have like cursor mobility. So as a tank, I will very frequently like click target a friendly and then intercept to them, which is a shield for both of us. I'll have to like place my walls really quickly and then look at something else. So when I'm placing my walls, it helps to have my cursor ready to go. If I'm throwing a banner out, I can throw my banner wherever my cursor is. So it's really nice to be able to get those, you know, those abilities out. Likewise, I can actually drop things behind me with my cursor being free like this. So if I need to, I don't know, like wall behind myself. So what I'll do a lot is I'll grapple somebody, turn them this way so they land here, and then I'll wall behind us because you don't need to LOS to cast. So wall can just pop up right here, and then wall pops up, and then the person's trapped. So I personally prefer like the cursor side of things, like the tab target side of things, just a little bit more than the action combat. I feel like it gives me a lot more like freedom within my actions and allows me to do a lot of things more precisely. Action combat feels a little more like restrictive. It feels like a little more clunky to target and stuff. But other than that, you'll notice I do have like a melee and, Jesus Christ, a melee. A health and a mana bar. And then I do also have my stamina bar. So stamina, similar functions to New World with like the block, except the block is a percentage of mitigation taken off, and then the rest of the damage goes through. So it's basically like a mitigation scaling thing. And then we have a dodge, 50 stamina to dodge. Dodge is getting absolutely gutted, RIP dodge. And then from there we also have a sprint. So sprint makes you run faster at the cost of stamina, also gives you some disable evasion. So if somebody tries to CC you, then you can avoid that a little bit. So, does you have a positive spin on the move to Steam? Yeah, this is my pros and cons list. Yeah, we've been talking about it a lot. So, personally, oh, and this is one of the harbingers. This is Clued the Oracle. So Clued the Oracle is a desert-themed harbinger. So, just for perspective, that's not a leak from the PTR. This is hand-drawn. But pros list: more testers, an econ reset so they can actually get better data on the Intrepid side of things because our econ's fucking borked. More money, cheaper costs for the consumer to jump in, which makes it more palatable. A much larger platform of distribution, so that way you have more people accessing it, more people seeing it, more people coming across the name, that impression, which could lead to engagements, which could lead to players. We have tests with these today. Wait, we have tests with what? What are we testing, solos? I feel like it'd be really good as long as they're responsive to people violating TOS. I mean, yeah, it could absolutely be huge. The kind of like mixed things, Steam reviews and player count being visible. The ancient bosses. Oh, wait, are we testing these on live today? Is that what they said? Because that'd be fucking lit, but I don't know if they have them on live. Are they just gonna like poof the mobs in? Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I just got on thinking it was gonna be a chill day. Are they doing like GM events each of the days these are up? Because that'd be huge. I love when they do GM events. Another con is it makes it easier for cheaters to get back in. To a certain extent, yeah. But I mean, I think that's still going to be the same process. And if we're looking at it like that, then on launch, it's going to be super easy because there's no box cost and there's only a monthly sub. So like, I definitely see that though. I definitely get that. Feel a bit sad that I paid the Alpha 2 key, played very little, and then it's 50 euros on Steam. Did you buy it within 90 days? Because if you bought it within the last 90 days, then you'd still be covered by the refund, and you could just swap that out. If it's outside of the 90 days, then slightly tragic. But from the perspective of like, as development continues and gets closer to launch, it does also make sense for costs to go down at certain points. I wouldn't expect costs to go back up at any point, which is good. Hopefully, anyways. But as development continues, I would expect costs to kind of like go down just a wee bit. Keep your embers. Wait, you keep your embers if you refund and then buy again with the other pack? You guys and your fucking tech. I hate you guys. God fucking damn it. Yo, I'm gonna get another mount for bug reporting this shit. I swear to God. I swear to God. But yeah, no, I personally feel as though that's another day in PTR. I'm confusing things. Lame. Got me excited for nothing. I personally feel as though people that do have the like later packs, depending on how you look at it, it does make sense. It is unfortunate, but also the people that paid $100 back on May 1st were capitalizing on the peak of that, like that being the pinnacle, you know, point of development at that point, right? That was the best entry point. Then your entry point kind of like diminishes as it goes on and as the phase continues. And it's kind of like buying into like a, you know, an era of WoW. And then that era is about to end and then it goes into a next one. You're like, oh shit. So it's kind of a similar thing there, except now it's just getting cheaper. So, I mean, good and bad with it. I think the worst case scenario would be somebody that has bought it and then was just sitting on it, like hoping it'd get better. But also at that point, the 90-day refund period is really, really good for that reason. anybody that's sitting on it within the 90-day refund period that hasn't played it a lot is probably better off just refunding and then rebuying in at a later date. Really, the only thing that you lose is $15 in the in-game store from the pack differences, which is going to be cosmetics only anyways. So, other than that, and Wooly said you keep your embers, so, and Cool Drip. Yeah, if you don't play in between now and then, although I wonder if you could play between now and then refund if you had the pack from before, and then buy back in at the cheaper cost. I'm theory crafting here. I'm not sure how the entitlement system is actually set to work, but yo, Dr. Beef, what up, dude? Probably answered this 1,000 times. What do you think about the game coming to Steam, good or bad? Personally, and this is the take of someone who definitely sees both sides of it, right? Like, I got the pros cons list running right here, and we're actually in the middle of going through this right now. Personally, from my side, I see it as being very good for the overall state of affairs. I think that one of the largest immediate cons, I mean, we'll start with the cons, unhappy people. But I'm gonna be real, if you look at any form of Ash's content on YouTube, on social media, on anything, like, Ash's is the haunted house of MMOs right now. Nobody really wants to go near it. Everybody just like walks by it and kind of like side eyes it because they don't want to stare too long. And everybody's like interested about it, but everybody just has this really bad vibe from it for some reason. And a lot of it has been that they've been transparent, in my opinion, way earlier in development than most titles ever are. So people have seen the good, the bad, the ugly, everything along the way. They've seen slower content cadences in terms of deployment. They've seen faster content cadences. And over time, that can be something where people's expectations go to a certain point, and we all mesh in the peak of the peak of the peak. And then some people just kind of, I guess, like, mull their expectations a little bit. You know what I mean? So overall, me personally, I play Ashes every single day. I have a community that plays Ashes every single day, and I don't miss days. I still have a lot of fun with it. I think more players coming into the testing environment will be very good, just on a baseline level. There are a lot of people who have been like, yo, Dusty, this looks fun, but not $100 fun. $42.50 in between December 11th and the 25th. God fucking damn it, I have a fly harassing me. Bro, this fly hasn't died yet. It's literally been like a month and dude hasn't died. And I have to turn a fucking fan on and just point it at my desk so dude can't fucking harass me. I got like a fucking windscreen set up in this bitch. Anyways. Bruh. I hate this. Bro is actually fucking harassing my shit. I have no idea, but this fly has been alive for like a week and a half. I will try to get it to go outside and like leave the door open, and it just won't go outside. I'm so tilted. I'm so tilted. So anyways, as someone that plays the game every day and is fully aware that a lot of things are going to change, both good, bad, indifferent, everything else along the way, right? One thing I always tell to my new players coming in is don't get too attached to the things that you like, and don't get too upset about the things that you don't like. Everything's going to change in Ashes. And for whatever reason, people don't seem to acknowledge that. And everybody just seems to think that every system that's coming in is a final polished form of the system. And Intrepid's very communicative that, like, this is not the final polished form of the system. And this is a work in progress. So I think there will always be unhappy people. Like, bro, you can go on my YouTube and you can look at my live stream VODs. And people just, like, I have a lot of people that'll show up and just, like, chill and lurk. And, like, they're mostly upvoted. You know what I mean? And, like, the overwhelming response to the videos is good. And to the live streams is good. But there are always those few outspoken people that are just like, Ash is a scam! Man, this shit looks like it should have dropped in 2006, and even then it would have been dog shit. Those are a couple of the common ones. I'm convinced it's like the same 4 people on alt accounts, because it's essentially like the same 4 things on repeat plants. No, I mean, I just think it's like a very dedicated, like, part of the MMO base, because we have to remember there's a very large tribalism in MMOs right now and in gaming right now. And that tribalism results in people very much so having a sense of my MMO or no MMO type shit. And I feel as though that's very like detrimental to MMOs as a whole. And there's like, within MOBAs, for example, there's like the League and Dota rivalry, but it's not tribalism to the point where one actively wants the other to fail. They recognize that each builds the other one up even more and helps the MOBA scene succeed. But in MMOs, you have people who will literally prey on the downfall of every fucking MMO that actually hits. It's goddamn tragic. So, my personal opinion on it. Unhappy people exist regardless. That puts it on Intrepid to be able to handle the criticism and figure out, where is this criticism coming from? Is it coming from players, or is it just white noise from the side? Is it coming from people who have thoroughly tested these systems? Or is it coming from people who have 2 hours of time that didn't even get into the systems? Jeff, over on YouTube, how are you, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. And I think that that level of filtering feedback and also responding to feedback is what's going to make or break Ash's remainder of development. If they're able to sort that and they are able to see through the white noise and actually pluck valid bits of feedback out from the increased player base that we do have, just accelerates everything more. It just makes the entire fucking process go faster. More things get tested quicker, which allows Intrepid to bug fix quicker and then move on to more projects quicker. It's a very straightforward set here. And that's more of an ideal scenario. There will be bumps along the way. It's never going to be perfect, right? But I feel like at the very least, in an MMO that functions off of social systems and is a very large, thriving, open world player-to-player MMO, shit, you add more players to that, you're having more fun. You're probably seeing more systems facilitated. Like, imagine instead of, I don't know, like fucking 10 PvPing guilds, there are 50 PvPing guilds. And then there are, instead of 3 RP PvE guilds, there are fucking 15 RP PvE guilds. And there are a shitload of just like different options for people to hop into depending on what they want to pursue. And I think that's going to be one of the largest benefits. Overall, I think this is positive for the future of Ash's development. But again, this is coming from somebody that does absolutely see on my personal content and on a lot of other pieces of Ash's content, from myself, from other people, from content creators, from their official sources, there's always that crowd out there that's just like, boo, fuck you, Ashes. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. There's the boo, fuck you, Dusty crowd out there too, dog. It's gonna happen. Like, it is inevitable, man. Literally inevitable. So, I don't know, man. Even Wooly said, saw this on the MMO subreddit. People are praying for his downfall. Don't get why. People just don't want other MMOs to succeed, man. It's like, if you're not playing the game that I'm liking, then you're playing a stupid game. And if I play the game that you like and I don't like it, then you're stupid for liking it. I have people that will come in literally, I'd say weekly at this point, that are like, why are you streaming this game? It's dog shit. And I'm like, well, I enjoy it. It's dog shit, smells good to me. And then they're like, oh, well, why do you enjoy it so much? And then I tell them and they're like, oh, I only played to level 4. I'm like, bro, you didn't even make it out of Lionhold, did you? And they did not. They did not. So I think, if I'm being real, largest negatives overall. We got more unhappy people. That's going to happen regardless. You're always going to have negative feedback even post-launch. The refund policy change is a huge L. I'm going to be real. That's a large negative, but those are my 2 largest just like straight cons in terms of the immediate like Steam move. Now, there are 2 things that I'm like on the fence about. Steam reviews and player count being visible. Steam reviews can snowball to a certain extent in the long term. I don't know if they plan to have their reviews enabled or disabled, but I believe they're going to have them enabled, because on Steam it says, one curator has reviewed this product. And it is Unreal Engine 5 detector. And it goes around and it says not recommended on any Unreal Engine 5 games. And the last 3 that it's curated its reviews for are Ashes, RV There Yet, and Arc Raiders. So, like, I don't know. I haven't played Fate Keeper. That's a TBA. But, like, they're rocking not recommendeds on absolute fucking slappers. So if this is a trend, this is essentially like if I say there's not going to be a fresh start, there's going to be a fresh start. I'm going to be real. That's about it. Cornball behavior, I think is a bot. I think it just goes around and then like goes to UE5 games and then cooks it there. But yeah, so Intrepid just hates you. Intrepid hates me. I mean, that's fine. I get that. I understand. A lot of people aren't going to have the right mindset going into EA. They're not going to understand that EA means Alpha 2. Game isn't even close to completion. Yeah, no, I think that's the biggest thing. Like, people coming in with improper expectations is a big problem and will be the largest, I think, like, cause of concern for Ashes in the, you know, in the medium to long term, right? I think that the expectation establishment of like things are going to get way better as it continues, right? They're naturally going to. Development will continue. The train keeps moving. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. And if you want to come back later, you can do that way easier than you can now. If people understand that, fucking awesome. If people come in expecting everything to be completed, polished, finished, put together, which unfortunately too many people are going to have that because of the early access. They're literally going to say, oh, early access, this must be getting close to launching. You want to know how I know? Because I'm just a small streamer, man, and I'm already having a whole lot of people coming in saying, hey, Dusty, Ash is getting ready to launch. And I'm like, no, not at all. Cautiously optimistic but nervous. As a follower of the profile, I'm beginning to wonder if the negatives of live testing outweighs the positives. It's an interesting question, right? So I came from New World before I came over to Ashes, and I played and streamed New World like all through the Rise, Fall, everything in between with that, right? And one thing I've kind of asked is, would we rather see Ashes have a like skepticism about it and an aura of this is never going to launch, and then have it pleasantly surprise people? Or would we rather have Ashes be the most hyped and loved title in development that because of all of the positivity echo can't actually live up to the expectations? So then 913,000 peak concurrent players hop into Ashes, and then the next month 357,000 peak players hop into Ashes. This is what happens on the other side of the coin when there's not that air of negativity and criticism. And some games are able to just have the hype all the way around and then hit in a really good spot. But a lot of those games also go public very later on when they are a more palatable product for the public. So live testing is definitely it's a mixed bag, right? Everybody can see everything. If you could see me waking up in the morning all the way through this point in the day, you're going to have a whole lot of times along the way before I get ready for stream where you probably check out. The morning dump might be a bad part. We see Ash's morning dumps. We see literally everything. 1,000,000%. So in terms of this immediate fall off and then never having bounce backs, that's improper expectations. I think the 100k to 10k is inevitable, and I don't think it's a problem. Ash is a niche game and it'll never cater to 9 million WoW subs. Nobody expects it to, unless they're delusional. Ashes and WoW are not synonymous games whatsoever. Modest Mouse and Cannibal Corpse are more synonymous in the rock scene than they are, than like Ashes and WoW are as MMOs. They're like completely opposite ends of the spectrum. And I do agree that Ashes is going to be way more niche. The thing with New World is that like first impressions, especially upon launch, are very important. And New World's first impression killed so much of its bounce back potential to where its next major content deployment was a fucking fraction. An absolute fucking fraction. And then their next content deployment was also a fraction of that content deployment. And then it just kept going down and it couldn't bounce back because the entire sentiment was New World's never going to live up to what I wanted it to be in my head. If you tell someone that you're 6 foot for a blind date, but you're 5'8", they're probably going to look at you and be like, where's the rest of you? If you tell someone that you're 5'2" and then you're 5'8", they'll probably think you're a giant. They'll be very happy. I'd rather have that scenario with Ashes where everyone thinks they're 5'2" and they show up at 5'8" and they're pleasantly surprised. I feel like if expectations are too high and people don't have that transparency to actually temper stuff and bring it down, I call it the dream effect. Everything's pretty behind a mask. Everything. And a lot of games stay pretty because they're behind a mask and it's just like cinematic clip here, little teaser there. Ashes, you see everything, dog. So I think it's going to be, I think it's definitely going to face a lot of criticisms along the way. But I also feel like that's not going to be something that stops Ashes from developing. I think that Ashes just continues to roll on. Game's going to get destroyed with review bombing. Like, I definitely think that it's going to have a very rough road with reviews. But I also feel like in the grand scheme of Ashes, there have not been many logins for all of Alpha 2 comparatively to many MMOs. Like, Steven gave us some perspective. It was like 150,000 logins so far in all of Phase 2. In all of Alpha 2, which was like Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 2.5, and Phase 3. That's like total unique logins. So there's a little bit of like, our community is only so large at this point in time, and it will branch out to a lot more new people, even through the realm of just like total impressions, right? Even if somebody's talking about it in a negative way, over the course of it, I kind of think those negative timestamps could actually be used to illustrate how development is progressing, to where somebody comes in and they see a review from, you know, December 14th, where someone's like, oh, the servers suck, they're unstable, leveling sucks, meh. But a year down the road, someone may see a review that's like, oh, I quested to level 25 and then I did my 26 to 35 in a mob grind group and hope they can get the questing up to 35 soon. And people are like, wait, 35? And it can almost serve as that like living archive, so to say, of where it's been and where it's going. Can be good, can be bad, but I definitely think Ashes is going to get hit with a lot of yap from people that don't even play Ashes, or people that just don't understand what they're getting into in the first place. Should be playing this for the long run, IMO. Don't do the early access. But reality states they need to do this, and inevitably will hurt them. I think this is a long-term play, though. Like, long-term, getting more people access to Ashes, where it is already in their library, does open up the potential for more people to play. Ashes already is surrounded by so much criticism, if I'm being honest. I just think this initial negative impression will make these new players less likely to come back later compared to if they jump in at a more completed state. Same could be said for every single person that's played so far, though. Or, like, playtested so far, you know what I mean? It's the same thing as saying, why drop the price from 110 to 100? Why drop the packs from the $250 pack to the $110 pack? Like, every step along the way, we can say it's not ready enough, it's not good enough. But this is also kind of the development paradox that I talk about, where I said at the start of this phase, too, quite literally at any 3-month span in time, through a proper development cycle, you should be able to look at the server state and say, this has changed a substantial amount. Maybe a fresh start would be valid. In a lot of instances, if you're trying to build a long-term economy, you're going to want to power through those. But in a lot of worlds, it does make sense to see those increments where it's just like, wow, if you entered at this point, then you would have had more fun. If you entered at this point, you would have had more fun. So I personally feel as though it's 1,000,000% correct to say the negative impression will make new players less likely to come back, especially if they don't have the expectations of what they're getting into. I think that is a big caveat. I think there is a large difference in I come in expecting this to be fully finished, fully polished, fully put together, and a large difference like between that and the side of I'm coming into this knowing that it's an alpha, knowing that it's going to be in early access for a long time, knowing that it can be buggy, knowing that I'm here to provide feedback. And then some people may actually have a decent long-term experience where some people can put the game down and say, okay, well, at least I got good value out of it at $42.50 if you're getting it during the sale and $50 normally. They can come back to the playtesting environment whenever they want to, pick the title back up, and then check it out months down the road. There are a lot of people that absolutely will hit that. You know what I mean? So I think there's good and bad. I personally think Steam was a good choice. I just think they should have waited at least another year or something. People are going to make the first impressions on its current state, not understanding how early we are in development still. It's the expectation setting. And I'm hoping that they are able to find effective ways to expectation set with people, where it's a matter of like, hey, this is what you're getting into, and if you're not ready to get into that, then get fucked, bucko. That's a big thing. And they've always done really well to communicate that before. And my one chief concern is like, regardless of how good their communication is, there can always be a point where like that communication doesn't reach. You know what I mean? Do you think there's enough testing time before 12/11? Do you think they should have waited until after the new year? I mean, it's the same thing, Jeff. You know what I mean? Where it's like if they wait until after New Year's, it'll be better tested. It'll be more thorough. But coming over to the alpha environment, things are supposed to also be functional, but not necessarily fully hashed out. There's always that scenario of like, if they wait to deploy this, they can test it more on PTR, but if they deploy it now, then they can test it with everything else in the live service form, with the built-up economy of the live server that's not getting wiped frequently. Like, it's always that element, and I think with any live service game, things are subject to change once they deploy on the production environment as well, and that's kind of what I try to live by. We could see something on the private test realm for a week, it comes in a functional state, and then after that functional testing, we discover 17 more bugs with it over on live, and it may need to actually get disabled again so they can cook up a little bit more with it. There's a lot of variants. We could see something on PTR never come through to live because something was discovered on PTR that absolutely broke it. You know what I mean? So this was originally slated to be coming in 3 days from now. I think that it's already in a spot where that additional period of testing hopefully will be enough to get people in a meaningful way and check that out. If not, we're still here doing it, but picked a good time to do it. Holidays, prime time for games. Oh God, yes. Oh, absolutely. I think the holiday season is a phenomenal season. Yo, Sulos, if you're tired of ads, also check on your Prime. Sulos, thank you for the 4 months. Much love, I appreciate that. People during Christmas break was near peak to me. The ease of crafting was fun. Everyone likes a different game. Yeah, 1000%. I feel as though as they get the systems online a bit more, hopefully we see the refinements where crafters do feel like there's that proper ramp up, right? I like the element of level 23 or like eye level 23 gear being that accessible craftable, and then 26 and 29 ramping up a lot more. It's just like, how steep should that ramp up be? Should there be other tiers within that as well, where it's like eye level 22, 24, 26, 28? Should it be scaled off of that? There are so many different routes of progression that they could go with it, and it's going to be intriguing to see how it shapes up, because everything has shaped up so much since even the start of P1. So it's kind of crazy to me. But yeah, P2 Christmas break was also a blast. The server was very alive. There were a lot of new players that were actually leveling and pumping. It was a really fun thing to actively be a part of. And that was kind of like my intro to everything, was a holiday P2 season. And I was immediately like, oh shit, this is really fun. This is very fun. And I feel like this has the potential to actually have a lot of validity in the testing environment, bring people in a meaningful time where they can get deterministic testing data, and hopefully fill the world with a lot of people who are very interested about Ashes. I think that's my big thing. Browser Reddit, I feel like there are people out there who just want the game to fail. Oh God, yeah, too many. Not even on the Ashes sub, and I'm getting spammed with the AOC cash grab and scam posts. Millions of users, and a lot of them have never heard of this game. People like this are first information they ever get about it. Yeah, Roar, that's one of the things I've been talking about a lot lately is the lack of true like first-hand accounts that are out there in like the public scene with Ashes. And a lot of the accounts and a lot of the information, a lot of the opinions that are coming out are not from the people that are actually participating in things. It's from the people that are just on the sideline, waiting it out, and really not following shit. I will have people that come in daily, and fortunately over here, it tends to be a lot more chill with a lot of the vibes, and people come in usually inquisitive with like meaningful questions to ask and stuff. But I'll have people that come in and they're like, yo, questing still dog shit? Is questing questing still broken? Does questing still not exist? And I'm like, brother, you can quest for like over half your character levels. You can pump questing at the start. Like, we're gonna be testing questing loops as soon as we have accessibility to them. Like, that shit's madly important. And I don't know, I do definitely just feel like there's a lot of misinformation that's like secondhand, third-hand, fourth-hand information that just goes out that is absolutely that opinion that's formed that isn't necessarily built off of like, man, I played this game and here are my thoughts. It's just a matter of it's just really a matter of like, I heard this from a guy who heard this from a guy who heard this from a guy. Yep. Yep. Need more vets streaming to show them what the potential is? I'm not gonna lie, I don't think the potential is being shown anywhere in the Ashes community that currently exists. Like, in terms of needing more vet streaming, I think it's more of like the side of we need more MMO vets streaming that are MMO personalities. Like, as cool as it is to have a lot of people with a lot of hours that are saying, I'll throw up a stream. Like, bro, I'm a bucket of water. I'm a drop of water in the bucket of streaming, like a tiny drop. And I had myself a nice 150 viewers yesterday. That was great to see that many people come out about it. We don't have any influence. We just aren't a big enough group of content creators. Nobody in this scene right now, unless maybe Delore is still lurking out there somewhere, could fire up a stream and even like put up, you know, multiple hundreds of viewers. Pirate Software is Pirate Software now, and he's not coming back in any meaningful way. So even if he did, the viewers that were brought in with that would be different. Some will play it again at some point, but this is not that point. I just got up here for this lawless area to go down. Wait, that's so sad. I literally was just coming up here and the lawless area ended. That's fucking tragic. But yeah, in terms of like where the exposure would come from, it's typically a larger content creator that comes over, checks it out, provides some feedback, that gets clipped, those clips go up on their YouTube, and then that spreads, you know what I mean? I think that's a big part of it. Pirate has said he's playing again starting on December 11th. Pirate also said he was playing again for Phase 3 servers. Like, I welcome any content creator that has a large presence to please come over and play Ashes. But holy shit, actually give Ashes a shot instead of just like shitting on it for no reason, if I'm being honest. You excited for the content creator program? Yeah, content creator program is going to provide a lot of opportunities to a lot of people. And then from there, they also have the Bardic College that'll open for like the smaller content creators where they'll have like coaching and all of that stuff to help them actually grow their platform. I feel like the content creator program for Ashes, providing it does all work out in the long term, could actually be a really good opportunity to have those very established content creators actually help out smaller content creators like myself to get to that next level, and even smaller content creators that are even smaller than me that are on their first streams that want to figure out how to build up, especially in the MMO scene as it is nowadays. I think it's a very cool prospect. Pirates said he's done with Ashes like 72 times, dog. I'm gonna be real. He has shit on Ashes more than he's like been positive about Ashes lately. It's been kind of tragic, very tragic. Is anyone running like scrims or anything? Glad I didn't pre-order the game for $400. Yeah, I mean, I got the $375 pack, and that'll get me name reservation and stuff, so that's dope. I got skins for that are only from that pack. I got name res, I got game time on that, so like, I'm cool with it, because I've also definitely got my money's worth out of like playing in the, you know, the intermediary for it. And I didn't even hop in until later on. I got my pack before I actually hopped in. So like, I'm glad I have an older pack, But I also see this as a huge positive for the people that were like, I'd come check it out and play test a little bit, but $100 is a lot to play test. For a lot of people, $50 is still going to be a lot to play test, but it's solid. What came for 400? Ashes, through its development, earlier in development, had many different tiers of packs that you could get that would start at like a lower introductory cost and then had different tiers all the way up. And like the earlier you got in, the more skins were associated with your pack. The more game time was associated with your pack. You sometimes got extra keys to give away to people. So like beta keys and stuff like that. So yeah. But the $250 last chance in January 2024. That was when I got my pack as well. And then if you have the 250, you can upgrade that to the 375. That'll get you like the character skin. And then that'll also get you name reservation. I think you get like more embers, more game time with that too. But if you go to the store on the Ashes of Creation website, packs are sometimes, like especially the older packs, were sold in like blocks, I like to call them, where essentially you can upgrade some of the base packs to like higher tier packs within that. But yeah, some of the Kickstarter ones from like way back in the, the 2017 days, those were like, early intro packs were super accessible. Like you could get in for cheap with the Kickstarter stuff, or you could support with an ungodly amount of money, and then you could get a better pack because of that and all the benefits of the previous pack, which were like skins and stuff like that. They're not available anymore, unless you're an Envious. But other than that, you're gonna have a hard time. Paradise ADD. I don't think it's ADD, bro. I don't know. I've seen a lot of attention deficit stuff. Like I got ADHD, but like shit, I ain't baby raging about Ashes that much. I just baby rage at my peers. Should have got my PI, bro. That's what I'm saying. Oh, what? Wait, Wooly, did you guys never hear about that? The whole like the big Envious drama. That was, well, honestly, one of the big Envious dramas. So basically it was uncovered, God, this was last phase during 2.5 where all the drama actually came out, that in the time that Envious was a thing, and like I believe it carried over into some of the Gilded Gaming people and then some of the follow-up with whatever they're called now. I believe the numbers, if I remember right, this is all just off recollection, were up to like, I don't even remember how many people were scammed. I don't want to throw out a number in terms of how many people were scammed. I know some of the numbers, but I don't have an up-to-date one on like the number of people that were scammed. But there were a lot of Kickstarter accounts that were purchased and then were basically resold at very, very, very like high price points within the community. And it got brought to light because a lot of people within the guild, keep in mind they were buying the accounts off leadership, were getting scammed. And they just weren't getting their accounts after paying. So all of the allegations come out, all of the drama starts up, and then one day out of nowhere, the Discord that was being used by that community at the time changes hands in ownership, gets completely rebranded, and from sources, allegedly, that Discord was sold for more money to cash out on everything as one last-ditch effort for the IP. So they basically used the guild to scam their own members of like Kickstarter packs and Phoenix Initiative packs, sold some, scammed some others, sold the guild Discord, and then made off with the money. And rumors have surfaced of the person that was selling the packs playing undercover for another guild, like at this point in time still, and still being involved with Ashes. But they're laying like incognito now. So it's a crazy thing. It's a crazy thing. What am I hearing? Bro, the greatest monetary drama in Ashes of Creation yet. Fuck pack prices. The PI scam of phase 2.5 and before was truly the craziest thing to happen. No, Shoddy, stop playing. It's legit as life. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think there's a 0% chance. I think it's a 0% chance that he's actually gone. I think somewhere out there, he's infiltrated one of the guilds. And something tells me I know probably which one it is. But anyways, yeah, Wooly. That's, probably cats? No. There's a certain guild that's always been, like, born out of the ashes of another one. And we think it's just kind of like reincarnating over and over again. How's Ashes doing? Been just baking, literally and figuratively, the past day till now. Word? Honey lime custard phyllo pastries. Okay. Candied citrus peels. And candied nuts. Okay, wait. That sounds kind of fucking solid. Take me through these phyllo pastries. But Ashes is doing good. I feel like a lot of people are finally, like, getting to the point of understanding, like, yes, this is going to bring more negativity about, but it's also going to bring more active playtesters about that will be contributing in a positive manner. The point of accessibility being $42.49 during the sale period and then $50 after the 25th is much better for accessibility. Steam is a much larger platform for accessibility, and I think everyone is aware of the levity of, like, the reviews coming in and the way that they're going to come in. I don't think anybody here is denying that happening or saying that it won't happen. But I also feel like that's something that isn't necessarily a death sentence, considering the public outward perception of Ashes is already pretty much that. So from my personal stance on it, I think this is an overall positive. I think this is a large positive that brings with it some negatives, but anything that seems too good to be true probably is, you know what I mean? And if we were expecting a massive influx of players without any negative, I think we'd be a little delusional there. I have a feeling Whirlwind's Meat's gonna ruin some people's lives with these don't gotcha systems. Lots of Gamba for skins, and I can see people dropping thousands. Oh no. Yeah, so, take me through your Whirlwind's Meat experience so far, Savo. Because I've been a Whirlwind's Meat critic for a decent amount of time now. Because it just randomly started popping up on my feed like crazy. Just out of nowhere, right? I think industry plant, first things first. But also, like, I never saw something in that game that looked so outwardly good that I was like, oh my god, this is insane. The combat to me looks like a lot of animation locks and not fluid gameplay. Like, it looks like a Souls-light to me, like a Souls-light to me. It looks like single player primary for most of your gameplay loop. And then maybe some, like, queuable content there. They have things level capped right now, which I kind of get. You can't get past level 20 right now. No way. Wait, they're time gating the progression? They're basically Gamba systems throughout the game where you can roll for a small chance of great items. There's a pity system after 150 rolls. And does rolling cost money? So it's literally pay to win. Wait. It's literally pay to win. If that's a Gamba system where you can buy the currency for money, then all of this free-to-play, no pay-to-win, like, skins only is actually cooked. It's a mobile game, of course it is. Right, but what happened to every content creator that's going, oh no, this is a change to the MMO scene, this is truly no pay-to-win? Pay-to-win isn't considered a bad thing in a lot of the Asian market. Well, no, I get that. But I think it's also a bad thing for a lot of MMO content creators to be saying, this is no pay-to-win, this is free-to-play, this is an MMO. It's not really an MMO. It's not really for, like, it's free to play, it's free to access, but it does have pay to win elements already. There's a Garbo rolling system with met items, and then of course a system with good skins and junk that costs money per roll. You can get some free rolls here and there, but it just tries to hook people. Yikes. To be fair, I don't view it as pay to win, but the amount of cosmetics is insane, that I can see them making a lot of money. They have AI with the NPCs, so you type and they react to what you say, which is interesting. Weird. Very weird. I wonder if that's going to be, like, exploited to get NPC traders to give people money. But, like... So, take me through this roll system. Because he said there's a garble rolling system with mat items. Are the items just cosmetic, or are the items, like, carrying stats? Lore, hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. Because if the items are carrying stats in any way, shape, or form, then I think that's quite bad, no? So I just checked Steam thing out, which is news to me since I've been working 7 days a week for almost a month now. What happens if I already got the Alpha 2 pack a few months ago? You're in. Yeah, you're good. You can just continue playing as normal. We'll keep launching through the Intrepid Studios launcher, like the Ashes launcher, for the time being. Steven confirmed today that they're trying to work on some form of entitlements with, like, the actual, you know, Intrepid 2 Steam side. So... or you can refund now and rebuy 50% off. Yeah, you could also just refund if you're still under the refund period and then pick it up at 50 bucks. Yeah, if you do want to save 50 bucks, only difference there is that you don't get your $15 in the in-game store, but I'm pretty sure you keep the embers if you do refund. But yeah, see if you're still under the refund policy, if you haven't played much. Could hop in on the 11th with the new patch for literally half price at that point. Cosmetics and consumes nothing like OP gear or anything. So what is a gear acquisition? Are we going to be able to tie it to our Steam account? Eventually, yes. As of right now, you can still add it to your Steam library as a non-Steam game, and it'll just launch your executable, like, through the launcher and stuff like that. But they have said they're working on, like, the direct entitlement, so you'll be able to, like, link up your Steam with everything. How can I uninstall the PTR? It's more than 100 gigs. Is it in the file explorer? Only PTR folder. Uninstall the PTR client? I just do, like, add or remove programs. I think it's just a separate client, right? And then you should just be able to search, like, Ashes of Creation. And then I think it'd be a different one. I don't know. I haven't uninstalled it, though. I just kind of update mine. I would assume it's either... Wait, isn't it just somewhere in the launcher? I'm on... Yeah. It should just be right here. Uninstall. I'm pretty sure. I'm on the... This is live, not PTR. But I think it should just be like an uninstall right there. If I do recall. Launcher? Yeah. Launcher, just fucking add or remove programs is what I've always used. Shit, that thing does all the hard work for me. That's great. Prefer to just play through Steam? Yeah. They'll be working on it. That'll uninstall the main game, not the PTR. Well, if you're logged into the main client, then yes. But if you're logged into the PTR side of the client, then it should do the PTR. Like, you have to change your environment from Alpha 2 to PTR before you log in, and then it logs you into the PTR side of things. But the PTR is offline right now, so I don't know if it might let you log in and then just give you a down notification. But yeah, log out and then drop the environments menu from Alpha 2 to PTR and D8, and then log back in, and then uninstall. On the PTR side. That should be what you're looking at for it. Tons of chests everywhere. Chance for gear, gold, and XP from chests too. Can get gear from chests and mobs. AI in the game is scary with the voices and NPC interactions. So, are these chests, like, is it just chest runs? Like, is it New World chest runs? Like, what are the MMO elements to it? Because so far what I've been gathering is it's basically an open world single player ARPG where you can get gear and then queue into things that give you, like, playable modes against other players. But I'm not really getting MMO vibes. Maybe today's modern definition of an MMO where everything's super linearized, but like... I'm not quite sure, man! Slightly more, I think, Steam cut and refund fees. Tips doesn't sound bad. I've enjoyed Ashes for a solid month or so. Yeah, I mean, it's all dependent on what you want to do. I haven't even touched the MMO part yet. You basically progress in solo, then can jump into the MMO stuff. So it's a solo game that you just end up queuing into, like, end game content with other players in? Yeah, I don't know, I'm not sold. I'm not sold. I'm still not sold on it. I don't know how it penetrated so deep into the New World community. But bro, that shit, like the New World community is moving like a fucking horde right now. Like one person in the New World comm goes to something and then everybody follows. It's wild. I hope they actually play something they enjoy. Whirlwind's Meat was overly hyped by New World content creators who panicked after the announcement, and I feel like they sell it too much as a new MMO. No, I 1000% agree. I heard nobody talking about it, and then I saw a couple posts from people that I didn't know, and then I saw every single New World content creator instantly jump on the train of like, this is a free-to-play, open world, social MMO with an action combat system. It's got like 30v30 guild versus guild wars. It's got arenas. It's got raids. It's got everything. And I'm like, right. So show me gameplay. And then people show me gameplay and it's either like them standing somewhere that's like, albeit a pretty looking area, but just standing there emoting on their character, doing something in a menu, or animation locked in combat. Because literally all I see is one button press and then like a 7-second animation that holds you like fucking this while you're doing like fucking Fists of Fury whirlwind fucking tornadoes. Got the fucking umbrella that literally just holds your character in one spot and goes do 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 do. Like, I don't really think it's the craziest combat system in the world when I'm literally just sitting here going do 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 like I'm a tower in a tower defense game. At the end of the day, I think anything that's made to function on a cell phone for a combat system will never have enough of a combat system to necessarily grip me. Other than Bloons Tower Defense. Bloons Tower Defense is fucking phenomenal, but other than that, man, I don't know. I don't know. For years, all new MMOs have been overhyped to the sky. Oh my fucking god, dude, I think it's part of the detriment to new MMOs is that there are no content creators that are willing to, like, I think this is the worst in the MMO scene as well. There are no content creators that are able to just say like, hey, this is in a pretty good state right now. Here are the things that I like. Here are the things that I don't like. Because that's the boring take. That's not the, you know, fireworks, up in arms, explosive take that's going to get you on the cover of live stream fails with an Asmongold react. Like me just going, oh yeah, some things are bad, some things are good over here. Here's what I like, here's what I don't like. That's not going to be a controversial take. But coming in, and if I sat here every single day and I was either like overly coped up about how like everything in Ashes is perfect right now, and if you say that it's not, you're going against our God King Steven, and you don't believe in him, and you don't believe in the process, get frickin' banned. Like, that's also going to be very detrimental. That's actually, you know what's funny? That's gonna be detrimental to my mental health, but that's gonna be actually good for getting views. That'd be really good for getting views. That's what helps people succeed. So you either have to be coped up or you have to be doomed down. And it's either gotta be, this is the best thing since sliced bread, or this is the worst thing since Satan. And bro, it's just crazy how few people are able to just like genuinely how few people are able to look at something and be like, yes, I understand, this is not for me right now, I'll move on. Bro, I don't understand. It's like someone's punching you in the face and you're just like, man, I really don't like this, but you're leaning further into the punches and like they stop punching you and then you start headbutting their hand and they're like, man, please stop, I've punched you enough. And you're just like taking their hand and you're like, please keep hitting me. Like, bro, I don't understand. It's like people will stay active in something that they seemingly hate so fucking much. And it blows my goddamn mind as someone who has literally uprooted an entire community to come to a game that I enjoyed more because I stopped enjoying what I was streaming before. It's wild to me how few, like, I guess just normal takes there are, man. It's very weird. Together. Yo, what up? What up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day.
I hope they have a ton of bears for the send-off of Phase 2 like the end of Alpha 1.
Yo, the send-offs are fucking phenomenal. We had one for the end of Phase 2.5 servers. So I'm sure we'll have one on Monday that'll be an absolutely glorious way to go out. Absolutely glorious. Yo, Dot, what up, my friend? Has a wipe been confirmed? Yeah, wipe's been confirmed. So everything is cooked on December 1st, and then on December 11th, the new servers come up. So whenever this live server is not up, the private test realm will be up, so people can actively test the new patch coming in, provide feedback on those things. And if you find a really cool bug and you're the first one to report that, you might get yourself a pretty cool mount skin. This is a skin that can go on any one of my mounts. So pretty sick. I got this for reporting a bug that was related to mob drop tables that would have absolutely cooked the econ if it made it through. So apparently refund policy for Ashes was changed on November 14th. Refund is requested within 14 days for the day of the purchase of the item. So to my knowledge, that was updated like on the website itself, but open a support ticket if you've been like a pack holder, because to my knowledge, the way that it was communicated was that if you had your pack prior to those days, you're good with the old refund policy. But if you bought it yesterday or on, you're under the Steam refund policy. I'm not their legal team. I could be interpreting that incorrectly. I haven't had anybody actually refund an old pack yet to confirm that. But the way that was communicated to us, it does seem as though that is the intent. So it's like you're grandfathered into that, you know, to that refund policy for the remainder of it. She said it would be honored for before the 14th. Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't have an exact timestamp of it, but you should be good with that old 90 day, as long as you have that. The new refund policy is a Steam standard. So keep in mind, it is 14 days from purchase or up to 2 hours of game time. So it's a substantial downgrade. But that's the Steam standard and pretty industry standard at this point. So, you know, I kind of get it. I kind of understand it. Our guild has had 2 refunds and did get accepted under the old policy. You did. Okay, massive. I love that. Are they planning to buy back in under the lower cost? The 2 people that refunded? Warhead tested it, can confirm. Okay, solid. So it does work still. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that old refund policy for anything before the 14th is being honored. Now, if you refund now, you won't be able to play the PTR. So I would recommend, if you have time in your 90 day, play the PTR a little bit. Maybe check out the upcoming patch and then refund before your 90 day ends. That'd be my take on it, because you're gonna be covered for the full 90 regardless. So if you picked up your pack, say on like the fucking 10th of November, you can then just refund in like what, February, and then be set up. So there's some leeway with that. It's a very, very, very good refund policy that unfortunately has gone to the wayside. But yeah, we'll miss it. Been waiting for 8 years and I'm still hyped for the 11th now. Game's looking great. Yo, Corby on YouTube, what up, dude? I am also very excited for the 11th. Like right now, I'm just kind of running through live, man. Just kind of seeing what's up, seeing if anybody's out here. We're up in the Anvils, and I'm heading up to Kaltorum, which is like the cat's town, and it's the town that, you know, a lot of our community has worked very hard to build up, and a lot of other communities have worked very hard to build up this phase. So it'll be a little sad seeing it go down, but more opportunities open, and hopefully we can get more people out in the Anvils than we had this time as that first time user experience starts to come online. So like, it's a really cool thing for a lot of people who are excited about Ashes, myself included. Like there are definitely going to be a good amount of players that come in that aren't really sure what they're hopping into, that are a little hesitant, maybe a little angry about things, maybe they think that it's not ready to be in the state that it's in. But I think more hands will make much lighter work with the playtesting environment, and will result in more bugs being found in a much quicker way. So for me, I'm really excited about that prospect of it. The world feeling more alive with more players in more areas. The Harbinger system coming in, Summoners coming in. Like, I'm pumped. It's going to be a very long month up until that deployment, but thankfully we have a whole shitload of PTR testing to look forward to, where we're going to be doing like leveling loops. We're going to be doing, oh, you guys want to see some cool tech? We're going to be doing leveling loop practice, honestly, probably today, if Captain Godchi gets off of where winds meet. And then from there, we just try to prep in any way that we can. Tech time. I think they fixed it. I think they might have fixed my fall damage tech. Wait. Oh, that was not supposed to do that much damage. So, what was supposed to happen? I was supposed to jump off of this, roll into this rock face, and then the contact used to reset the fall damage. And then it... Ah! Jesus fucking Christ, these birds! Holy shit, that in-game character sound was so lifelike. How the fuck did my mount die up there? What the goddamn hell? What the goddamn hell? So, anyways, it appears they have fixed that tech. Let me see if it works here. That probably won't give me fall damage anyways, but... Okay, nope. Alright, they got sick of me actually fucking with their fall damage. Pin that, please. But people outside of guild are gonna get it. I'll just spam that shit to people throughout the day. That's your officer job. I can't make your officer job too easy. Yo, Elite, what up, dude? One summoner drop on the 11th of December, but it's playable over on the private test realm in between now and then, whenever the PTR is up. So the live servers, Shoal and Lotharia, are up today and tomorrow, and then it goes back over to the private test realm where you can test the Harbinger system, you can test the summoner, you can test sport fishing, you can test the new time to kill, new questing, new everything. New literally everything, for the most part. So would highly recommend checking that out if you do have your access already. Anyone want any mats all free? What if we just go around and give a bunch of shit out? Man, I had it all. I had it all. I literally, I would have been set. Bro, I would have been so beefy. It would have been disgusting. I had the double slag waiting. We got the HP. We got the HP. We got the HP. We got the HP. What else got HP? We got HP. We got HP. We got HP. We got HP. Man, I would have been so up. I would have been so fat. The scaling would have gone crazy. Good idea. We can either go give stuff to new players or we can go corrupt on new players. One way or the other, there is something to look forward to. Consider the move, but I have total faith in the game. Oh, the move's absolutely going to be met with some friction and criticism from people along the way, man. Like, it's a development product that is an MMO. I mean, any MMO right now, no matter how good it's going to be, is always going to be criticized very heavily just because of the state of everything right now, you know what I mean? And I don't expect Ashes to be exempt from that, but I think that Ashes development is very built up to be resilient to that. I think there's... What? First person I see. I like saying mate to people. Hi, Shay. Fucking Shay's just holding it down over here. Oh my god, we got a whole lot of milk. So much milk. We're truly up tremendous. But yeah, I definitely agree. It's gonna bring in some criticisms. It's gonna bring in a lot of hoopla and hullabaloo with it. But at the end of the day, I do also feel as though it's going to bring in a lot of very interested playtesters that hopefully can contribute to the environment a little bit more and a little bit more thoroughly. What's my mount flare? Does he like howl or some shit? Where's my mount flare? Okay, my mount was not flaring. What the fuck? Where is this caravan owner? What the goddamn hell? Beach? Maybe? What in the fuckington? Excuse me. Alpark! What up, my dude? How are you? This is where I come for toxic positivity? No, unfortunately, we're being very realistic about things. As always, but toxic positivity can be somewhere. But unfortunately, this is where positivity is met with realism. And we discuss the goods, the bads, the indifference, because I think toxic positivity is worse for the game than negativity is. We actually have been discussing this a lot today. Puck, help, stream is good, dude. But would you rather, thought for chat, would you rather be in a state of affairs where Ashes has many criticisms about it in a pre-launch state, and then has a chance to prove itself, so to say, on launch? Or would you rather have the expectations of Ashes be so high and so, like, hyped up and so positive that it is near inevitable that it will disappoint on its deployment? Because I feel like those are the two routes that MMOs can go down right now. I feel like it is either a route of this is going to suck up until it proves it won't. And then I feel like the other side of it is this is going to be the best thing in human existence until it proves that it won't be. And I feel like there's very rarely an in-between with that. Food for thought. What's a realistic real take? Realistic Raul is crazy, by the way. The realistic take here, I have a it's more of a table that can help illustrate. Also, I drew one of the harbingers before people could actually see him. So the cons are that we're gonna have unhappy people, just straight up, like 1,000,000%, straight up, more unhappy people. That is the largest con. People are going to see it. People's expectations are going to be for something different. And then people are going to be unhappy about it. And I think from that standpoint, that's the biggest con. No one else can put it any more shallow than that. At the baseline of it, people are going to be unhappy about the state of where Ashes is and what it is. Other than that, for me, the refund policy change does suck. Going from a 90-day refund period to the industry standard, which is still fine. Like, a Steam refund policy is still fine. It's just not the best in gaming. And that's a substantial downside for me as a content creator, to tell people, hey, come in, play up to 2,160 hours if you're not sleeping, not pissing, not shitting, not eating, not taking breaks. 90 days, refund at any point during that 90 days. Really good refund policy. I've always said it's probably so good that it doesn't make sense from a business standpoint. So I always point out that side of it. The kind of like intermediaries between the two, Steam reviews can very, very, very much sway public opinion. Now, Steam reviews can also serve positives. Steam reviews can, even if they're negative at one point in time, show the growth of games. If you're looking at Steam reviews from December, then you look at reviews from June of next year, those reviews are very likely going to be different cadences and different tones. So that can also be used as a living catalog of like where the progression is, where the progression has been, and where the progression is going. That can actually be really good as a living testament of time to like, oh, 6 months ago, these were the problems people were complaining about. Now people are saying it's different problems and these problems are fixed. Cool. I think that could be a good catalog. Player count polls. Player count polls are going to also be a positive and a negative. Some people use the player count polls as just a way to see how many people are playing and inform themselves. Some people will use player count polls to say, well, this content got deployed 2 months ago and now people are leaving and that means Ashes is dead. And I guarantee I'd be willing to bet both of my testicles on this. Within 3 months of the update dropping, there will be a large MMO YouTuber that looks at the API poll, if there is a Steam charts for Ashes of Creation, and posts a video that says, Ashes of Creation losing momentum again, Ashes of Creation falling off, is Ashes of Creation finally dead? Ashes of Creation cannot hold players. And the thumbnail is going to be just someone going with a down arrow and like down stocks and a fucking player base number. That's the bad side of the player count. People look at player count and immediately just go, oh, it went slightly down. And that's about it. So, it'll be a mess of things as usual. Oh, always. I think those are kind of like the can be good, can be bads. The pros, more testers, econ reset so they can get better data off that. More money, cheaper cost, and larger platform. More money for Intrepid, cheaper cost for the consumers to hop in, and a larger platform for all of that distribution. So, that's why I kind of have player count as like a good and a bad. It can be used as a resource for those that are curious. It can be used as something to show this patch is really hitting, but numbers can be manipulated and data can be manipulated to say many different things. It's all a matter of like how it's taken. All of us have wanted to know the player count for a hot minute too. I don't really care what the player count is, honestly. Like, would it be like a cool, like, oh, how many people are playing right now? Sure, but like, it's not going to make or break my experience. And for some people, it literally will make or break the experience. Like, for some people, it will be like, oh, cool. This is how many players we have. I now know that. On with my day. And some people will see red, and some people will just instantly say, I'm not playing this because it's not popping. I'm not playing this because it doesn't have 500,000 concurrent players. I'm not playing this because it only has this many. I think that's the big problem with it. But again, positives as well. Pokazi, what up, dude? Me and my friends plan to buy with the Steam release. Is there still a way to support you with a creator via Steam somehow or no? I think they have said that referrals would work the same way, but they don't have the entitlement system directly to Steam yet. I would think if you buy, or if you make your account initially on the Intrepid website with your email that's associated with your Steam maybe, and then use the referral and then have that same email and it's like your Steam email that's like linked up, then maybe that. But I don't know of the like exact thing. I think you sign up your account through Ashes with a referral, then when you buy it with Steam, it works. Right. Yeah, and they're working on entitlements through Intrepid's website in Steam as we speak to try to figure out more on that side of things too, where like current owners would be able to go over to Steam and have that formal Steam like claim thing. So that's another thing with it. But prediction, incoming no fast travel, one line commented, thumbs down, review bomb. Oh god. Oh god, I'm running through this dumb world. Yep. Somebody who signed up under me a couple months ago, and now he'll go to Steam and it'll be connected. All right, cool, solid. Yeah, I mean, shit, as long as I was working. Shay, thank you for the coffee. But yeah, this is the real take on it. I have seen, again, I've seen pretty much all this shit before with New World. This is nothing new to me. The only problem is New World hit every one of these steps after it had already launched. And it was only getting more frantic as it went. Like, this may be somebody's first experience where like things are shifting in you know the scape of their game and their time in a game, because maybe all they've played are those super consistent genres of industries. But like, I'm gonna be real. This is nothing that I haven't seen before. And fortunately, this is not happening post-launch, and this is happening in dev. So, cons, they said they wouldn't go to Steam and all the concerns that come with that. So what would be the negatives of like going to Steam from their standpoint? Obviously, we can't speak like for those people, but New World did a 180 from PvP only world building to a more traditional MMO, and they figured it all out too late. Yep. If New World started its development with the intent of being the fully fledged out MMO, and the 3 years that they spent working on that first time user experience and the main story quest was 3 years of development, and then they had 2 years to work on endgame. Can you imagine if Nighthaven was the release point of the game, except also they had 2 more years to work on specific endgame content? Raids, playable content, like everything. You know what I mean? I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued about what it could have been. But yes, Ashes has figured out their loop and what they want it to be very early on in development, and I think that's going to be good because I don't foresee Ashes changing their core vision very heavily. Minus 30% money. Oh yeah, so they cut from that, huh? Steam price will be $50. Yeah, Steam price will be $50 to start, but it will be on sale from the 11th to the 25th. So I have the news article pulled up in one of my Chromes. This one. So down here, from December 11th to the 25th, the bundle will be $42.49 USD. So that'll be 2-week sales starting on the 11th, goes until the 25th. After that, it's $49.99. So this includes access to Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2, 1 month of game time when the game does launch, no sub until the game launches, access to the PTR, which is visually NDA'd, and a cosmetic cloak. And then there are also some cool things that you can get along the way if you were a current or future playtester. All current Alpha 2 testers will automatically receive an early access cloak from logging in and playing. If users play from December 11th, 2025 to the end of early access, which is the launch of the game, and achieve level 25, they'll get an Autumn Garden mount cosmetic. Garden is this guy, but it'll be an autumn-themed version of this guy, little stoned happy tree dude. Actually dope. I like garden. Then from there, for any tester who played prior to December 11th, 2025, you will receive the following titles: Cultist of the Eternal Fire or Knight of the White Flame. You can be a White Knight or a Cultist. These titles will override cloak die appearances depending on which one is equipped. So you'll have a title that overrides the look of your cloak and will give a unique cloak appearance that'll let people know that you've been here for everything. You get to be either a Cultist and show your doom, or you get to be a White Knight and show your glory. Fucking, I'm paying $50 for a title. Is the $100 pack still available? Yeah, because I think you could still buy the $100 pack until the start of the 11th. Because, like, oh, for that, no refund. You can play the PTR as well. Just keep in mind. Like, this pack gets you in. The $50 pack gets you in on the 11th. But up until then, you still have the Alpha 2 pack, which will allow you to test up until that point. You can get information on the beta, or not the beta, information on the PTR, everything that you need before the patch comes in. Yo, Black Bull, what up, dude? I hope you've been well. Just the news last night about them going to Steam. Do you think they're running out of money? Like, I don't necessarily think they're like running out of money to an urgent, like everything's depleted standpoint, but I think the fairy tale of Steven being able to self-fund an entire MMO with an entire California-based studio competing with AAA giants has finally come to an end. And it's more of a like, hey, we're an actual business now, you know what I mean? I think that's something that was inevitable for the people that weren't like rose-colored glasses.
Will be back on Wipe.
No, they won't.
Guess it's gonna get entertaining.
Do we have like an announcement from them or anything? Because last phase, they said this phase, they said they were coming back as an enthusiast community. They came back and had like less than 100 people that were actually playing. And then they stopped playing. Steven's definitely not broke. Did you see that water bottle? Bro, that shit was disgusting. That was so rich. That was such rich water. Yes. It's in Discord. Can you screenshot it and link it? Por favor. Self. Also, Self, thank you for the 8 months at T3. You hit me with the news so much, I couldn't even think. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you link me a screenshot of that so we can look at it? Because they put an announcement out like at the start of this phase too about, well, we will be coming back into the game. We will not be coming back in as the dominant force that actual Pirates once was. Instead, we will open the doors to everybody that wants to be a part of an enthusiast community of Ashes of Creation to provide feedback to the playtest, to the developers, and to help the playtesting environment become exactly what we want it to be in our vision. And then they came back and had really like no momentum or anything. And then they stopped playing. They also came back on the EU server after like the whole like stop killing games thing. Dusty Center has voice try to go deep. Sorry. I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I have designed and made many projects myself. These can be run on a fucking smart fridge. Corpse husband? Corpse software. God damn it. God damn it. Listen, I'm trying my best. It hurts my chest to try to talk that deep. Would wager this is an investor push trying to recoup some losses? Do we know how like outside invested Intrepid actually is? Like how heavily outside invested they are? Because I'm curious about that. But definitely curious on that side. Other than that though, they aren't gonna make much from Steam sales at 50. I think they're gonna make more from Steam sales at 50 than they would from not having the Steam audience. It's a very direct route of discovering Ashes right now, especially where there are not a lot of like huge content creators for the scene. And it pretty much requires you to come in and want to learn about Ashes, want to check out content, want to see that. Dusty, fix your hair. It's not e-boy. Don't have to like dye it like blonde or something, like bleach blonde for that. Like I feel like if I dyed my hair bleach blonde and then let the tips be brown, still it'd be more e-boy. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna fill up my coffee and I'll fix my hair. Just take out your bangs. I can't see. And stare at the floor. I can't. My hair is all headsetted. My hair was still wet when I put on the headset. Look. It won't cooperate. I got headset head today. Oh, God. Steam's going to slaughter Ashes in its current state from a review perspective. I actually think this is a bit of a bad decision, given the first impression on any platform, but especially Steam. Is likely not going to be a good one. I think that's a very common outside take. But if you're someone that has like been in Ashes for a long time, like, I'm gonna be real. I'll show you this from my perspective because you'll understand this. My Twitch is actually quite chill in terms of like people relatively coming through to this, right? But my live streams, the comments on my live stream VODs on YouTube are very frequently not positive. Okay, cool. Just doesn't want to show me my comments. Let me see if I can find my comments. Hold on. YouTube noties, please. Show me the shit. No. We'll just click on a couple random ones. And we'll see this. So you got like... This game was announced literally ages ago. And it looks like this after all this time. It's a joke. Ashes of scam. If only the combat was like New World. This is actually a base comment. But trash game, I refunded it. Was stuck and I needed to use unstuck. And they punished me with the loss of 100 hours of crafting lost. It's absolutely not true. Never saw a trash game like that you get punished for being stuck in a hole. Game looks like it came out in 2012, and combat will be gatekept by guilds by design. This game will have a big launch like all MMOs, then be dead the next year. Unfortunately, those of us that have been like in Ashes and like in the trenches, so to say, this is literally nothing that is new to us. The public sentiment of Ashes has always, from the start of Ashes, been this will not be able to follow through on this. This will not be something that is ever launched. This will not be this. This will not be that. Will Steam users get PTR? Yeah, Steam users will get PTR as well. You get access to Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2, 1 month of game time, and access to the NDA PTR and a non-exclusive cosmetic cloak. So you would still have to download the separate like PTR client. Presumably upon downloading the PTR client, you would agree to an NDA through Steam the same way upon launch that you would like through the Intrepid side. Maybe on the Intrepid launcher, but there have been NDA products on Steam before that people have to agree to. But you will, oh wait, I wasn't showing my screen. Sorry. Yeah, here. Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2, and 1 month of game time and then access to the PTR as well. But yeah, so in terms of like, wait, I found the investment breakdown I mentioned. Yeah, hit me with it. I'll fuck with that. From Reddit sources, from Reddit with sources 1 year ago. Yeah, that's massive. I like that. But in terms of the public sentiment of Ashes, man, you've got to understand, like, the criticisms come in daily, bro. I have people that come into the stream and they come in and they're just like, why are you streaming this dog shit game? Why are you streaming this scam? Why are you streaming this? Why are you playing that? Why are you over here? This is never coming out. These systems are all bad. This is all bad. Everything's cooked. And I'm like, have you played the game yet? And they're like, no. I watched a Lazy Peon video 3 years ago on it. And I'm like, bro, come the fuck on. Like, inform yourself a little bit. And I absolutely agree that there will, like, 1,000,000% be criticisms coming from it. But I also feel as though people's expectations are probably the biggest thing that lean into that. So, I agree that criticisms exist, and a game moves on despite it, but are there signs on the Alpha 2 servers that the game is not doing well? The population has been pretty bad, so players who didn't play are not playing it either, or who did play are not playing it either. I mean, in terms of the population, that's also going to be something where, like, Intrepid is very communicative. This is nowhere near launching, and any time in the content cycle of a game, we know as streamers, something that is very far out from launching is not going to be looked at as a streamable thing, as a playable thing. It's going to be a come and go. It's going to be a toe tap along the way. It's not going to be an evergreen for somebody, right? So in terms of like the signs on the Alpha 2 servers that the game's not doing well, the game's progressing just fine. This is something that we have seen many times along the way in terms of like them wanting to reset servers for more valid data along the way as they discover dupes, as they discover exploits, as they discover, you know, econ discrepancies. So in terms of like retention, in terms of stuff like that, it's only going to continue to improve. It's also going to ebb and flow depending on the content cycle and what's coming out. Phase 2, during a dev stream a few months into Phase 2, they gave us an indicator that player retention was above 80% compared to the start of the phase, and that was a couple months in, like 2 to 3 months in. Phase 2.5 was a very heavy like networking emphasis. Very heavy networking emphasis. And as a result, there was not a lot of like new content coming in, and the playability of phase 2.5 was quite bad. Retention 2.5 was awful. So with it being worse content and in a state of development where it wasn't that like glamorous thing to come test because you were just getting disconnected, kicked, it wasn't that exciting, a lot of people left earlier. Phase 3, with a little bit more to do and the hope that it would be a long-term server, did present more retention than 2.5 did, and has also presented more replayability, not like replayability, but I guess more time to completion, so to say, than older phases, previous phases did. But it's also come with its own fair share of dupes, bugs, exploits impacting the core economy, with main systems and very core systems such as gathering rarity and spawns being implemented in a more meaningful way. Thread a source, but it has info from government databases. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, banger. All right, I'm in. Okay. So anyways, that's that dumb lean thing. What's the lean thing? I haven't checked this out before. Oh wait, no, I feel like I have seen this. Notice of state tax liens. Okay, hold on, I'm scanning this real quick. I can't get distracted though. Hold on, I can't get distracted yet. Un momento. But I do feel as though the actual, like, the playability of the playtest as a whole has progressed a lot, from like new player experiences to questing loops to like late game progression. In my opinion, with the new crafting system, actually feels more community involved and meaningful than the old crafting, crafting ways did. So from my standpoint, like, I don't really think there are signs that things are going poorly. I just think this is a sign of like development. A lot of things very much progress in leaps and bounds, and it can almost like invalidate parts of the other systems as they go throughout. So I mentioned crafting. Right now, one of the big problems this phase has been that there has been static clusters, they're called. So essentially with clusters, those are like duplicated spawns where you can see the same material spawn in the same rarity multiple times in the same place. Intended mechanic. Statics meant that these things were actually like respawning on a timer in the same place as the same cluster. And that was very unintended because it allowed someone to just knock it down, go to the same place a little bit later, and then farm it again. So that has been fixed. That's been something that has been in the game since phase 2. Honestly, it's been in the game since the entire phase, or the entire game. But since I've been playing in phase 2, it's been a very large part of the actual progression. Then from there, you're looking at the replacement of that and the addition of the pylon system. It is a huge new system that's coming in, and all of the data that they got from like the rate at which things are being crafted, the rate at which the econ is developing, it's been acted upon by crate dupes, by sell and rebuy price discrepancies, and all of those things. And I'm someone who always says this stuff will likely happen again, even in a new state of servers, right? It's always going to be cooked to a certain extent, but Intrepid is kind of the decision maker that says, hey, it's too cooked for us to get valid data. We got a GG go next, or we can tough it out and kind of like drag it through this state of affairs. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. And knowing how cooked the econ is over here, I don't necessarily think that new players would have any chance of getting in and experiencing any form of like what the game is organically supposed to feel like, or what the future of the game is supposed to feel like, because everything is just so skewed by the econ bugs that we had. So I think that's a very big part of it, man, honestly. But if I'm being real, like this time around, I'm spreading my gathering around and going fishing right away. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea, hosts. I want to level and then gather like crazy. Yo, Gomok, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Think these are signs of adaptation? Yeah, it's just evolution of things. I think that it's like super awesome to be able to think that it is extremely valid for Steven to self-finance something on this scale and bring up the development studio from scratch and then have their own launcher where they don't need to go through like anything else, and they don't have to go through Steam, and they get access to the most player base. But I'm sure they have run so many cost-benefit analyses on this, and they have run so many risk-reward structures on what this move would make, and I guarantee it's not something that was made with a snap decision of like, oh, time to go to Steam. I think this is something that's probably been in the works for quite some time, and I do think this is a huge point of accessibility for players where it's in an alpha. If you will follow any public Ash's sentiment, brother, you're already seeing it. You're seeing it on the MMORPG subreddit. You're seeing it from MMORPG.com. You see it from just about every publication that's covering video games right now. Ashes is not the cultural phenomenon that some people may think it is, nor is it that publicly well received at this point in time. It's not going to get worse by any means in terms of people going, oh, phooey, Ashes isn't ready yet. It's not. The only thing that's going to happen is more people will come in, they'll see it in its current state, and they'll either say, oh, it's less worse than it used to be, but it's coming along. Some people will not see that it's coming along. That's okay. It's not going to be for everybody. But I don't feel as though it's like that bad of a set of circumstances. More playtesters for something that is incomplete facilitates more playtesting, which I think is really good. Did they fix shadow quality and other ways of seeing quality without actually gathering? Yeah, so all of that was fixed because they added in, like, it's basically a dual role system where the material is now dice rolled once to determine what spawns, and then it's dice rolled upon gathering again to determine the rarity of what that material actually is, which makes me wonder how pylons are working, since pylon interface shows how many active and inactive of each good and each rarity there are around you, but I don't know how that works. But supposedly right now it's a dice roll to determine what spawns, then it's a dice roll upon gathering to determine what the rarity actually is. So no cosmetic differences or anything like that actually mean anything. Then you have the pylon system, which voodoo wizardry, I gotta do more research on that. But yo, Mango, what up? Scrims today? Shit, if people are running scrims, you let me know, bro. I'll pull up. I ain't got shit going on. I got nothing to fucking do. I gathered my ass off for 3 weeks. I ain't gathering today. When do we get storyline quest system? I mean, there are already quests that are in. There are multiple chain quests and stuff like that. A main story quest from like start one point and then just go through it, I think is going to be a little rougher because you do have like multiple starting areas, multiple different paths of divergence that you can take. But one thing that'll be really cool is the destiny system coming in. That's on the PTR right now. Destinies are basically these little objectives that you can complete through like adventuring, gathering, refining, crafting, just, you know, little things like go out and kill this many of these mobs. And you can complete those for these little, like, you know, guided quest rewards, so to say. Does he work? Yeah. I mean, it's the first iteration of it. I'm sure they're not worried about balancing any part of it, considering every tier is also the same XP payout, and the top, like, rewards at the top are not rewarding. Yeah, I expect to see those tweaked a little bit, but the Destiny system as a whole is actually really fucking cool, because it adds a form of, like, light linearization to everything. Does it mess up those of us that bought the $750 pack back in 2020? Yes, you will have to load in through Steam and also send me your account information and change your name reservation to DustyWhy, or else the IRS will come kick down your door. Actual answer, no. They're working on entitlements right now where you'll be able to just eventually port your like Intrepid, link it up over in Steam, and then you'll be good to go. The entitlements are not working right now. So if you did want to rebuy on Steam, it would be like the new pack on Steam for now. But Steven confirmed today on Reddit that they are working on an entitlement system where they can convert it over to Steam for people on a Steam account. Thoughts and prayers. That'll be quite nice. So there should be no issues in terms of like those entitlements. I have mine as well. So how many are on in main? We got 2. We got 6. We got enough for a group. Y'all got a bard? Because I got 2 clerics and a tank. Shit, we got a whole group between both guilds, dog. We're up tremendous right now. Holy shit. Should I even make a character if they're resetting the server? I would play on the PTR, honestly. So on December 1st, there's going to be like an end of the server event. That end of the server event is going to be present with like, you know, leveling boosts and everything like that. You can get gear, you can level your characters, and there'll be like some fun happenings for that. And then the server goes to sleep forever. So you can either make a character and like putz around on live a little bit, or you can wait for the PTR to come up. That'll be on, it's today Saturday? That'll be on Monday. That'll be on Monday. So we're up tremendous there. PTR will be back up Monday to, God, I want to say like Friday or some shit. And then it goes up. Live goes back up for a little bit of extended period through the 1st. And then the night of the 1st, live dies. Then we're back on PTR through the 10th. So, I would recommend the PTR. PTR is very frequently going to have, you know, boost NPCs and stuff like that. Yo, Jack, what up, dude? New World Refugee, do you reckon this game's getting there? Reddit seems really negative, but I've been excited about Ashes for ages. If you ask Reddit, and if you ask YouTube comments, and if you ask any form of, like, I don't know, just outward general opinion, you will hear that everything you're seeing right now is an uninteractable green screen, and I can't actually move my character, and the mountains are fake, and the skybox is fake, and Steven's fake. Bro, it's kind of crazy out there. Now, as you can tell, Ashes has a really small, like, content creator footprint right now. There aren't too many of us doing it, and there aren't too many of us actually putting out, like, first-hand information in a very active way. So, from that standpoint, I think it's very hard to find, like, you know, people who are actively informed about what is going on with Ashes over on this end of things. And a lot of people who are just very quick to say, like, oh, I heard this from a guy who heard this from a guy who heard this from a guy. Our content cadence is actually really solid. We are getting, I'd say probably like a 3-month deployment of major patches. And then from there, we're getting, honestly, multiple times weekly, most weeks, bug fixes for those. But usually weekly bug fixes. Some weeks less than others, but I'd say every 2-ish weeks, we're getting a relatively large bug fix patch. At least were when, you know, the emphasis wasn't PTR. So, I got banned in a chat for quoting Steven. Well, now you got banned for being a bitch. Nah, I won't do it. I won't do it. I'll let you out. I'll let you out. So, who banned you for quoting Steven? The fuck? And what Steven quote was it? How the fuck did you get banned for that? Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, so from there, personally, like, I think Ashes is developing, it's coming along, it's making its strides. It's far from what I would consider a fully polished, finished, fleshed out MMO, but like, I'm in a town right now. This is Kaltorum. This is a tier 4 town, and the footprint is actually quite large. So right now, I'm in like the market area of the town. I can talk to the marketplace manager. These are player listings. These are literally everything that players are putting up for different prices. This is our auction house in this town. There's an equipment vendor. You come here, you repair, you can get your rations and your baselines and some baseline materials for processing through there. In the towns, you have a set amount of empty plots that you can put buildings in to help actually support the entire server's gathering, refining, crafting progress. And without those in place, your server doesn't have access to higher level stuff. So it's a relatively cool concept of the game, but the concepts have not all come along in the way that, you know, the total vision aligns, right? So people will often be like, questing doesn't exist. Questing does exist and will take you up to like level 12 to 15 relatively easily right now. Back in December, it took you to like level 8 pretty easily. Questing doesn't exist in the capacity that it's going to in the long term. Raids. There are areas where you can absolutely go and grind out with a raid. Are those areas instant linear progression raids? Nope, it's open world, so it's a little bit different, and we don't have a lot of them in right now. So like, from my standpoint, as John said, a lot of the general sentiment is actually warranted, but a lot of it is also sentiment that is comparing it to like, well, based on my experience in WoW or Guild Wars 2 or this MMO that's been out for years, this is what I think. And it's not a matter of like, oh, here's what I think about this development cadence. Here's what I think about where things are now versus where the vision is going to be. And I feel like that is a large step that people are kind of like not seeing in the intermediary of, you know, consuming the outward information. Our player base, small as shit. Not too small to function. I mean, right now it's going to be pretty dead out here because they just announced these servers were going down in less than a month. So this is the deadest you're going to see the world. But our player base is pretty small. Our footprint's pretty small. The amount of first-hand information that goes out is not that high, man. I played New World for 3 years before I left it in December. I played 7,000 plus hours, did thousands of wars over there, and loved New World, right? Made my own opinion about it, and eventually decided that New World was no longer for me, and I left back in December. I came over here, and through all of the people in my chat that were like, Dusty, why are you going over here? This game's unfinished, this game's dog shit, this game's missing this, missing that. I was like, combat's kind of fun, and I like a lot of the systems. Very simply put, I think it's fun. And I like the social systems, and I like all of those things that are tied in and attached to that. So for me, it's a matter of like, just playing what I enjoy. And I see the potential in Ashes. And for me, it's like, I played New World for 3 years and was a content creator for 3+ years for New World, where it's like, I was always trying to advocate for good changes. I was always trying to be like, nah, guys, just wait it out. Like, we'll be up tremendous soon. Never quite panned out, you know what I mean? So over here, it's really nice to see, not just to see, but to feel that same passion that I felt with New World, where like the systems are there. The combat system for me, despite not being that weighty melee system, is still there. And like the core for me is there. The core for everybody is not going to be there, and the core for somebody else may be vastly different than the core of what I expect. You know what I mean? So that's what I always try to let people know of with Ashes. It's just like, just because it's for me right now doesn't mean it's for you right now. Just because it's not for you right now doesn't mean it won't be for you in 6 months, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it may be. But I feel like so many people will just say, this isn't hitting for me right now, so this is dog shit, it's dead, and it's DOA, it's never gonna launch, it's a fucking scam. It's just blasphemous to me how like critical some people are without actually investing their time. I'm about 3,000 hours in terms of on-stream game time. I play this shit a lot, every single day. I can damn well tell you there have been times where I'm literally sitting here trying to yap to chat and I'm yawning, trying to keep myself awake because I'm bored that there's no, you know, repeatable end game that I can do as a solo when nobody else is around. But also, if I was just like, yo chat, let's go farm something, let's go grind something, let's go PvP, we could absolutely do that. While we wait for more systems to come online, we can access PvE, PvP, raids, whatever. We just have to work a little bit harder for it, and a lot of people aren't just willing to say like, these accessories and these handholds and stuff like that aren't there yet, but they will be. Arenas will be in. Dueling's coming in November. Like more well, any form of instancing will be in eventually. So, I don't know. I just feel like the perspective is frequently lost for players. I said it before, but I think it's great that you don't sugarcoat the negatives and give people an honest perspective despite your own love of the game. Super slow videos, man. I appreciate that, John. I appreciate that. Bro, I wouldn't want people to come in with like false expectations because I lied to them. I will always tell somebody whether I like or dislike something very upfront. I'll tell them what I like and what I don't like about it because I recognize that those are the things that I like and dislike. Do I personally enjoy that the ultimate route to getting best in slot gear is me going around and picking flowers and shit? Man, I'd fucking prefer not, but I actually really enjoy the community aspect that comes from that and from good English name. Jesus fucking Christ. What a name, dude. Like, I enjoy the community aspect that comes as a result from that. Like, I might not enjoy picking the flowers, but I definitely enjoy when someone's like, yo, I need these, and I have those available to help the community or to make my own shit. It's a rewarding aspect of it where it's like, I normally wouldn't like this, and then after playing, it took me thousands of hours, like, it literally took me 2,000 plus hours of Ashes before I started to fully embrace the gathering and refining route, by the way. And like, bro, I'm gonna be real. I missed out for a very long time not taking advantage of that shit. Most popular boy's name in the UK 2 years running. Wait, that's fucking fire. Huh, interesting. I'm taking notes. If someone's looking to hop into Ashes, should they wait until December? I would say if you're someone who's looking for a more MMO-like start, then absolutely. If your intent is to come in and have that like, wow, look at all the people. Wow, look at this. Wow, look at that. Cool, neat, wow. Then you're gonna wanna wait until December. If you're trying to come in and be ahead of all of those people that are going, wow, 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 then you'll wanna hop in now and figure out what you actually want to do with your time, what class you wanna play, where you go to progress. Those things will all impact whether you get stuck in deadlock traffic or you are getting absolutely cooked. Where is Flax for tailoring? I'm down south. I should have some in my storages if you need some. What rarity are you looking for? They are these little blue flowers that you can find in the Riverlands or in the anvils. Fuck. Just like a little standalone flower, just like a one-off. But yeah, so personally, I feel as though in terms of like hopping in, if you really just want to come in and have that best first-time user experience, that's definitely going to be December comparatively to now. But also hopping in a year down the road is going to give you a better first-time user experience than hopping in December. So that's always a caveat with like, if your goal is to come into something that feels MMO-like, if your goal is to come into something that feels playtesty, then we got you, dog. You can hop in right now. You can join our guild. We will have signups up for dedicated leveling groups on the deployment of the server. We will be doing leveling testing routes and optimizing the best route for all of our groups. Some communities really will put in that work at this point in time. So it's all a matter of what you're looking to do. You can absolutely get a lot of content out of either side of it. And it's all just what your expectations are. You know what I mean? Do you want to try to get ahead of the curve and be big, strong PvPer with all the stuff? Or do you want to be the curve? Us personally, we want to be ahead of the curve and then help our even more casual players stay ahead of the curve and pull them ahead of the curve if they do get stuck. So, one of the things I dislike about the crafting system is most of the value you gain in crafting is at the gathering step. In comparison, refining and actually crafting will really generate income for yourself. Like, to a certain extent, but that's also the material supply, right? So there's always like a cost of goods acquired to cost of goods sold. There's like your, there's your profit margin with things, right? And I think that's also a part of the player-to-player supply chain that's really imperative. As Keith said, as a crafter, you need to have the best recipes right away. You need to be the server first to have the best recipe that everybody's wanting. And then from there, you also want to have the best quality gear. You want to have the best stats. You want to be the most available person. And you want to be the one that is whipping out those crafts. So, through that standpoint, like, I think a lot of the value will still be on in mass. Like, you can't function without gatherers. There's a reason why I say you're a gatherer. Cool, you're in cats now. We'll take your stuff. We'll pay you for it. From there, I'm gonna be real. You make a lot of money gathering because you're generating money. You chop down something that costs you absolutely nothing to chop down, and then you sell it to a player for a non-zero amount of money, meaning that you profit. If you're selling for more than it costs you to make and repair your gathering weapon, congratulations, buddy, you're in the profit now. You're in the green. So that's like the biggest thing that I try to remind people of. If you are crafting, if you're processing, you're a consumer. A consumer needs to be fed. Whether that consumer is being fed via somebody funneling them mats, whether that consumer is being fed via making money in one way or the other, that consumer needs to be fed. And processors and crafters are consumers. They are not providers. That's where the money sink comes from. But once you're a consumer and you've consumed a certain amount, you can get yourself far enough ahead where everybody else will start feeding you anyways. If you are the first person to get all of the quality gear for weaponsmithing and the best weaponsmithing patterns, and you're like, hey, I'll craft this, but it's going to cost you, congratulations, that's where your money comes in. A gatherer may gather weeks and make a little bit of a trickle of gold. You may hit the best weaponsmithing recipe from your guild, get that from your guild, and then craft those for a 25 gold a piece, crafting fee, and then make more money than you've ever had in the game. It's a cool little concept. Yo, Colt, what up, my boy? How are you? Almost all crafting systems and MMOs wind up being the most monetarily beneficial for gatherers. Yeah, you're a provider. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you are in any way, shape, or form farming something that doesn't cost you anything to farm and then selling that, you make money off of it. If I grew, I have cherry tomatoes growing in my living room right now. I have tomato plants. If I pick those tomatoes and I sell those tomatoes to somebody else, I'm profiting. If I eat those tomatoes, I'm technically losing money on the soil, on the water, on the plant pot, on the seeds. I am now a consumer. It's just that simple, except instead of tomatoes that grow back, it's mines that grow back. It's iron, it's gems, it's all that stuff. Yo, Omar, over on YouTube, what up, dude? Didn't they intentionally make it so that people have to grind mobs at times for XP like old school MMOs? It is very rooted in old school MMO routes. So in terms of like having to grind mobs, their goal is to have like different routes that you can go down to progress. So like you can level your character from just gathering and refining and crafting. You can chop trees and get character XP. But while there's questing, while there's XP from gathering, while there are world events, the most efficient route is very typically getting into a group saying, we're going to farm this spot until we can't farm it anymore. And then you just sit there safely, you AoE pull, you get XP, and you pump through there. So there are a lot of choices in Ashes where it's like, I can go about the, the method of progression that I think is the most fun and enjoyable, or I can sweat it out and try to go the most efficient route of progression to try to get ahead of everybody as quickly as possible. And I think that's a big decision-making point for a lot of people in Ashes. Godchi leveling routes. Whirlwind's meat is so fire. Godchi, do me a favor real quick. I made a new command for you. It's a custom one. Type exclamation vanish in chat real quick. I literally just made it for you this morning. I wanted to show you when you came in because your questing is so fast that it's gonna make us vanish. So it'll be sick. I am the guild master. Got him. All right, get on ashes. We're doing leveling routes. Fuck yeah. I think static leveling gonna change compared to what we've been used to after testing a lot this week. Oh god, yeah. I'd be willing to bet, because Cole, I think one of the biggest things is like the actual hard enforcement, and feel free to provide your feedback as well, because you're someone who's always very transparent too. One thing I noticed on the PTR in terms of like mob grind drop rates and stuff was the second you stepped out of a +/-3. God, gee. God damn it. I hate that. As soon as you're outside of the +/-3 levels, it really does seem like drop rates scale down exponentially. And then if you're within the +/-3 levels, ooh, you're up tremendous. That's what I've noticed. A lot. A lot. Leveling in a group. Yeah. So static leveling is going to be like just set leveling in a group, pumping together very frequently. You will have the same group 1 to 25 that is just sitting in areas grinding like crazy. Grinding like crazy. But Cole, what you thinking about impacting statics very heavily? I have to go get more coffee, by the way, because it's almost 5. You guys have kept me into yaps so long, I haven't even been able to refill my fucking coffee today. Goddamn savages. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. 24 hours again, another goal? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you bet your sweet bippy I'll let you guys pay me more to stream more. Yeah, that's a double whammy. Yeah, sub goal for a 24-hour stream. We hit a sub goal, and then on the 24-hour stream, we put up another sub goal. Yeah, I retire on a yacht in no time. God, yeah, million sub goal coming soon. Didn't even refill coffee after reading over here, and I'm not yapping. Dude, there's just so much to discuss. Like, there is so much to discuss. Because usually I try to put the headlines, like, of the day or of the week in the stream title. So people that are passing by can just be like, oh, what's the big change, Dusty? And then they hover over and they see, like, Guild War changes. And then they're like, oh, sick, cool. Bro, my title is just, we have a lot to discuss. We got a lot to talk about, boys. We got a lot of implications. We got a lot of everything out here to go over. It's a whole lot of everything right now. New player onboarding, fucking all of that shit. Gearing changes. We'll need the second half of iterations like Jacob mentioned in the SAMA. So why do you think gearing changes would be a big thing with statics? Do you think that is going to result in people gathering and like crafting a set before they actually go out to grind? I'll be right back. You can't stop me. Yes? No way. All right, hold on. Fight about it while I'm gone. No slurring, please. Coffee acquired. Okay. Love to make a set like I did on PTR and have some blue items before level 6. Did make 2 epics and 2 heroics on PTR, but I'll save those mats on live. I'm hit or miss because, well, early in the server's life, it's definitely need to craft and love the idea of it. Once you're 10, if drops in that range or anything to go off of that are tested 10 to 25 will be extremely rough till towns are up. You had bad drop rates 10 to 25? Of course, there will be masochists like me who will brute force leveling. Barring the second half of gear TTK changes will be a very long leveling process for people, and it was already rough for them before. Interesting. Have you found any places that are giving good drops? I guess we need to do more testing, man. Like, I didn't feel like drops were like that bad in the testing that I was doing. Granted, I just did some like, just some light like solo fucking plugging away at mobs and stuff, but I don't really feel like it was terrible. It was already like that, this phase if you start out with gear nerfs. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, keep in mind, there were also, like, the start of the phase, people leveled without drops at all because the drop rate was turned down. And then the casual players, not the competitive players, were the ones that complained about the drops being too low. And then the casual players that were leveling without gear drops behind the competitive players got their gear drops turned up. And then the competitive players said, okay, well, we're already 25, we're gonna go farm. And then the casual players were like, wait a second, they're getting too far ahead now. And then the drop rates got turned off again. Nobody that I know from a competitive guild was actually like complaining about drops in any way, shape, or form, because everybody from the competitive guilds at the time of the adjustment were so far ahead. It was literally all just people who were behind on leveling that were like, oh my god, they got so far ahead, we need gear so we can level easier. And then it turned completely on them. Doing one of the group is 9, possible to reach 20 anywhere close to the rate the groups do. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Felt like devs gatekept gear and fumbled launch. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was an intent to like gatekeep gear as much as it was like an attempt to listen to the casual community that was literally outcrying that like people leveled too fast and, you know, without drops, leveling's impossible, leveling's difficult, leveling's this, leveling's that. And the devs responded to that. And then I think there were like some unseen ramifications of actually responding to that, where there were groups of people who were absolutely in range to go farm stuff that was going to be endgame rewarding. And then they were like, wait a second. Oh shit. That's bad. And I think it was just one of those, it was one of those like snap decisions. I personally said since the start of the phase, and I don't think it would have mattered in the long term, because even with gear discrepancies, even without gear discrepancies, I should say, we still had gold dupes, crate dupes, items that would sell to a vendor and then you could buy back for less than you sold it for. We had multiple instances of items that were craftable early, which is really nice. Really nice. So weird to not have you talking over a VOD. I know, isn't this just such a different experience with all of the people that are over here? Wow, the live server's crazy. No, see, that's the thing though. I always try to say like, I provide the same stream experience no matter what's happening. So if anything exciting is happening, that's just a bonus, bro. I try to make this shit as entertaining as possible with as little as we can. We did a 10.5-hour talk show yesterday. I didn't have gameplay at any point yesterday. That shit was crazy. That was 10 hours of straight yaps. I went to Walmart, we got a humidifier and throat coat tea. That was literally it, man. I was cooked last night. My voice sounded like SpongeBob without water in Sandy's dome. It was really bad. But yeah, that was one of the big things that I was like, as soon as the drop rates came in, actually, I said that I didn't like that. They turned up the drops and all the cap players started farming because they wanted to play the market, which wouldn't have been a problem if there were more things than Hyman Hills and Steel Bloom to do. Like, to a certain extent, yes. But also, the cap players started farming because they could just gear out like crazy as a result of that. You know what I mean? I mean, shit, to this day, I'm still using a fucking 5-piece Rosarium set. Like, I'm still using Rosarium guard stuff. I didn't go to Akadira gear because Rosarium is fine and I didn't want to craft Akadira shit because, well, fuck me, I crafted the stuff, or gathered the stuff to craft 3-piece Tauren Scout and 5-piece Blood Runner over the course of like 3 weeks. Haha. So we're cooked there. But yeah, personally, like, Steel Bloom has always been an issue. Steel Bloom has been an anomaly because it drops item level 26 drops, or in the past did, from level 18 and above enemies that were very basic enemies that were very AoE pullable. Steel Bloom has always, in every phase of this game's life, been an absolute fucking loot pinata for very usable gear. And like Steel Bloom, I've always personally said, Steel Bloom feels way less like a POI and way more like the first Grand Dungeon. And it's always just been like the easiest rate of return. Also, whoever needed flax, come up to Halcyon if you're in the Riverlands. Meet me in Halcyon. Because I should have flax in Halcyon, if I remember correctly. I'll probably go over to Winstead after. There's no alternative Steel Bloom either. Yeah, Steel Bloom is that unequivocal, like 15 to 20 just gap up like crazy. And even like 20 plus there, you can 20 plus there if you want to. And when Steel Bloom was Loot Pinata, bro, people could go there at 16 and then you could just pump. You could go like 16 to 22 plus in Steel Bloom, super easy if you wanted to, and then come out with full sets of gear for your entire guild. So that was always a little bit of a concern. But that was also facilitated partly by the Steel Bloom mobs giving item drops that were outside of their intended level drop range. So like, you had level 18 mobs that were dropping Rosarium Guard stuff, dropping Steel Bloom jewelry. Those were changed to exclusively level 20 mobs, which was a part of why people felt like gear wasn't dropping at all, especially Steel Bloom stuff. You were no longer getting Rosarium Guard, you were no longer getting Rose Thorn, Bloom Warden from pulling level 18 pluses, you had to pull the few infinite level 20 pluses that were actually there. Then we have Steel Bloom having parts of it that are still locked. Sewers unlocked, throne room, sewers locked, throne room locked. Potentially if Miraleth hits higher level, fucking Winstead hits higher levels, then we'll see it. It's like Miraleth, what the fuck? Maybe if we see Winstead hit like T5 in the long term, we could see more unlocked, as starting areas are supposed to support like 1 to 30, but there's still, I don't know, just so much more with all of the maps, all the POIs, everything that we haven't seen yet. So maybe Steel Bloom will be able to adapt to those changes a little bit and have like more of that Steel Bloom specific gear, but that's also something for me that was kind of a big miss with the recent gearing changes. I have nothing in Wind and Sea. I'm kind of shocked. I was gonna condense on my way. But that was something with me with a lot of the changes that I actually kind of liked. Was that they were restricting the drops a little bit more to those specific things, but also one of the things that didn't really resonate with me was that the POI drops, so Carfin specific gear, Steel Bloom specific gear, like Rosarium Guard, Rose Thorn, Bloom Warden, shit like that. Your Carfin weapons, your Carfin sets, your Forge sets, those actually felt like they were not dropping that much at all, which I feel like devalued those as Grand Dungeons and made them feel much more close to like just very large POIs, because it's already not an instance of affairs where like we're running through completing linearized content, killing a boss, getting a drop from the final boss in a loot table, and then calling it good. A lot of the time in dungeons, you're sitting there farming trash mobs trying to get those trash drops. So it's a little intriguing. Cypher, hope you're having a beautiful day. As a crafter, I felt useless in the shadow of Steel Bloom. yeah, Steel Bloom cooked. Now, if you were the right form of crafting, you benefited early as shit. Now, Rosarium Guard stuff wasn't craftable because of bugs. Then you had the Steel Bloom jewelry, which was craftable early. And then if you're an armor smith, you did have the look forward to Akadira gear once that was bugged and craftable early, but it was, that was kind of unethical. Until Intrepid was like, hey, just do what you want. So, but yeah, Steel Bloom has felt nice on the PTR, I will say. Steel Bloom is still generating drops. It's still creating things into the economy. It's still giving you shit. The thing with Steel Bloom is you're only going to be seeing those 20 plus drops from 20 plus mobs, which I think is great. So it's primarily going to be adept gear. I think Steel Bloom will be best served for like level 16 to 20 in just like a power jump up. And then you venture off somewhere else to try to go 20 plus. That's kind of my take on if Steel Bloom is going to be necessary. I think Steel Bloom is going to be great for adept weapons as soon as you can get in, though. Maybe even going there at a lower level and just trying to farm up adept weapons at like level 12 or something like that and kill level 15 mobs. That could be a huge step. It's between... Christ. I think someone upstairs just got fucking body slammed. Anyways. I think just going up there And like being able to farm up some weapons and shit, probably gonna be a very big step. Also need to get better players stepping through gear levels when they reach the next 10 levels. It's an issue I don't know how to resolve without actually level restricting gear directly. So what do you mean like players stepping through gear levels when they reach the next 10 levels? Do you mean like not necessarily going through like the eye level 23, 26, 29 stuff? When you get to level 20, you can wear 29 gear. Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing with that is going to be the pacing of how server settlement progression scales versus farmable goods. But, excuse me. And in theory, as we see more people come into the server, we should see settlements build faster, right? While also seeing farmable goods be lower because more people will be farming them and more people will want them. So through there, I think we will see much more of a form of like eye level 23 craftables, goblin skin stripper being very in demand for a weapon. And then someone drops like an eye level 23 heroic or epic skin stripper with the new mats. As soon as they hit level 20, as soon as there is a table available, skin stripper at eye level 23. Then they'll probably wait it out for maybe a glory bound, or maybe they build no skin stripper and just start saving all of their mats for a high rarity glory bound, knowing that 26s can scale pretty competitively with lower rarity to mid rarity 29s. Also depends on if people can farm gear, can farm Carf on just level 23 gear, or will people need to push 26 gear and farm their 29 gear? I think that's all relative to the player personally. If you have a really good group of players, you can pretty much put them bare ass naked with a couple of weapons in most content. They'll be able to do it at some pace, you know what I mean? A proper group in Ashes does have infinite sustain, so you can just single pull something and sort it out, even if you're in very bad gear. Relative availability of craftable gear as well. Right. And I feel like people will be like ushered more into the craftable side of things once there's more competition in the open world areas. Even if drop rates are going up, I do feel like that craftable side of things does get emphasized as drop rates are up, because people look to craft to get higher guaranteed outputs while also looking to maybe not partake in that potential PvP side that does come with anything PvE. Are we doing loops yet? Get Gachi on. Gachi's a chat. He came in to try to hype up where wins meet. You tell Gachi to get his ass on. I'm seeing if I have any flax, because I have a whole shitload of everything. What rarity was needed for flax? I have heroic. You can have. We're up. Lord, did you need flax? Word. Is that enough? Oh. You have flax for me. Oh, okay. Well, who the fuck needs flax? I have no idea who needs it. I can't remember. Someone was asking about flax. Well, I'll just keep it on me. What, the flax? Oh, see, I got no flacking idea. Absolutely none. But yeah, it's going to be intriguing, man. It really will. I think that a lot of it really boils down to... My mount just ran into the tent. The pace of settlement progression versus the availability of drop rates through POIs. Because again, even if we compare, like, obviously this comparison isn't going to be accurate, but like, if you look at an eye level 29 epic in the current state of gearing, that's equivalent to a Lego eye level 26. So as soon as I think 26 crafting comes online, you'll see a big wave of like big expensive crafts going out. I feel as though eye level 23 crafts are almost a little bit of a debate at this point in time. I feel like the people that are spending on eye level 23 crafts will probably be like newer players or people that are trying to maybe like win early for some reason. But I feel as though eye level 23 crafts are not necessarily the craziest, although they are like super fucking cheap. With the changes to food and elixirs, Legos are going to be really rare. Have we checked the quality output change with those to see if like the quality ratio is different in terms of how much it's impacting stuff? Like, is it the same quality scale of like crafter quality rating to quality on gear? Because I am really curious about that. I think Legos, ooh, braidwood. I think Legos being extremely rare is really good, by the way. But we also have probably more liquidity of high rarity materials floating out and about, just that people could get their hands on. I'm gonna be kind of pissed if this Braidwood is Lego at this point. This better be common, bro. I better save up all my luck. I swear. Okay, good. Good. I gotta save up all my luck for next phase. I must. I must. Depends on how the mayors work together. It could get wild. Oh, dude. Everything is dependent on mayors and server prog. Yeah, 1000%. Our server's wiping on Steam release date or sometime before. The server dies on December 1st, but the private test realm will be up until December 10th. Then on December 11th, we have the new servers going up. Well, it'll be the same servers, but all wiped. So that's when the fresh start will be. So basically, in between now and then, important dates. This weekend, live is up if you want to fuck around on live. PTR will be up on Monday. Then PTR will go down for another live up period. And then once the live is up, it'll stay up for a few days. I think it's like the 26th to the 1st. Then on the 1st, they are doing like an apocalypse end of like Shoal and Lotharia event. And then it will die. On the 2nd, PTR will go up until the 10th. And then on the 11th, PTR is down. New servers are up. Will it be free on Steam or do I need to buy it again? They're working on entitlements. The entitlements are not up yet. So you'll keep launching through the Intrepid launcher for the time being. And then in the long term, the entitlements will be working properly. If you don't have your pack yet, the price is dropping with the December 11th launch as well. Access starting on December 11th is $50 USD, but it'll also be on sale for $42.50 USD until the 25th. It's a 2-week sale. So potentially good options there. Problem is the pacing and crafting coming online is based on what the player base decides to focus on. If the player base is rushing POIs to secure grind and level, then settlements are going to grow slowly anywhere outside of a couple spots. Crafting stations slow to come online too. Right, but we also have a very small player base, and as player base comes online, settlements are also powered by something as simple as more people in more places paying taxes to help build buildings faster. More lifting, or more hands makes like light lifting or whatever the fuck it is, right? And we've seen that 1,000 times with settlements already. If the player base is rushing POIs to gear and grind, that's awesome. That's gonna happen. But this tower can only sustain so many people before it is literally at capacity and nobody is getting anything from it. Steel Bloom can only hold so many groups, and we will see how many groups it can hold this next set of servers. I promise you that. We do every set of servers. So at a certain point, people will say, oh, all the good areas are cooked right now. We either go somewhere bad, or we go level a town, or we go gather, refine, craft. In an ideal world, there are so many people doing so many things all at once with ashes that your settlements are leveling while people are mob grinding, while people are doing this, that, the other. Also, if people are going to POIs, then that means the settlements are going to be getting more XP quicker because every kill generates XP for the settlement. So I kind of look forward to that side of it a lot more. A lot of our systems are truly based off of player base, and our player base isn't the craziest. So I think it'll be a good step to seeing actually like how it feels with a more populated server, you know what I mean? Is it worth getting upgraded tools now? Phase 2, I remember, was pointless. Oh yeah, you definitely want upgraded tools. Phase 2 early gear prog, it was really pointless primarily because like early gear prog phase 2 was get level 10 items and then enchant them. I have a colonoscopy on the 9th, hope I'm good by the 11th. Why wouldn't you be? Doesn't a colonoscopy just like the doctor kind of like sticks something up your butt for a little bit and you just like walk it off? You'll be good on the 9th? Yeah, like do you have dates after? Are you following up? I feel like you could stick something up my butt right now and I could walk 5 minutes after. I'm not gonna lie. I think you'll be fine. I think you just gotta like man up. You have anesthesia. Why? Let me enjoy that shit. I'm paying good money. If I'm paying to have something stuck up my ass, I'm gonna be awake to like witness it. I feel like that's ridiculous. Because you'd have to pay more for the anesthesia as well. You're another bubble keybind? It's my dodge bind. Yeah. I'm rebinding it though. Because dodge is getting a lot worse. I don't know what I'm gonna rebind it to. Maybe walk forward. Fucking 4-wheel. Jesus Christ. Who needs flax? Somebody needed my flax. I need to give this to you. Maybe he's getting it in a civilized country and doesn't have to pay for it. Or he has a good enough, you know, job so he has insurance. Either way. Either way. I don't have those luxuries here. Me flax. Are you in Winstead? But I might be far. Where are you? Because I'm in Winstead and I can run to deliver. I have nothing else going on. Quite literally nothing. Enjoy the poop juice they make you drink. Oh no. Wait, so like they just lax your shit? Don't trouble you. Bro, I'm not doing shit else. I'm gonna be real. At least this gives me an objective. If you run up towards me and I run down towards you, I got a whole shitload of flags. They clean you out prior to going in. I mean, I guess that's the smart play. If I'm being honest. What? Duel. Oh, fucking bard? Oh, I hate bards. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, why is it always bards, man? Flags, please. Oh, wait. I have mats. I just remembered. Hold on, let me not throw all this away. Let me not throw all this away. Shay, thank you for that. Ice cream in a soft pillow. Oh no. Oh no, wait. That's rough. Okay, yep. No, I'll take notes. I'll take notes. So like, you couldn't just go into that raw? Like, you couldn't just walk in and be like, no sir, I'm an expert. God fucking damn it. Instinctively throws it back. Alright, never mind. Never mind, never mind. A 3-day colonoscopy would be crazy, by the way. 3 days of fucking punishment, man. That would be... Honestly, maybe that would be enough to pay for. Maybe that would make it all worth it. I don't know, though. I'm not 100% sold on it. Well, I guess I can use some of my scrolls. Do I have any strength scrolls left? Wait. I don't have any fucking strength scrolls left. No! We're down horrendous. We're down horrendous. I'll just pop one of these bitches. 3 days and you have to hold it in yourself. I mean, that probably saves some of the money. I've heard one of the most expensive things right now is like labor costs associated with a bunch of shit. You know what I mean? 3-day colonoscopy is what I call a long weekend. Listen, that's just extra hours, man. That's just putting in the work that you need to put in to make ends meet sometimes. And personally, I think that's what it takes to, you know, just exist in today's modern society and economy. Takes a large level of commitment. South, you okay? Work up this way. I'll probably just be smacking the shit out of people. Attacker or defender? What are people? You fight Bard is more fun fight, I guess. Wait, oh no, was it Bard versus Rogue? And not going well for Bard? I feel like Rogue is disgusting. You attack, word. I didn't know which side he was on. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, hold on. Is my tree right? Nope. Hold on. Un momento, senorita. Alright, bet. I hate dueling bards. It's just one combo and tragedy at that point, man. Literal tragedy at that point. But hey, it's okay. We'll see what we can bait out from it. Oh, we got the wolf in here too. We're up tremendous. I just gotta keep the pressure up immensely. And I gotta try to manage everything that I have very, 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 very meaningfully. But little moments like this are actually good because it keeps my cooldowns up. And it gives me time to get all squared away. He's gonna discordance off this, that'll break. I reflect it, and then we pop this. He's got his nimble up. So, we'll pull him back in, we'll get a trip combo here. That's gonna be really good damage. Gotta chase this down. We'll wall him, and then we'll get that stun. We'll get a little bit of a gap close. Tomahawk in the back. He resisted that trip. I got 1 second on a trip. I keep him on the defensive here. So, he marionettes me there. That's perfectly fine. Give him another second or two. We'll we'll reflect this yet again. We'll get big damage out. Nice, GG. Good fight, good fight, good fight. It's just those combos hit so fucking hard. I gotta be very, 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 very cautious that I don't get fucking wombo comboed by those bad boys. The reflex coming out of the marionettes is such a big thing against a bard too. Realistically, I should be holding my CCs longer. Like, I don't really want to break his marionette or be in a spot where I need to break his marionette or use that shake it off to heal. I want to save that for Mez Dance, because if I get Mez Dance, then he can lullaby me. I can get the stun. Like, it's not ideal. So I try to avoid that. Didn't even get one off. Played too much mage in PTR. I miss PTR health, dude. I really do. PTR health, I was an indomitable being. I was actually fucking sicko mode. Like, I had an untouchable amount of HP. It was fucking wild. I look forward to the day those come back in. Very, 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 very much so. Playing with one of those diagnosing machines like an idiocracy. Oh god, no, hoofs. Hoofs. We need to keep the butts sacred, please. Please. Okay, moving on from the butts, guys. Moving on from the butts. Holy shit, we just got down an entire route. People were asking valid questions, then we got down a butt route. That was not ideal. Anyways, Valor asked, what's the current highest/fastest AoE killing machine archetype? Highest/fastest AoE killing? Are you looking for PvE or PvP, by the way? That was all you? I didn't bring up the butts. I didn't bring up the butt at all. Wait, where is he? Oh, wait. There he is. Goddamn. I couldn't see his ass. PvE? Probably fighter. Oh, wait. My mouse died. Hold on. Hold on. I had to plug my fucking mouse in. We're down horrendous. Alright, we go. It's time, boys. We need to not let him get squared away. And I'm gonna try to be very, very, very aggro very early on. And not let him get those combos off. Because those combos are what cause very substantial issues for a Dusty like me. But if I can make him uncomfortable, then I can absolutely just walk this down. And that's a very good set of circumstances for me. So, what I'm looking for is trying to keep all of my debuffs up on him. Trying to chase him down a good bit. Not let him get all of that range that he actively wants. No! I thought he was going one more auto. Fuck! I actually kind of fucked myself there. This might hurt. I really had to get in range to interrupt that. And thankfully I did, but... we got the good trip there on the Tommy Hawk in the back. Now we're gonna wall off his exit, make sure that he stays within range. I'll get my defensives up. And then I gotta be cautious as soon as his trip lockout ends in 2, 1. We're looking for a discordance trip. Nice. Alright, GG. Whew! I had to be careful with that last trip. So basically, when you CC somebody too much with one type of CC, they get a lockout. And they get 10 seconds of not being CCable by that same type of CC. So I had him in the CC lockout, and I had to wait for that lockout for my trips to end, because when I reflect somebody, it's going to do damage to them, it's going to restore some mana to me in my 1v1 build, and then it's also going to trip the person that I hit. So if I used that in his combo, it would have done the damage, it would have restored my mana, but it would not have tripped him. So basically, I had to wait for that CC lockout, which was like the double debuff, to tick down 3, 2, 1, and then I was trying to essentially, like, get my trip on his discordance, which are the floating music notes. Cool thing about that in 1v1s is once they throw those out, those are a very slow-moving projectile, so you can almost, like, control when those hit. You can either run into them to make them hit you sooner, or you can run away from them to make them hit you, like, later on. So there, I ran into his stuff, and then I popped my reflect when his trip lockout wore off. I got the trip, and then he's on the ground, and then one slam, and then he died. I feel like that's one of the things that I really like about Tank. We always have those, like, those small moments of being able to ebb and flow in combat so well. I still, to this day, don't understand the whole, like, rework Tank crowd. It's always been something so mysterious to me, man. I don't get it. Made this shit look too easy. Wait till you see me fight a rogue, and then you'll be like, Dusty, you're dog shit. For every fight that I make tank look really good, I also have a fight where I get absolutely shit on by, like, a not advantageous fight for me. So the thing about Bard is, like, when I'm fighting against a Bard, I need to make sure that they are not getting their combos off and not getting their finishers off because of that resonant dump. Resonant weapon stacks do increased damage on finisher and extended finisher, just big chunks. And if a Bard gets like a full discordance off, they try to like CC you, throw the discordance, and then have the res weapon off, and then they'll try to get the finisher and extended finisher off for those extra damage pops when the discordance, those music notes actually hit. So disrupting that combo and not letting them get to the last 2 hits of the weapon attack chain is the biggest thing that you can do against Bard to not take damage from them. And really good Bards, like they will make you take damage from it. And if you're like a really good tank, you have a lot of counter for that. So even if you're fighting a really good Bard, you can genuinely like just throw out reflex. You can thro out a lot of disruptions. You'll notice I was using my grapple there a lot. When I would get him in melee range, I was using intimidating aura because he'll get a lot of evasion if he pops a nimble. Intimidating aura can provide staggered, which reduces his CC evasion. I also put out staggered on my finishers. So I was basically trying to keep a shitload of debuffs up. I was trying to make it so he was playing where I wanted to play and not where he wanted to play. And the second he's able to like flip the script and I play a little bit too defensive and on my back foot, I can lose half my HP. One combo from him, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. So I gotta play like very aggro. And that's kind of the thing with rogues too. Is like tank versus rogue, tank can win against rogues if we can just like play more aggro than them. But rogue has everything in its toolkit to stand toe to toe with us very, 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 very well. And just like punch each other in the face heavyweight matchup, except they're also dodging more. They're also healing more. They're also hitting us harder. That's our hardest matchup, in my opinion. And it changed a little bit for 1v1s on the PTR too, because of HP scaling differences, but that's gonna be fun to figure out. People actually still think Ash is a scam? Oh yeah. Yeah, what do you mean? People will literally, oh, you're here. I got you. Follow me for flax. The flax man cometh. How about a ranger in a 1v1? Oh my god, free 99. I don't think, like, against tank? Yeah, free 99. I would probably, I could start the duel in my living room. You could hit me with the first snipe. I could run into my setup. I could unplug my mouse from the charging cable, plug it into the dongle, realize it's dead, unplug it from the dongle, plug it back into the charging cable, turn my keyboard vertically so I can play comfortably, and then still win the 1v1. Poor Rangers. Poor Rangers. I feel so bad for them, man. All right, let's see. Flax. I don't know how much flax you need, but you have time to go to the store to buy milk and come back? Yes. Can we watch this? Shit, get me a ranger. Bro, low-key on PTR, I could actually probably on PTR start a duel with a DPS class, run around the block, and then make it back before I die. Like, low-key, I would dox myself streaming it, but like, if someone lets me stream at their house, we can actually test it with the PTR build. You can hit me, and then I will sprint around the block, and then get back to the setup, and then, like, take the duel over. Yeah, 1000%. Dried ash board used for your shield, made in Forge if you want it. Bro, I'm not gonna craft anything. I appreciate you so much, Lore, but like, at this point, I'm not gonna craft anything. I'm not gonna force someone to craft shit for me. Like, dude, I spent 3 weeks gathering for shit. Like, I'ma just wait. Like, if anybody wants my stuff to craft stuff, you can literally have it all. Like, I will empty out my fucking storage for anybody that needs something. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Do you think they'll fix the HP meta before the 11th? They have said that they have like a, this was basically part 1 of the TTK adjustments. There's going to be a part 2 that comes in as an intended part of the changes that just hasn't been deployed yet. So we're going to see changes to it. personally, as someone who played in sieges, as someone who did every form of like larger scale testing that was available over there, granted they weren't like S tier competitive stuff, we had easy anti-cheat bugs and stuff like that, but we at least got to like experience the changes. With dodge being very down and no longer being able to dodge infinite instances of damage on every dodge and no longer having spring step increasing the distance by 50%, movement matters a lot more. Positioning matters a lot more, and movement disrupting abilities matter a lot more. There were many times where I would pull someone in and like I would trip them, wait for them to stand up, they'd dodge away, I'd follow them because keep in mind the dodge is now this, so they would dodge away, and when they would dodge away, I would follow them, I would trip them again, and then they'd get up and they'd go, oh shit, dodge. And then I would wall them after that dodge, and then they would still die. Sometimes the wall wasn't even necessary. So it's almost like you still have movement to get out of stuff. There were many times where I got grappled, and the immediate, keep in mind, I'm not even running the top stamina perk, the top dodge perk in the stamina tree, so I can dodge multiple projectiles. I can only dodge one instance of damage per dodge. I will get pulled, and then I'll dodge once outward to get around walls, and then I will turn and start blocking like this, and then I will look for something on my back line to intercept to while I walk backwards, and then I'll find somebody in range, I'll raid frame intercept to them, and then that's how I'll get out. So like you have to get a little bit more creative now around your class abilities instead of just like, haha, I double dodge out, you can't hit me for an entire second, and I win the game. That's kind of what old dodge was representative of. Love this iteration. Hopefully the rest of the stat adjustments don't go too far. I feel like there will absolutely be adjustments. I feel like some DRs will probably be put in. I would predict the top end HP scaling maybe coming down a little bit. Maybe like con goes from 4 to 3. And but I'm gonna be real. In a lot of the combat that we were doing, especially like group-based versus group-based stuff, it was very much an element of like the fights were ebbing and flowing instead of just like, haha, vines, all in, everything dies. It was this drawn out, sustained, we get a vines, we jump in, and as we're dumping our abilities, you slowly see health bars ticking down, and then you see them jump back up, and you see them tick down more, and then we're like, okay, dog the low HP people. We pull one of those low HP people in at half, and we kick the shit out of them and finish them there. Then we look to, work the outside of the clump and finish more kills around the edge of it, and we have to dog people down instead of just target somebody, auto attacks, haha, you're dead. I liked it a lot. Now, I do also come from like some slower TTK stuff with New World where like, especially in group-based stuff, it is a bit more forgiving for the individual, that's getting hit if you're getting hit by uncoordinated damage, but it's also way less forgiving for the coordination of damage. And the element that is now rewarded is no longer, haha, I catch one person out and they're just immediately dead. It's, haha, my entire army catches you out and you die as a result. If I throw a grapple on any class in the PTR, they can survive just me hitting them, especially since I'm a tank scaling up HP and mitigation. They can survive me. Even if I'm in my 310 power build, they can survive me. So then they go, ha ha ha, bye Dusty. But if I grapple you and then immediately 20 motherfuckers turn to you and start blasting, we got a different set of affairs, boys, and people could die. Guess what? I, as a tank, with 24k HP, 62-45 mitigation split, with a shield on, with 60-50 block mitigation split, still died through my block in the siege testing multiple times. As cool as it is to scale up big number, more damage comes through. You know what I mean? It's like we are avoiding a way lower percentage of damage, and more of those true hits are just like full doming us. You know what I mean? That's a big part of it. I think that's like the core change of it all. I gotta stop arguing with people in the Ashes Discord. Oh, dude, the Ashes Discord is awful. Ashes Discord and Reddit, I think, are rough. I think most MMOs are in very rough states of circumstances with their like very public low moderation areas, like Discord, like Reddit. Shit like that. Ashes Discord is great. Yeah, it's great for poop entertainment. But like the thing with Discord is like it's the same with any online forum. You never really have any like full verification of like who's playing the game, who's not playing the game, who's just spitting shit to spit shit. Like there are so many people that are just like, here's how I would change every single aspect of Ashes of Creation from a player who has played 7 hours or hasn't even played yet, but they watched 2 YouTube videos. That's a lot of what we get, man. You see it on Reddit, you see it on Discord, you see it literally everywhere. And a lot of the time, it's not even people that understand the systems that they're yapping about. So, I'm 1000% like, bro, I learned a while back. The Discord over there is essentially just a zoo. It really is. It's just like watching a bunch of like, I don't know, deranged animals in cages, feeling like they can't escape, except the door to their cage is open the entire time. So they're just like sitting there screaming and making animal noises and shit and causing a ruckus, when in all actuality, they could just walk out of the door of their cage at any point in time and just do something else. And I feel like that's a lot of like what the Discord's representative of. It's people that, some people do genuinely want to provide valid feedback, but there are so many people there that are past the point of wanting to provide valid feedback to the point where they're now just outwardly unhappy with things. And it shows through in what they're trying to, you know, purvey to like the developers. I think that's a big part of it. Glad they added all crafts to be viewable. Should be nice for new players. Oh my god, the crafting UI change is so good. Dude, it's so much better than like what we have right now. This, compared to what we have on PTR, is so night and day. Like, they have so many good changes over on that build that I feel like people are just completely overlooking in every way, shape, and form. Someone that only made it to level 8 can't figure out why I took off from the 11th to the 19th and have 11 days of grinding. So there's nothing to do to level 25. I mean, listen, I understand the critiques. I 1000% get it. I understand where a lot of people's feedback is rooted. I understand that a whole lot of systems are not where they're supposed to be in the long term. But I also understand that we're not at that point that is supposed to be considered the long-term point of sustenance. Long-term point. And like, I don't know if that's just a crazy take, but I kind of just understand how it is over here. I love when the critique is that the game is a scam. Yeah, that's always a wonderful take. That always makes it an absolutely joyous occasion for everybody. The second is just like, game scam. How game scam? Well, game scam. All right, dope. Thank you. Thank you. If you guys want to see a scam, you can do a /gift5 in the chat right now, and I'll make 30 of your fucking US dollars disappear, boys. That's goddamn scam. You'll get a swift thank you and a smile. And then other than that, it's about it. I'll show you a scam if you want to talk scams. The game is actually a scam, though. No, /gift5 is actually a scam. The playtest is actually playable. I mean, I guess maybe anything could be a scam depending on how hard you look at it. But like, I would consider it more of a scam if it wasn't playable. If it was like, if we were crowdfunding just a vision without a product that was actually in some way, shape, or form valid. But fucking John. Fucking John. Are fighters in a better state now since phase 2? To be determined with the new like power and HP changes, especially with round 2 of the TTK coming in at some point soon on the PTR. I would say like 1000% better than the Omega fast state of kills that P2 had, especially like pre, you know, attribute rework P2. It was rough out there. It was rough out there. Soon everything will be amazing again. We'll be so up. But yeah, so with fighters, like, I think they are going to be a bit better off this next phase, or this next like iteration of gearing especially. But I feel as though fighter has always just kind of suffered from the melee paradox. I need to get in range to do damage to you, but since everybody has range, by the time I get into range to do damage to you with my abilities, you've hit me from range to the point where it's no longer a profitable trade for me to be where I am. That's the big problem. And I think overall, it'll be a little bit better depending on how the sustain and how the movement of people is. Because the big thing with the fighter too is like, fighter goes in current stuff, right? Fighter jumps in. I just go, whoa. And then I get out, right? I get spring step. Oh no. And then I'm fucking gone. So like, to a certain extent, I think fighters had like a few different woes, so to say, along the way that has prevented it from really activating in the most meaningful sense of fighterisms. But I do feel like that'll be a little bit better. Reduced movement, like less zippy movement with the dodge changes, more HP and potential sustain. I do also love the block meta, the block mitigation meta. It is allowing a lot of classes to play quite beefy by simply throwing on a shield, or if you even don't want to go the shield, you can just go with a ward bonus or active block, and then you can just have an extra bit of mitigation from jewelry. There are a lot of routes that you can go to tank up, so I feel like fighter has potential. It's just a matter of like what's going on with it. A lot of them were worried about getting review bombed on Steam. I was like, every game outside of Clear Obscura gets review bombed on Steam right away. Said anyone that only looks at Steam reviews on if they buy a game and doesn't do outside research to see if they like the game or as bad as people. Oh no, like personally, I understand the validity of people like being worried about the public perception of it, but I also feel like those people are the ones that are living in a bit of an echo chamber, pretending that the public perception of Ashes isn't already the equivalent of very negative Steam reviews. Go on MMORPG subreddit, go on MMORPG.com and look up any Ashes article, go on any form of social media and look up Ashes of Creation. You're probably going to find like 60-40 negative to positive, and most of the negative will come from people that do not have their access and have not played the game. And honestly, some of the positive will come from people that don't have access and haven't played their game. It's kind of crazy. So just personally, I always feel as though there's a certain element of like, yes, the public perception will matter with Steam reviews, with all of that. But the public perception's already pretty bad. Can only get better from here. Was the trailer outsourced or was it done in-house? They had in-house people work on it and also outsourced to a studio to do some of the animation, I think. I don't know what the split was. But they talked about who worked on it. They gave a shout out at the end of the trailer. I can't remember the names and like the name of the studio that they used, but they did mention it at the end of the trailer in the dev stream. Send the Discord. Steam reviews won't be what chase people away. It's people in the Discord. Yo, that's actually so valid. So fucking valid. Do you think there's enough to do right now to keep people entertained? Yeah, I mean, despite me just sitting here watching naked men and women beat the shit out of each other, keep in mind, yo, Bully Wooly, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Keep in mind, this is also going to be like the lowest state of player base that Ash is going to see. So like, you came from New World. So like, this is essentially going to be like, you know, this period of New World right now, where it's like pre-Eternum launch and it's like, hey, shit's bad, but don't worry, we got the cross port coming over. So we're going to see that jump in player base again. Ashes is very, 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 very like dependent on player base to function, between like settlement progression, between the world feeling alive, between competition and friction over areas and resources. Right now, like for the last 3 weeks before it went over to the PTR and like the wipe stuff came about, I was spending like 8 hours a day for 3 weeks just gathering, because I was like, well, no one else is doing it, I gotta do it. Like I had all of my stuff ready to make a full gear set. Like I was ready. So for me, there's always a lot that you can do to stay entertained, because the potential scaling of a character is very high. Even from just like, yo, Bone Jar, thank you for 3 months, creepy. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Even from just a level of like, how effectively can I keep scaling my character? How long can I keep scaling my character for? You can put a lot of work into your character, not to mention the enchanting system at the top end that can quite literally Thanos snap pieces of gear. There is genuinely a lot of scaling that can happen. Now, does it get repetitive? Does it get a little bit boring at certain times? Yeah, it's a grindy, nitty gritty, old school MMO with some modernization in certain places. But more or less, like, you're gonna get your initial gear set through a combination of like leveling, mob grinding, maybe some light crafting. But crafters make the best shit in Ashes, and it takes a lot of gatherables to make the highest tier of things, especially in the highest rarity. So you're absolutely going to be investing in a grind. There is a grind to level the server between the towns, unlike New World, where every single town can have every single like table and they can all be T5. Ashes only has a certain amount of like plots that are available in towns that increases as the town expands. Through a system called vassaling, not every town can be at the highest level. So if I hover over Winstead, Winstead is just these boundaries here, but you'll notice everything lights up there in terms of the boundaries. That's called a vassal network. So Winstead is your tier 4. A tier 4 has 2 tier 3s underneath it. Here's a tier 4 footprint, okay? Here's a tier 3 footprint. Much smaller, no big stone walls or anything like that, much fewer plots. So a T4 has 2 T3s underneath it. Each T3 has 1 T2 underneath it. T2s cannot be governed and do not have buildings. So you'll have basically like out in the middle of nowhere, like type shits, and you will have regionality set up. You'll have hubs. You'll have the East Bumfuck, where nobody goes to. You'll have points that need progression. You'll have points that are focused up, points that naturally progress. And there will be kind of like a living dynamic to the world too, but that's a little more down the line. So from the, progressing your character side, there's a ton that you can actively do to scale up your character. Along the way, you can get any level of friction that you want. You can guild versus guild declare things. You can do settlement versus settlement wars, guild versus guild wars, settlement versus settlement sieges, open world PvP, caravans, crates, a lot, genuinely. A lot of it right now is off-rails content and leads to like user-generated content. So you've got to be a part of a community that wants to like actually make content. And like complete shit together, if I'm being real. If you're solo, it's going to be hard to find a lot of the stuff because there's not like an arena that you queue into where you get match made. There's not like, oh, I want to do Carfin. I'm going to go into an interface and queue for Carfin and then teleport there. Carfin is a grand dungeon, the Tower of Carfin. You go up in this tower and there are different mobs as you go higher and higher in the tower, and then some events as well. This is an open world dungeon. The Fallen Forge, an open world dungeon. Everything in Ashes is open world, and all of your progression will come from the open world. There will be light instancing in the long term, but the emphasis is open world. So from my perspective, there is, I'm gonna be real, already a lot to do without the accessory systems coming in. Is it always the most flashy, fucking like Call of Duty like stream where there's always action, Call of Duty, where there's action going on all the time, right? Nah, it's not gonna be that constantly 24/7 lit thing. Even if you're a PvP player, you have to embrace PvE. You need to gather, refine, craft to get anything that you want pretty much above green rarity. Blues, very rare to drop, especially good blues. Anything epic or legendary that I'm wearing has been crafted. I've never seen a legendary drop. I've never seen an epic drop in terms of completed items. I've seen heroics. I have 3,000 hours played. I'm a big mob grinder. I like hitting mobs. I like hitting people. If you want something in high rarity, you're crafting that shit. There's a lot to do. Some people don't like all of what there is to do. Mount Baron here. Hey, yo. I'm gonna need a Mount Baron for these new servers. I'm just saying. So there's a lot to do. Some people are not willing to like look under the rug a little bit to see what there is to actually do, right? And some people will just sit on a surface level and just be like, there's nothing to do because I can't queue into things. When in all actuality, I have 4 trade skills right now, 3 gathering and 1 processing that are at the highest functional level with Journeyman. I could, if I wanted to, like granted these servers are dying in a month, so I'm not going to, but I could run around the world, and as I'm just running around the world talking to people, I can be looking at every single tree. I can be looking at every single flower. I can be looking at every single huntable mob and saying, hey, do I want to stop for this? If I want to stop for this, I gather it. It goes into my materials storage. I can make money off that. I can use that for crafting. I can give that to somebody else to refine that. Then I can get it back and I can craft shit with it through a crafter. It's just very baseline. If I could summarize it in like a minute or less, because I get very happy when I'm asked this question. The element of I hit things to get stronger, to hit better things to get stronger, to try to be the strongest is there. The big thing that isn't there right now for a lot of people is I have hit all the stuff. I'm dripped out. I'm ready to go. What do? There's none of that like, oh, this way, honey. Here, let me introduce you to the PvP part of the game. The PvP part of the game can start at level 1. Well, technically like level 6. But you can be PvPing from very early on. Very early on. You can be introduced into all of the gameplay loops very early on. It's just a matter of figuring out what you want to interact with and going from there. That's the biggest thing. Boley said, been looking at the game for years, but waited until it got cheaper. Did not want to spend hundreds of dollars. So even if it did not come to Steam, would have gone to the site to buy it for $50. Yo, $42.50 as well. You save $7.50 if you get it during the 15% off sale. So, kind of solid. But yeah, as Ashes gets more like endgame accessory systems, man, like Harbingers is going to be a great thing because Harbingers, the Harbinger system is the start of what are called story arcs. Story arcs are going to have like outward effects on the server itself. For example, we have a corrupted area that spawned here in the tropics, right on this little like peninsula. And basically this wasn't dealt with fast enough and couldn't be dealt with fast enough. So it expanded to the south. And now all of this area was a force flag lawless area. If the event was not dealt with here, then this was going to expand. So you then had an expansion here, and you had an expansion that consumed this part. So it went up to here. And then it wasn't dealt with enough, so then it went all the way up to consuming this. I don't want to know what it's supposed to, or what it's going to be like when we go back on the PTR, but now we have essentially more or less this entire part of the tropics that has been transformed into a completely corrupted, like force flag lawless PvP area. Granted, all of this was anyways. But even the settlement area, and this transforms all of the gatherables, all of the wilderness mobs, everything. It's a complete game changer to the system. So there will be people that want the corruption to naturally go away, and they'll try to complete the events and shrink that corruption. But since those are force flag lawless PvP events, you'll have people that both want to help the corruption and want to stop the corruption. You've got to deal with both sides of that, and you've got to be ready to actually, you know, knuckle up against whatever side you believe in. So it is something where your server could entirely be cuckaroonied by that corruption expanding in an area where you wanted to go. It's pretty cool. Big question is, what node are we going after? Settlement? Jesus Christ, using the dead name. I mean, I'm gonna be real. If the anvils buffs are actually really good, probably just plant it back in KT, bro. Like, the anvils may actually be somewhat desirable depending on how the POI passes. Steven said they have a micro POI team, which I'm really familiar with micro things, and I know they can accomplish a lot of big things despite being small and overlooked. So I believe in the micro POI team a whole hell of a lot right now. If the anvils gets up tremendous with a first time user experience buff, another questing hub or two after the like bonfire trade outpost, because right now the anvils has great linearization for a first time user experience. I would actually be willing to say the starting questing experience in the Mount Dune area is more engaging, more fun, and more cinematic than that of the Riverlands. But the fall off of the cliff once you're out of the Mount Dune area is astronomical right now, and the anvils doesn't present much outside of that at this point in time. If they can carry the anvils through to even fucking level 12 at this point, get me to level 12 to 15, fluid as shit in the anvils, and then just let me skedaddle out of there, the anvils will be valid. People will be in the anvils. I would guarantee it. The anvils starting experience is really fun. Coming out of the mountain spawn is like this massive cavernous area. It's like lit by torches. It's cinematic. It's got this tree area right in there. It's nice. Sunhaven has a nice defense for sieges. I mean, the thing with town layouts is there are only a few types of town layouts right now. It's all about like the settlement cork itself. So like the placement of the town really isn't like that massive for sieges and stuff. I mean, that'd probably be more for wars, honestly, more validity there. So you can kind of like hole up towards the town and then push out for settlement wars, which would be kind of cool. But for like sieges, the respawn points are in the actual like settlement cork in the adjacent area. And I guess it'd be like maybe outside of the cork a little bit if it was fully developed. But then you're just like playing into the cork itself. So this is like they have a few different types of settlements or called like corks. So you have the non-river cork, which I can show this in the Riverlands a lot easier. You have like the non-river cork, which is like this design. So you see the high ground near like the town hall and everything like that. That's the same thing that Sunhaven is. So that's just the same non-river cork rotated a little bit on its axis. And then you have the river cork. So you have the river cork here, and then you have the river cork here. And that's a slightly different design. And then you have another river cork here, which is also that same river design. Just slightly rotated. So then you have the newest one, and that's going to be your harbor cork. The harbor cork is what Kaltorum is. That's going to be this like D-shaped design where you actually have the town hall kind of at like, you know, sea level, so to say, and then it builds up outside of it. So Jinnah over here was the first harbor cork, and then you had some harbor corks come in over in the tropics, and then you also had KT get a harbor cork, and then some over in... Does Junedark have harbors? Yeah, Junedark has a harbor. Yep. Mythbreak. So those are just like there are 3 types right now. They have not added a 4th because these are all just the same river, non-river. As far as I can remember. Yeah, these are just the same river, non-river corks. So there are 3 types of like basically like settlement layouts right now. And they plan to add more. It's just not an emphasis right now because like, is the settlement working? Does it exist? Yes. Okay, dope. Why is your horse inside me? The fuck? I'm being harassed. I hope they do every racial area like the Anvils to level 12. So in the long term, they've iterated on this a little bit. In the long term, as level expansion goes up, these starting areas, so like your Riverlands, your Anvils, your eventual starting areas on the other side, those are meant to support level 1 to 30 progression. And, oh, Shay. Oh, God. Those are meant to support level 1 to 30 progression. And then the endgame areas, which are everything else, those are meant to be like your 31 to 50 prog. So the Junedark, for example, they've told us this is a level 50 endgame area that's actually like artificially downscaled right now to a playable state for us, which is kind of cool to think about. We'll have kind of one of those, like, I call it an heirloom area because it's going to progress with us all the way up. So it'll always be somewhat valid for endgame prog as it continues to develop. So we have a couple of those areas that will definitely scale up. But yeah, if they can get like the Riverlands, it doesn't need much more. Maybe some touch-ups, but like the Riverlands is already solid. The Anvils is definitely like the emergency point of triage for the first time user experience. Because like I wouldn't even say that we have like 2 starting areas. It's like a house saying they have 2 bathrooms. Like we have 1.5 bathrooms. What exploit did you report to get the Shatterclaw? We were in Steel Bloom and we were like mob grinding in Steel Bloom looking for recipes. And just like seeing what drops were. 1 mob drops and it has every single alchemy recipe in the game that was Journeyman. All of the new like elixirs, all of the scrolls, like everything. Alchemy and scribe stuff, like it was rough. So it was basically all of the new recipes that they had added in, or at least a lot of them, that were bulked under 1 group to all drop at once. It was supposed to be like, this group has a 0.x% chance to have like any of the items in this group drop at this % chance. But it was like this group all drops if this dice roll is hit. So we hit the dice roll that dropped every single thing within that group from a single mob. And as soon as it dropped, I hit the bug report and I had like the screenshot of the loot table in the bug report. I was so fast with it. I was like, this is not intended. So yeah, I guess I'd like beat everyone in the group to it. But that would not have been a good one to actually have slip through. And I don't know how it wasn't seen before because I didn't go to Steel Bloom and farm till like a couple days in. So that was a recent report. I thought for sure I wasn't the first. Honestly, just really want the lore. During my 11-day push, I'm going to try and learn everything inside and out. Then be able to focus hard on lore when it comes out. I want to know who, what, and why. Dude, there's so much. There's so much. In terms of the world building and the lore. Got that Steel Bloom with you? I know. I wish everybody would have got one. So, is it on your lion? Yeah, so basically it applies to a like cosmetic slot. So like if I call out my lion, it'll have that. If I call out my flail runner, it'll have it. If I call out... Okay, a shoal skipper does not have it. I just had a crazy thought for a second, but a shoal skipper will not have it. So maybe different aquatic mount skins in the long term. But yeah, any of my ground mounts have it right now. So it just goes into that like that general like mount cosmetic. Cosmetic will override the visual look of your flying mount. I don't have a flying mount. On PTR, there's an aquatic mount skin slot. Oh, massive. Massive. Yo, Master Chief, what am I doing? Good evening. Why is it going on Steam now? Probably more players, more money. God did. Check out the wiki. Oh my god, the wiki goes hard. Yeah. I mean, you could get lost in just like the Carfin wiki, or like the Carfin lore itself. So just to like start you on a path, Carfin is a really cool thing to look into because it was actually like a pivotal point in the in like the apocalypse and everything, and in like the wars and shit like that. So basically, Carfin was a university where the humans learned magic from the elves, and then I'm not gonna spoil shit, but essentially shit goes down. They try to evacuate, and the evacuation goes terribly wrong, leading to this entire university becoming completely corrupted. The inhabitants, all of it cooked. There are some conspiracies because some people who worked at the university in pretty powerful spots ended up successfully disappearing after the fact and haven't been heard or seen from since. Some inhabitants are people that used to work at the university, blah, 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 blah. So there's a lot of lore with it, a lot of like statues with references as you go through Carfin, a lot of little things that you can pick up on. And it's a big proponent in the whole lore of like how the corruption was taking place at the time, like a look into kind of like what led to Carfin being absolutely dismantled, and just kind of the, you know, the overview of like rebuilding the world as a whole. It's pretty sick. And then there are going to be like story arcs and stuff like that that spawn into it as well. Dusty 1v1.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
I hate Akadira fighters. Hold on, let me smoke. I hate Akadira. Bro, it makes people so fucking tanky. Oh, god damn it. Want new players for new perspectives on the alpha test and how things are shaping up. I mean, yeah, like Steam is the most accessible platform for games getting distributed. I feel as though Steam is like a very good thing for games having like some form of awareness around them and some form of like, you know, accessibility to them. The price drop makes sense for me. I have like a cost benefit analysis. Dub, thank you again for the follow. Are you concerned? Is there a possibility they're just trying to capture the audiences from other games that have recently shut down? It's not a lack of money issue. I mean, I think money's absolutely a part of it. Like, they're running a business, and I think that it's naive to believe that Steven can just have these unlimited pockets to fund this entire thing start to finish for as long as it's been in California with the cost of devs, cost of labor, cost of development, cost of living, cost of everything, right? It's expensive. His projections were putting in $110 million of his own money. And while all of us think Steven is this like rich god deity, there is a certain element where Steven's not Bezos. There is, you know, the level between me and Steven that there is between Steven and Bezos. And the amount of money that people have is something that, you know, is always a tangible, finite thing. So I do think while it's been super awesome to think like this is something that can actually be this big fairy tale, right? I think it's a realistic splash of water on the face of people that, like, you know, Steven came right out and said, at the end of the day, guys, this is a business and we need to run it like a business to be able to provide servers, to be able to provide development and everything there. I think money is absolutely something that is and should be at the forefront of any long-term games development because you need money to sustain things. You need money to do everything. If I don't make enough money to pay my bills as a streamer, I have to go get a job. If Steven doesn't make enough money as a business to pay his employees and keep doors open and keep servers up, he cannot have employees, have servers, and have all of those things. That's kind of where I'm leaning with it. I don't think it's like a red flag unless you're someone who takes a business saying, hey, this is the reasoning behind this move, and it's so we can get more people's vision on the game and then make more money for the future of the game. I think it's natural, and I think that while the pack was already accessible, a move to Steam, like, it's not going to keep anybody out or anything like that. Like, it only brings more people in. It's not like anybody's losing anything from this. The price reduction, whether it was on Steam or Intrepid exclusive still, very likely would have happened. It's just like the port over to Steam was to get more accessibility and coincided with the price drop and the new servers and the wipe and everything like that. I think it's absolutely wise for them to get more accessibility and more like eyes on the game with things shutting down, with MMOs in general being in a rough spot. But I also feel like the onboarding is a big thing. So yeah, I don't think it's like a lack of money issue. I think it's a Like, it's a business move from a business that is trying to put out a game that needs money to put out a game. And I don't really see it as a concern as much as I see it as like a natural progression of things. I'm not too concerned with that. And am I going to get myself a shitload of skins from the store? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy. Yeah, I'm gonna be drippy. Steven explicitly stated in the past he would never go to Steam. Money's what motivated us. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's naive to think anything else. You know what I mean? Fan said this was a surprise to the devs, and given his sources, I believe him. Also points to a financial decision. I don't know. I mean, I'm always hesitant to believe people's like trust me bro sources with everything, you know what I mean? And I don't mean to discredit anybody whatsoever. But I'm also very hesitant to believe people's like trust me bro sources, because like I'm someone who very transparently, I don't talk to Intrepid, I don't have sources, I don't have anything like that. But if I said, hey guys, an Intrepid dev said this to me, somebody out there would believe me, and somebody out there would absolutely run with it, right? So it's very easy to have this like shadow operative that's leaking you stuff. But it's always very hard to verify that when you do ask people to actually like verify their sources. So like, you know, that's a big thing. So am I, but Fant predicted this weeks ago because it was leaked to him. He published the audio. How did I not hear about this? Wait, where did this come from? Had someone talk to you? No, I don't bug Intrepid. Like, I knew nothing of this. I was actually an advocate for not fresh starting or anything. Steam price, it'll be $42.49, $42.50 from December 11th to December 25th. And then after the 25th, it goes back to $50 USD. Yes. $50 will be like the ongoing price for it. Oi. What the hell? They should launch the Harbinger on the current servers, do a mass raid on the bosses to send the servers off so everyone has their good gear. I mean, they have a plan for the end of like an end of shoal event, because like everything's going to get wiped anyways. No one's retaining gear or anything like that. But they're bringing in boost NPCs. They're bringing in like vendor NPCs that will have like gear sets and stuff like that. And then they are going to do like an end of shoal and end of like Lotharia event. They've done that at the end of like each phase so far. So that's kind of cool. I do look forward to that. Those are always really fun. It's always kind of like sad too, but it's always a really fun thing and gets me excited about the new changes. Not a lack of money, but a minimization of the cash burn, which lengthens the time they have to complete the game. Yeah, that's more where I'm at, and I think that's a really good way to put it. Yeah. He has the audio of the meeting on the day that the monthly was postponed. How? Oh, wait, is it Phantom X? Oh, I've always been saying MX. Whoops. That's my bad. That's my bad, dog. Someone inside of Intrepid leaked it to him, obviously. So, was it audio of an internal meeting, or was it audio from the Phoenix Initiative meeting where they told the Phoenix Initiative people? Someone in the company had him on a conference call. I don't know that, like, audio of internal meeting where the devs learn for the first time. Are we sure it wasn't the PI meeting? PIs were not informed ahead of time. PIs were informed ahead of time, yes. I've talked to multiple PIs that can now, like, actually confirm since the announcement's public that they did know in advance. Phoenix Initiative was informed ahead of time. I've talked to Phoenix Initiative members directly that have confirmed that they were informed. God, this was a month and a half ago where the PI meeting knew, but the Phoenix Initiative stuff can be NDA'd and they're not supposed to share it ahead of time. Okay, or whatever his name is, stated that he was not informed. If this was before the launch came out, that's probably because they were told to not. But I've talked to multiple PIs at this point that have all confirmed that they were in a meeting where it was confirmed by the developers to them. So I can't go much deeper than that because I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. But there are absolutely people in the PI that very much knew. And I'm not gonna lie, like, bro, even just on the obvious side of like, look at the communities that took breaks because they had direct knowledge of like, there's definitely going to be something here. He said Flalian was angry about it. Maybe he missed something then, bro, because like I'm also not trying to argue. I'm just saying, like, I have interacted like many times. People in the PI knew about it but could not tell anyone because of the NDA. Right. Yeah, people in PI did know. So I don't know if Yokai missed it, but like people in the PI did know. That was what tipped Polar off to take their break when they took their break, which then resulted in Supple taking a break, which resulted in a lot of people taking breaks. I had too many people that were like, yo, Dusty, wipes in December. And I'm like, no, it's not, you fucking idiot. And they're like, no, trust me, bro, I got a source. And like, I'm really bad, as you can tell, with like, trust me, bro, sources. And I make people send me like validated forms of sources before I even mention anything. And so like, I was so hesitant. People were telling me this like a month and a half ago. And I was like, no, that wouldn't make any fucking sense. Why would that happen? Why would that be a thing? And they're like, no, trust me, December full wipes. And I'm like, why? The patch is in November. That wouldn't make sense. December full wipes. Okay, whatever you say, bud. Bro, I went on record so many times being like, man, I really hope they don't do fresh starts. And they said from official channels, there are no plans of a wipe, so I don't think we're getting wipes. I got fucked. Oh, God. Phantom also has, absolutely has the audio from the in-house meeting where Steven told the devs. Can you get me that? Genuine question. Can you get me that? Does this affect the bet that we have? Better or worse odds for April 1st, 2024? 2024? Master Chief, you're going the wrong way, buddy. You're going the wrong way. God damn it. I mean, better or worse odds. I don't think this is something that impacts development cadence much. I think that if development cadence hits, 2027 is possible, but I don't think without like an exponential thum of development cadence that 2027 is really within the realm of it. I'm still very heavily leaning towards like 2028 mid to late. I think 2027 would be like a modern miracle of game dev. They would have to add a lot very quickly. Possible, but not what I'm leaning towards. So yeah, I'd stay still probably same odds in my opinion. Good grind spot for 18. Are you solo? Yeah, you're probably solo, huh? Fuck. Bro, solo grind spots are so cooked. Let's see. Probably not gonna do Epstein. Oh wait, just go north of Ursine. No one's gonna be there. North of Ursine Caves. On your map, there's this like freehold remnant. Go here and then just kill the goblins that are here. There are a couple packs. You can like AoE pull non-elites, and they have like flayers that are the elite single spawns that roam around. You can grab those guys one at a time and then you're good to go. So that'll be super easy. Yeah, you can do like your 18 to 21 there pretty easily. All right, I'll be right back. I need to bring out my coffee because now 6 p.m. And if I drink more coffee at 6 p.m., I'm fucked. I'm switching to water. Good momentum. Dog, like, I guess my question is like, why are people getting these internal leaks that are supposedly like, these are crazy leaks that would actually be worth like, probably somebody losing their fucking career over in the gaming industry. How are people willing to leak that shit? But nobody will even actually label Cockrock as a POI on my behalf. This rock literally looks like a penis and should be labeled as Cockrock. And I feel like I'm not even asking somebody to risk their job. I just want Cockrock Island to be a thing. The internal leak shouldn't happen, and PI purchase players shouldn't get that info because they lose testers. Yes. I do feel as though PI receiving information like that during PI meetings is kind of like a... Damn, man. Like, I 100% agree. What leak? Just tuning in. AOC coming to GameCube? AOC coming to Smart Fridge. Yes. So cooking will actually take your real life ingredients now, and you will need to purchase the ingredients off of the Ashes of Creation microtransaction store, where they'll be sent to you via Amazon Fresh, and then you'll put those in your smart fridge. It will scan your smart fridge for the proper ingredients to make the recipes, and then you'll be able to cook and progress in game. Don't forget about the stamina system coming soon. Now, so apparently, somebody had leaks of an internal Intrepid meeting that somebody recorded and sent to someone that got out, where Steven was letting the development team know of the the Steam port and the wipe and all that stuff. So the internal meeting was leaked. And then it's been known for a while that all of this was coming from Phoenix Initiative people. Phoenix Initiative people were told about this a while back and have known for a good amount of time. So you remember when Polar quit and they said, hey, we'll be back for the new servers. And the entire player base dropped off a cliff, and multiple communities, not just Polar, not just Supple, who I don't even know if they have PI people, but multiple communities just kind of fell off the face of the earth in terms of their activity. Well, that's because the PI was told about every single thing that was going to happen, apparently, in terms of the wipes. Now, this is coming to me from multiple people that have, like, the PI connects, some who are directly PI who can now safely talk about it because the NDA period is covered. But Phoenix Initiative knew for a while. We were told there are no immediate plans to wipe. The internal meeting where Intrepid found out and discussed the changes was also leaked. So yeah. It's interesting. I feel like low-key, I say kill off the Phoenix Initiative shit. I say end those meetings if those meetings are gonna give that much information. If people are legitimately getting like fucking strategic notifications and stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, there's definitely gonna be a wipe, and the rest of the player base can't be privy to that information. I don't even know what the PI is. The Phoenix Initiative is basically a tier of pack that you could get, or basically a benefit of a tier of pack or higher that you could get during the Kickstarter campaign, where people that bought in at a certain tier or higher became known as Phoenix Initiative. Phoenix Initiative will get an exclusive instance to like Clubhouse in the game, basically, where they can go hang out with GMs and devs and stuff like that. Whale Club, literally. So yeah, the Phoenix Initiative has like monthly meetings. I think it's like monthly or some bullshit, with the devs and like direct communication with devs. So the Phoenix Initiative is NDA'd. They can't discuss like a lot of the information beforehand. And this is all, I'm not PI. This is all what I'm being told by like PI people. So basically like they were in a meeting, were told that this was incoming, but because of NDAs, were not able to discuss. But we saw a lot of people who were immediately just leaving game. A lot of communities who left game and went on break and said, hey, we'll see you for the new servers. And everybody was like, what new servers? So, in my opinion, I don't really think that that level of like information should maybe be shared just because people bought in like an earlier pack. Feed whale earth, make game last long. You know, what do I need to do to get the whales in here? Cause like, there's always a larger whale, right? Like what must we do to get all of the whales? Like, do I need to put out a call? They get to attend the Vegas release party too. I know, that's gonna be fucking lit. And I think they unironically get like a D&D session or something with Steven. Unironically, I think they do. I think they do. Cars, I hope you're having a great day, dude. Do you think when/if you get CC program, definitely if, that would be info that should be shared then, or are you against it altogether? No, I don't think any player of any creed, caliber, anything like that should be privy to information that the rest of the player base is not privy to. I think if it is something that requires an NDA, but it's not traceable where the information is coming from in terms of valid leaks, like if it's just like it's genuinely a level of information that either should be shared to everybody or shouldn't be shared to anybody, in my opinion, especially revolving around like the long-term plans for server progression, like longevity of servers, like things like that. I mean, who knows what else has been communicated at this point that Phoenix Initiative knows about, that they're preparing for with their communities, that normal communities that are not getting Phoenix Initiative leaks are trying to keep up with. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we have anybody in Phoenix Initiative, and if we do, they're sure as hell not willing to leak to me. Because I put a ping out in announcements the other day looking for them. Got no DMs. So, we're down bad, trying to keep up at that point. And they get a head start server when it's launched. Well, okay, so the head start server is, I think, a lot less of a concern. The head start server in the early start does sound bad, but the head start server is something that is only exclusively available to those head start people. No, like, new players on normal launch can join those servers. They're sealed off environments only for those, like, Founders Edition or whatever it is players. So those servers are much less of a concern. That's just a practice route of the first few days. So I don't think that's the worst. Like, I'll probably just, like, shoutcast. I'll do that. Yeah, I got you. But it's all coming from a guy who's gonna make, who's making a game because of how much he supposedly hates pay to win, giving info to people who paid more. Well, I don't know if the info came from Steven. I don't know the structure of the, like, PI meetings or anything like that. So we can't say that directly Steven was the one that relayed this. I haven't heard who exactly said it to the PI people. All I've heard is that it was said. So full disclosure there, I don't have that level of transparency to know who said what to the PI people. I've just been told what was said, and it was shot called long in advance to me, and I doubted it. And I was like, So, like, I don't know. I was definitely doubting of it, but think about like a couple days to set up for like YouTube videos and such. I don't even think, like, I'm gonna be real. Giving content creators shit early, I think, is also very lame. I won't lie. Because then it's also a matter of, like, if you're a content creator that's not an Ashes content creator or accepted into the programs, then you're also suffering from that, and you're not going to be able to establish as much as an organic content creator. I'm actually against anybody getting shit early on an advantageous basis, content creator or not. I think if you want to make a YouTube video, you respond to the content as it comes out like a good journalist would, because essentially content creators that are doing update stuff are the equivalent of modern day video game journalists. And in terms of journalism and reporting, you want to be the one to find the news and break the news, and it's a race to do so. And getting a drop on the news, well, that can be, you know, the TMZ way. I don't really want to be the TMZ of content creator clubs, man. That's, you know what I mean? All these things are saying is exactly why I don't want anything to do with YouTube. Well, I also don't want them to tell me because I'm not going to shut the fuck up. Like, bro, you imagine I am literally here like 60 to 70 hours a week. You imagine how many times people would have come in and been like, Dusty, they're going to be wipes now. And I'm like, no. You're not going to silence me. They would have to up the price of the packs to pay me enough to not talk about that. The fuck do you mean? I'm not signing a fucking NDA if it's related to the content creator program. I would rather be not restricted in terms of being told privy information and be able to talk about whatever I want without having to second think anything than have any form of incentivization through restriction. I will not sell out for that shit. Like, if the content creator program is something that, you know, obviously opens the door for other content creators, that's amazing. But I think it becomes a level of like privilege for certain people when content creators or anybody is given a special treatment. And I think that's kind of lame when that happens. I'm gonna be real. So I'm very just averse to like anybody content creator related getting anything in advance. I would not be willing to be a part of anything that was NDA'd and we were getting stuff in advance to set up, but we couldn't do anything. So yeah, what are your thoughts on Timalope? I'm gonna be completely honest. I haven't really interacted with Timalope that much other than like very like in passing interactions. Like, I have not had like too many run-ins with a lot of like the villains of the server, like the traditional villains. I don't know why, but like, I think the most like in-depth thing that's happened with me and Timalope is maybe the time like him and Godchi pulled up. I think he was with Godchi when they pulled up before Godchi was in Cats. I was in the Lawless area and they pulled up on a fucking boat and I got pissed off, naturally, but that was my own fault. Other than that, I think his like his small band of hooligans were also, I want to say, was that Timalo's group of people that were just throwing decks out like crazy? I thought you farmed him 100-0. I farm everybody 100-0. Yeah. Yeah, what do you mean? I've never lost. Never in my life. I farm everybody 100-0 because even if I lose in game, I farm here. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think I've had like a bunch of run-ins with Timalope that go very in-depth. I mentioned you in Discord and all my freak friends come in and start attacking me. Wait, start talking about me. Wait, what happened? Do we have beef? Pull up. What happened? God damn it. Wait, which Discord? Fucking hell, is there another YouTube video coming out? God fucking damn it, Tim. I'm just trying to exist, dude. Like, it's either run around Vera and just yap to people and reminisce about the good old days when we had motivation to farm stuff, or it's go over and cry in the New World directory. I said, does he only strong on 120 viewers and they come into content, baby? Oh, wait. I appreciate that. First of all, hey, I appreciate the love. I'm just trying to vibe, bro. There's no beef, we're just content farming, Tim. Well, now there's beef. I'm glad we haven't had bad run-ins. I don't know. I would have said if I thought Tim was a dick. I haven't had any run-ins with Tim that were bad. I don't know. Genuinely, a lot of people that are like griefers on the server or whatever haven't griefed me. And like, I have the most random beefs with people. I don't even know. Like, who's that one bitch that goes into my hunting area? You're a nice guy, but it'd be a lot funnier if you talk bad about Tim. Well, I don't have anything bad to say right now. Last I heard you said Tim was a lumberjack main. Oh, yeah! Yeah. No, that's true. I said Timalope's biggest claim to fame was that he was the fucking braidwood supplier. Yeah. No, 1,000%. 1,000%. That's massive. Good comms. The braidwood fucking Baron Timalope. Yeah, Tim, what are your plans now? Is it gonna be pylon meta? Yeah, 1,000%. Yo, Tim, new character name, Braidwood Baron, for the servers, please. I would fuck with that so heavy. I would respect that immensely. Or one of the offshoot guilds, just the Braidwood Barons can be like your gatherers. Is this an official statement from your mouth? Will it get me more viewers if I say yes? Will there be beef? Timalope the Braidwood Baron. Steven, give him a title. Yo, I wish I had more motion. I would have 1000% tried to get a Braidwood Baron title put in. Fuck, I have no motion. Man, that's so sad. Maybe if Lazy Peon comes in and checks out Ashes, I'll be able to like pitch it to him and maybe he likes it. Tim Rockefeller Lope. He got the old money, bro. He's putting that shit in his secret pocket to get it through. I swear to God, bro about to spawn with 150 legendary braid in his storage. No motion, no hose, no Baccarat. Bro, I don't have the money for Baccarat. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I got none. I ain't got jack shit for Baccarat. I'm straight up cooked, dog. But clearly, yo, Loki, I'm not gonna lie. My prediction on the bingo card of Steven lost all of our money at the Baccarat tables was unironically like closer to being accurate than I thought it was going to be. I'm just saying. Also, I have a question that's burning when I pee. Why, when they showed the jobs page yesterday, was it the old jobs listings where they were still looking for the principal econ designer and technical artists and stuff like that? But this is the current careers page. Is this not up to date? Timolo said look in global chat. Oh shit, wait, I don't have my global on. Hold on. Where are you, Dusty? I'm hiding. Wait, where are you? I'm incognito. If I just keep running, he can never find me, chat. He can never catch me. I have a faster mount. We're zooming. Wait, I need a ranger to give me Strider. And then we just run. Where are you, Timalope? / global. I am where the Braidwoods spawn freely. He has no idea where it is, but he knows everywhere, all at the same time. Claim victory. Listen, P3.5, it's about to be my face. It's about to be my goddamn face. And also, I'm gonna like fucking summit 1G on stream, bro. I swear to God, she's got that like fucking boot camp leveling plan for our group. Bro, I'm about to be tanking and popping into him and then just sleep for 8 seconds. And then just wake up, slam a couple times, sleep for 4 seconds, into him again. I swear to God, that's about to be my rotation, bro. I'm about to be like fucking weapon comboing while I'm asleep. Just throw an auto attack and then maybe like hit my nose on my intim every once in a while. I can put intim as every single button and then I can turn my auto attack on and then I can put my face on my keyboard while I sleep. So anytime I press a keybind, I pop an intim aura if it's off cooldown. And then I could stand in one spot with every single one of my binds on intim aura. Wait, low-key, am I cooking? I actually might be fucking cooking. God damn it. When are we testing leveling loops? Get Godchi off of fucking Where Winds Meet. Cause I didn't memorize the goddamn questing loop. Godchi said follow me and I followed Godchi and yapped. I know my role. I follow, I tank, we win. What's up with the student loans must die? Student loans must die. That is a completely optional all the time. Just fucking out there thing where if anybody wants to support the stream through donos instead of gifted subs or bits or anything like that, because Twitch takes a larger percentage of like subs than they do bits, and then they still take more from bits than we get from donos. So any donos from stream are being used directly to just like mass pay off student loan debt that I had from my like years in college. That was like, you know, I've been working on it for a while, but it's the last bit of it. So I was like, interesting. Because when I was going through the pre-approval process, for those that don't know, I'm trying to save to buy a house, getting solo approved as a first-time home buyer through Twitch. And I'm greatly, so immensely appreciative for everybody that is here in the first place, because that's a crazy thought. I am pre-approved. but I could get a better pre-approval by the end of the year from my taxes this year paired with lower debt to income ratio. So everything there is dependent on like my only debt right now is my remaining student loan debt. Own my car, don't have any other unpaid off assets, don't have any credit card debt or anything like that. So my only debt to income on my debt to income ratio is student loan debt. So I'm just like, okay, well, pay that off and then I have no debt to income. And then, well, technically infinite debt to income. Or wait, no debt to, either way I say it, it sounds bad. Either, you know what I mean. I have 0% debt to income. So that would basically make that entire thing. Is it like a stripper saying, I'm doing this to pay for college? Less stripper, more homeless guy. Yeah, the largest difference between me and a homeless man at a stoplight is that I have a camera, a couple lights, and a microphone, and I'm relatively warm right now. There's a snow coming notification on my PC. It is 31 degrees. It gonna be cold. It gonna be cold. So I'm at least grateful to be like one of the housed homeless people begging for money. It's much better than stoplight. Yo, Fly, what up? What's the post-stream thoughts? I was hoping for something game-related for special announcement, but I guess Steam thinks a big deal. People see mad testing as losing exclusivity, but that seems silly. Wait, are people mad that testing's losing exclusivity? Are people actually, like, egoing it like that? Wait, what do you mean? Credit score requirement's not high. What makes you assume I have a bad credit score? You know I have a phenomenal credit score. I actually have a great credit score because I pay off my credit card every month. I put all of my purchases on credit and then paid off. No assumption. You assume I'm a broke bitch. You assume right, but I'm a broke bitch with good credit. No, I'm gonna be real. The whole 101 on like the pre-approval process was they looked at my credit and they were like, wow, this is really good. And then they looked at my income and they went, do you have more money anywhere? I was like, I do not, but I could ask for some. I straight up said that. I was like, let me talk to a couple people. So, I mean, here we are, Doc. I'm talking to the lenders. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Reddit mad they had to pay $300, but now it's only $50. Big quotes on the HAD. Pre-alpha packages specifically. I mean, I think that's the same thing with, like, maybe the people that are mad that they had to pay X amount for a 1080 Ti back in the day when it was cutting edge and when it was first available versus when the 1080 Ti is a little bit outdated, so to say. Not that Ashes is outdated, right? But it's not that, like, new product for sale in terms of the longevity of the access. The pre-alpha packages have a lot more longevity and a lot more benefits between skins, between time compensation, between some additional like keys to give away, all of which present X amount of value. Some of which even at a certain tier include a lifetime subscription, which is $15 a month when the game does launch until forever. So the value of a lot of those packs, I think is actually like way higher than what some people are leading on. Even my like $375 pack, I get a lot of game time. I get skins that were only available with that pack, which are actually going to look really fucking sick with my new mount. And then I get like my freehold skin, I get a pet, I get game time, I get, the fuck else do I get? Name reservation, which will be cool. That may help if people really don't end up liking me. That'll be a big thing. So personally, I'm fully aware that the price of the product when it was, you know, in an earlier state was higher to access. But there were also lower tier buy-ins for a lot of those packs too. Like I have the $375 pack, I could have bought the $250 pack instead. Well, actually I have $250, upgrade to $375, could have kept it at $250. Anyways, you get the idea. There was no element of like, you had to buy in, it's just if you wanted to buy in and get all of those rewards if you did stay, if you wanted to buy in and access the product earlier when it was more of a point of longevity and like pay out for your investment, so to say. That's what that higher buy-in got you. Now, even right now, you're still missing out with the $50 buy-in through Steam and through like the price update of PTR testing this patch beforehand, the cosmetics that you're gonna get from, and like the title that you're gonna get from logging in right now, which will be cosmetic title and visual title. You get the cloak, And then you would also lose out on the $15 in the in-game store. So like, I still feel as though there is value in even the $100 pack. Plus the $100 packs that were purchased before yesterday, so on the 13th or before, those were basically grandfathered into the 90-day refund period. They've adapted since yesterday the Steam standard refund policy with the Steam launch of 14 days or 2 hours of playtime. So that's rough. But at least it's still industry standard. Chat, does anybody need mats or anything? Your graphics set to max settings? No, I play on a mixture of like low and medium settings so I can push like more consistent frames, as whenever there's more than like just me running around in the world, you know, whenever you're PvPing, whenever you're mob grinding or anything like that, I prefer to have the more consistent frames. I haven't like a pretty solid build. I play on a 4080 Super and a 7800 XD. So like, it's not bad at all. But more frames, better frames. I'm much more of a like performance over visuals kind of person. But you can actually make the game look quite nice. Winter is also a little bit of a, I don't want to say it mean. Winter's kind of like the ugly Kardashian of the seasons. It's like, some people still say it's pretty, but most people will be like, okay, no, this is the one that stands out. You know what I mean? The snow is just kind of like spray painted on. The foliage gets kind of cooked. Who's the ugly Kardashian? I don't remember all of which one is which. Name them. I don't know what they all look like at this point. They've all gone through like transformations. They've evolved like fucking Pokemon. Yeah, I don't even keep up. Which one used to be the ugly one? God, was it? I want to say it was Chloe. Kylie? No, it's not a Jenner. Was Chloe the ugly one? The middle one. Is that Chloe? Before she got her face completely redone. Chloe before face? Yeah. I want to say it was Chloe that was the ugly one. Sorry to any Khloe Kardashians in the chat. No, Kylie? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a miracle what a new face will do for you. But Chloe wasn't ever really ugly. Not Kim, not Courtney. I can't Google Kardashian sisters on, like, my computer. I'm not doing that. I'm not letting that into my fucking algorithm. This is a trap. You're here from Big Kardashian, aren't you? I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Do you answer which node we taking to fresh starts? We're probably going to talk about a guild meeting soon. We're having a guild meeting, which we're figuring out the time for still. That is going to cover a whole hell of a lot of, like, what the plans are, get people onboarded. So everybody will be going in, like, well-informed with plenty of time to figure out, like, what the plans are, what they want to do, communicate any concerns or anything like that. But while we don't have any confirmed plans at this point, it's all topics of discussion. I also feel as though with the anvils being improved, KT would still be a solid choice, and any of the starting areas are not going to be subject to harbingers early on, so you can just kind of like vibe out, chill out. So that might be nice. No, Hoofsy, Carla, no, don't bring that around here. You say that shit 3 times in a fucking mirror and then it pops up like Bloody Mary. Jesus fucking Christ. Doesn't generate enough money for Zom. Well, that could also change with the anvils. If the anvils is actually incentivized and then people filter out of the Riverlands, like the comparative nature of it for Zom is that the anvils, as Kaltorum being the hub, compared to like Winstead. Winstead probably has, I'd say, 5 digits of gold from taxes saved up that they're gonna spend on literally whatever at any point in time. And they don't have to worry about shit. And that's just passively generated without any work. So that's a big thing. We're doing NA next time, not KT. Does this mean that I don't have to feel bad about not going to the anvils? Because that'd be huge. Do we think NA is going to get T4 twice without getting vassaled? Because vassals won't always be like a 1-to-1. So what's the goal? Is it NAT4 or is it NAT3? We'll adjust. So general target is more of a hubby hub. So what are the thoughts, just like poking and prodding, in the event that the Anvil's FTUE comes through and it's a banger? KT's a good location. I think KT fucks. Like, low-key. I just think the Anvils are very bad. Your mother is at a cool snow light thing. Why the fuck didn't she tell me? What do you mean she's at a cool snow light thing? She didn't invite us. Fucking rat. Alright, we take note. We take note. Because it gets dark early as shit. What the fuck? Wait, what do you mean snow light thing? Like outside? So I don't know there. Drive up. Although it's cold as dick out. Yeah, go drive up. Go chill and say what up. My mom's probably more excited to see you than she is me at this point. Fuck. Anvils are barren from a POI perspective, but they're sick. See, I love the perspective of the Anvils, but like Zombie does not love the perspective of like the lack of money that the Anvils makes. I mean, even at this point in time, we still don't have a T3 out here, dog. There's legitimately nothing. So it's like, this is brute force and Zombie literally not being able to play through any normal gameplay loop. Yo, Marcio, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Just drove through a Christmas light show, watching the lights through my glass roof as I pass below them. Oh wait, Carla, just look up the Coastal Maine Botanical Gardens. They always do like it's like a Gardens Ablaze or some shit, whatever they call it. I don't think it's a blaze. That would be bad. I don't want dogs. Well, no, it's a big, like, it's a point of interest in Maine. It's a big seasonal thing. Oh, but that's where I see that. Oh, yeah. Botanical Gardens, fuck. Yeah, going there later when there's more snow. I don't know if there's, like, snow there right now. But, like, they do a ton of lights. Yeah, no, I was actually going to say we should go. That made me think of that. I wasn't sure if it was somewhere else. But yeah, no, the Botanical Gardens go hard. Probably anybody that's in chat that's from Maine has been to the Botanical Gardens. We have a weird amount of people from Maine, by the way. Like, weird amount I've been learning recently. Very strange. It's like there's a little cult of us starting up. Be beautiful. Starting a new A-Live and expanding to the Anvils would be the move once confirmed good content. Yeah, I think the thing with the Anvils is there's just no guarantee that it will be, even after a series of reworks, even somewhat equitable with what the Riverlands does provide. So, like, if that changes, if maybe we get like a grand dungeon out in that bitch, maybe if we get some more POIs that are meaningful, I think a questing hub would be huge for new players as well. Like, new players starting in the Anvils got, honestly, bullied by birds, dog. New players didn't even get cooked by the lack of questing progression. New players got killed and farmed by actual fucking birds. I had never seen anything like it before in my life, but an entire part of the player base was on fire because the birds were everywhere, dog. Everywhere. It's like a Hitchcock out there. It was real bad. Real bad. Cody, what up, my dude? We're having a beautiful fucking night. I am enjoying the last few days that we'll have for, like, peace and quiet on this server before it all kicks up. So, I'm very, very, very excited to see what's on the horizon with it. I'm thinking mayhaps some leveling loops, or at least, you know, a little run through if people want to get a group together. I don't know if anyone knows the optimal questing prog or thinks they know it, but I'll tank for a group that thinks they know a good prog so we can just brush off some dust. I'd be down. Can I get a rock hitting preview? Let me find a good rock. I got you. Hold on. I think it's important when hitting rocks to find the right rock. Because, like, some rocks just don't simply illustrate efficiently what the potential truly is. Now, I'd like to keep in mind, for your consideration, I am a journeyman lumberjack, herbalist, hunter, and lumber miller. I am but a novice miner. No Nitty, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect, no Minecraft, no Roblox. Right? So this may not be the best performance that you've ever seen. I may look a little unfamiliar with things. Just bear with me. It's a learning curve to many things in Ashes. So it's something I haven't done a lot of before. And as you can tell, I can't even locate a fucking rock, bro. It's kind of crazy out here. Holy shit, we found one. See, it's wild. I'm like, I can't even find the shit in the first place. Gonna find a single rock in the marsh and it's gonna be legendary. I don't think it's about finding one rock. I think it's about finding the right rock. And this one to me looks like the right rock, and you can tell because of the way it is. So it's important. Give yourself a little bit of like a knuckle crack. Stretch properly. Teabag 3 times. Make sure that you have all of your artisan gear equipped, all of your PPE on. Wonderful. Kill this piece of shit that's attacking my mount. Yo, chill! Okay, hold on. Hold on. Alright, cool, that was close. Life or death there. Alright. Here we go. Deal the cure, just press once. You press once and then you pray. And then you're rewarded. I'm the best. That's legendary, by the way. I just have different, like, loot colors on. So that's the tech. That's how you always get legendary. That it may look like common. It's not though. It's not though. It's the rock stack. Rocks into material tab. And you can find different spawns throughout the world. Different spawns can be different rarities. You smack the rocks. Rocks go in materials tab. If you die, you drop a percentage of your materials tab. Rocks come in different rarities. Boom, legendary. Just kidding. But more common, and then I got a proc from that one, which gave me 5 uncommon zinc. Zinc is used in a lot of recipes. So that's that cat overlay. Bro, I'm telling you, I've literally used overlay every day on stream for 2.5 months, and nobody has fucking noticed. I don't understand. I don't get it. The same way if someone kills you, it's a percentage. Yeah. So everything in the materials tab. So under your miscellaneous, you'll see resource drop and resource delete. So it's typically 25% of your resources are dropped onto your ashes or your body, which can then be looted by other players. They flag up for PvP if they do loot your ashes. And then 25% are deleted altogether. And they just like go into the abyss, into the nether. So if you are dying from consensual PvP, then you will actually lose less than an unflagged PvP death. And you are somewhat rewarded for like fighting back, so to say. So that's kind of cool. If someone kills you non-consensually, and you don't fight back, so like say someone comes and runs up to me right now and starts hitting me and I'm like, oh my god, no. I don't flag back up. I keep running because I'm like, oh shit, I have too much to live for. I have all of this common and uncommon. What am I going to do? They kill me anyways because they really want my common and uncommon. They would go from purple, which is PvP flag, to red, which is corrupt. Corrupt means that they can't unequip any of their gear. They can't trade with players. They can't go into towns. They can't do most things that a normal person can do. They show on the minimap as a red, like a red, like an icon on the minimap that players can see. And then from there, that is the only time in the game that you'll drop pieces of your equipped gear when you die. Other than that, it is only materials. So relatively safe. I genuinely stand on the fact that most corruptions are accidental because nobody wants to actually lose their gear. Long term, maybe people will have extra sets out the wazoo where it's just like, you know, they're built like that. But as of right now, no. There will be a wipe on 11th of December. Yes, Banker, there absolutely will be. The wipe is technically happening on the 1st of December. That's going to be like the goodbye event to these servers. And then the 1st of December, these servers will be taken offline. They'll go to sleep. They just won't come home with us. And we'll get new servers. And you'll love them just the same. So from the 2nd to the 10th, we'll be on the private test realm. That's going to be our last look at the patch before it does come in. Last chance to find dupes, provide feedback on things, help fix the patch before it does come in and get fucked even more. And from there, on the 11th, the new patch will be ready to deploy. Hopefully, The early access period will begin for Steam users and those $50 packs, which is still Alpha 2 testing, but that'll be a new wave of accessibility. A lot of players coming in. They talk highly of dynamic gridding are still in progress. Dynamic gridding, to our knowledge, has been turned on and fully functional on the private test realm for, God, a few days now. The big thing with it is I'm not convinced that we've had enough players to test dynamic gridding properly. You know what I'm saying? Dynamic gridding is a thing where, like, you need to have the dynamic gridding in place, but then you also need to have the amount of players to actually facilitate dynamic gridding. And Intrepid kind of breaks it down. Oh no, it's Cheeks. It's Tima Op. Aw, shit. Aw, shit. Wait. Wait, I see him. I sees him. Tima Op. The standoff. The standoff. It's a fucking showdown. Alright, fuck it. I'm fine, I win this. I live. Everything's fine. Wait, take it. Take it. Take it! Take it and go into the corner, Tim Op. We've got to get him to flag. Hold on. We'll drag him into this corner. Hold on. I can't pull him because he's not, like, he's not flagged up. I can't get a pull. If I can get him over here, there are no guards over here. This is where you could, like, get somebody in the shady alleys of Winstead and just kick the shit out of them. This is where the drug deals go down. You just gotta, like, corner peek this when people are flagged up for anything. Like, if you have like a ranger squad just sitting in this corner during sieges sniping people as they come in, that's the ultimate play. Yo, Ronan, what up, dude? Haven't heard much of this game recently. How long till this release date? Shit, I'd say probably still like 2.5 years, optimistically. I'd say realistically, like, end of 2028 could be solid to shoot for, but it still has a lot of, like, system implementation, both on core systems and accessory systems still that aren't deployed. And improvements that need to be made to the current systems. For example, you'll notice I'm at level 25 for my level cap right now. But from there, level cap is going to be level 50 before we go into betas. That's going to be the intended level cap for launch. We have 5 biomes. The intent for launch is like 18, if I remember correctly. Biomes being these kind of, like, you know, environmental regions of the world. So there's still just so much to come, both like replayable content wise, expansions of current content, balancing of current content or future content, but development's moving along. The cool thing about being in the, like, the transparent development process is that you can provide a lot of feedback to the systems that you like along the way. It's very likely not going to be perfect, and you're going to run into a lot of things where you're just like, damn, that kind of feels bad. But it's kind of cool to be in a state where, like, we know the game is working towards a launch, so all of our feedback that we provide as playtesters now actually helps power the, like, the development process to be better for launch. Transparent, well, okay, other than telling us that there was a fucking wipe. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. But transparent more in the sense that they can actually, like, as playtesters, we can hop in. That's more what I mean there. Like, it's not behind in terms of the live servers, like full NDAs. It's not internal branches only. In terms of, like, the transparency that we as playtesters have, we can access so much. I mean, there's obviously shit that's on internal dev branch that we don't have, but we have a lot of visibility and transparency as a playtesting base. I do still disagree with them fucking gaslighting us about the wipes when they goddamn knew, but I saw right raging about stream. Can you explain quickly what that's about? There's a price drop starting on December 11th to $50. It'll be on sale from the 11th to the 25th for $42.50. That is starting what is called early access. That is the continuation of our current alpha testing, but is bringing the game over to Steam and the title over to Steam. So from there, we will have a full wipe of everything that you're seeing right now. On December 11th, the Harbinger update comes in, which is that huge update, bunch of bug fixes, bunch of content, blah, 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 blah. God did. From there, Harbinger comes in and people hop in from there. Why do you spend hundreds of dollars? When did you buy your pack? For like hundreds of dollars. So buy from a website and play forever ago? Well, to have access forever ago then. And what were the benefits of your pack? Which pack did you have? Because we can look up exactly all of like the game time benefits and stuff that come with that pack, and you probably got more in immediate game time benefits if you spent multiple hundreds of dollars on a pack just in game time than the entire like worth and benefit of the $50 pack. So you're getting skins, you're getting game time. If you have a certain like threshold of packs, you're getting extra keys to give away. Those packs were very rewarded. Name reservation if you do value that. So there is a good amount. So that's nice. They added some things. Oh wait, my brother logged on PTR and had his Firefox. Oh wait, they added more? So a bunch of embers in a few months of game time. I mean, the embers are also kind of just like, not that they're translated like fucking to US dollars directly, right? But they are money saved on skins if you were gonna buy skins at any point, which most of us probably are. So that's also, you know, potential value, so to say, in that pack. So I don't know. I do think between the period of accessibility that people that bought packs a while back have had, the direct feedback that they were able to provide in a smaller scale of playtesting as well, like, it's going to be a lot harder to have an individual voice heard if you're not one of the large voices of the community or one of the large, you know, communities in the first place, when there are more playtesters active, because there will be a lot more voices going to the same amount of people. And it's going to be very, very, very difficult to get that feeling of like, you know, a small classroom vibe with the development. So what pack did you get? I got the January 2024 one. It was like the last paid one. It has like red Skeleton of Doom skin and like a bone golem mount and shit. Which like, low-key, I'm not very like red Skeleton of Doomy, but it's still a dope-ass pack. So I'm going to rock it with pride. And I also think I'm still going to like, even when Renkai's out, I low-key think after testing Renkai, I'm still gonna go Nakua. Cause like Renkais just take up a lot of space visually, and they're also very easy to see coming. But like, if I'm a little red Nakuan Skeleton of Doom and I'm just like charging into people's backlines, I feel like I would be like biting ankles and stuff. I don't know, it's kind of a good vibe. So that might be the play. So I might slap that bad boy on. Yeah, so happy about that. Thankfully, it's the last one that has name res as well. So, not that I think I'd like need it for launch, because I'm gonna just immediately make my character, but like, kind of cool to be able to get whatever I want. Shit, I could be Timalope. That'd be a fucking game changer, if I'm being honest. Yo, A-Rod Bunch Order, thank you for the 25-day streak, dog. I appreciate you. Much love. It's a nice pack. Yeah, I mean, especially like being the last one to actually have skins and those extras with it. Yeah, I'm cool. They got some game time as well. I don't even remember how much game time I have, but I think that's the largest thing. Like, we have been able to provide a lot of feedback, and we've been able to play. I mean, even me, my pack was January 2024. I started playing in December after having my pack for 11 months. And since then, with my extra comparatively like $225 that I've spent compared to the Steam pricing on the 11th, I will have amassed almost 3,000 hours in that time. For me, that's a massive amount of like, I guess, value out of just the additional time that I've been able to access the title and provide feedback on the title, learn and familiarize myself, get the community built up. Like, that's something where I definitely feel as though I've gotten my money's worth. Some people may feel as though they didn't get their money's worth, but I also... Timalope, what are you doing? What are you doing to the crafters, Tim? Is Tim decking on crafters again? What the fuck is going on over here? God damn it. People be logging out and shit. Why are there ashes back here? Oh no. Nin, thank you for the hydrate. What is this? Wait, Loki. Am I on the wrong one? Ah! Why'd I grab that? I didn't think my actions through. Buddy, we're out. I think we're fine. I think I escaped the fuzz. I think we're chilling. Everything is perfectly fine. There is nothing to see here. There is nothing to worry about here. Wait a second. Are mount skins a scam? Hold the fuck on. I'm curious. I'm very curious. Why did my mount have 700 HP? Was I in a brood? I don't have a brood in my inventory, right? My mount had 700 max HP. Why is it summoning out so low? The fuck? My mount had 700 max HP. Okay. Let's just say we do this. 700 max HP. Unsummon. Call out my higher HP mount. Weird. Like, I was on a 7... Anyways, we're not gonna worry about it. I might be bugging. I might be bugging. We're not gonna worry about it. I thought I had... I'm not even gonna elaborate. I thought my mount HP tweaked out for a second, but I think I'm tweaking out. I think I'm looking too much into the mount HP. I think I just got baited. It's already logged on the other day and applied it. Is Pirate Firefox skin on PTR? Oh, yeah. One thing I don't like about the Firefox skin, you can apply it to the base visually in PvP. When I played last PvP, mount visual was important for chasing. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, that's definitely a thing. In terms of, like, the mount visuals for chasing, 1000% a valid thing for it, right? If somebody's on a broodling and you know that it's super fucking weak, then that's going to be a big indicator of like being able to push them. I 1000% agree. If somebody's on a fucking Protector's Pride, which is 175, but it's also got 46k HP, 4.6k HP, sorry. That's going to be a big difference on like whether you hit the mount or just switch to somebody else. Yeah, 1000%. Same thing with armor skins too, in all fairness, which I don't know if I go as far as saying it's like pay to win, but it's definitely kind of it's kind of an advantage. You know what I mean? It is definitely, I think, advantageous to not have people be able to give me an ocular pat down and see what I'm using. Like, that's a glory bound longbow. That's an item level 26 longbow. So if I have a long sight bow, especially if that long sight bow is enchanted, then I will have a better version, if it's in legendary, of this bow, because long sight bow is level 29. If I have a thorn strike bow, I'll have a power advantage. I can immediately give a pat down, and you can assess somebody's gear even if you don't recognize all of the pieces by just grouping generally, because people will prioritize their weapons and then their armor after that. So like, I agree, between skins, like weapons, as far as we know, are going to be the consistents, but like the armor skins are going to help a lot, at least for like concealing what your skins actually are and not letting people know. If we're looking at this, I'll be like, okay, cool, I have an advantage in gear. If I see somebody in full Akadira gear, this is full Akadira of Larion gear. This is Carfin, heavy, finesse. This has siphon and has a whole shitload of offensive attributes on it. Nice and beefy, but super weak to magic. So you can literally just walk around and like pick people up because of that. There is supposed to be transmog. Yeah. Transmogs will be coming in. That's an intended thing, and they're already like skin entitlements. So like the mount that I'm on is a mount skin. The mount skins go on and just like cover all of your mounts. So if I like unequip this and then I call on my mount, you see like this one's Protector's Pride, fucking lion, and then this, my backup, is Flail Runner. So the Flail Runner is kind of like the low rider lizard type shit. This is my go-to. I like this guy a lot. But when you slip on a mount skin, it covers literally every mount. So some people will use mount skins, some people won't, depending on like whether they want to flex their mount or whatever. The Protector's Pride is like one of the harder ones to get because the spawn is very limited, but a lot of people have them at this point. So I kind of like my Flail Runner more anyways. But yeah, so there will be transmogs both for like armor sets. There will be mount cosmetics, armor set cosmetics, which kind of like go over your entire armor set with the cosmetic. So it's definitely an intended thing. I wouldn't say it's like pay to win for skins by any means, with it being an element of like transmog to it. But also, like, I played games that were transmog before, like New World. It wasn't pay to win by any means, but it also stopped people from identifying what I was wearing for gear. Now with New World, the like skin of an item was much less tied to the direct perks on an item. Here you have the deterministic, like if I have a glory bound longbow, that is a glory bound longbow. It's just a matter of how good that is up to a certain degree. So you can tell a lot from the items that somebody is outwardly wearing. Also, once mouse stats can be bred for the speeds, will be harder to tell. That's also valid. Yeah, that's very true. Once there is more of a variance to animal husbandry, and you have like the genetics coming in with speed and everything like that, speed, HP, jump height, all that shit, that's gonna be a completely different game too, where like the cosmetic of the mount won't really matter that much. No, I definitely agree. Isn't there supposed to, I read that one. Is the wipe December 1st or December 11th? The wipe is December 1st. The servers go up on December 11th. As Merkins said. Goddamn, y'all coordinated. Yeah. So the PTR will be up anytime that the live servers are not up. So like right now, as you can tell, live servers are up. Anyone over here? Let's go see. As of right now, live servers are up today and tomorrow. Then they go down on Monday, and then they'll be down until, God, I want to say like the 26th to the 1st. Then on the 1st, the wipe day, there'll be like a big end of like Shoal and Lotharia event. They'll do like a big apocalypse event, and then those servers die, and then we go to PTR for 10 days, final testing on the patch. Then the patch gets deployed, hopefully on the 11th of December. Constantine, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So yes, that's the immediate plan. They do also cover that. Yeah. Copy. Paste. So this is the news article that they dropped alongside the dev stream and the announcement yesterday. So this breaks everything down a little bit more with the schedule, but it's the 26th to the 1st and the 15th to the 16th. On the December 1st community event, there will be vendors to get to max level, special mounts, and corruption begins to take over. Then for PTR testing, it's the 17th to the 25th, so starting on Monday, going till the 25th, December 2nd through 10th. That'll be focus testing, feedback, exploit and dupe hunting, and you get rewards for being the first to report something with reproducible steps. That's how I got the mount skin that I was riding around on earlier, the little doggo. So that's also very cool. Then from there, the early access launch, December 11th. That is a full alpha 2 wipe. Lotharia and Shoal will return with potential new realms if player base demand it. Population-wise, that is. I haven't seen that yet, though, and I think that would take a very large tide, you know, turning up in the next month or so to actually facilitate. Other than that, Intrepid and Steam can play together. If you already have it through Intrepid, you will just want to keep launching through Intrepid until they figure out the entitlement system. The entitlement system is still planned to come in, where you'll have that link up, hopefully. But for the time being, you'll want to launch through your Intrepid launcher. And then in terms of that, if you don't have your pack yet, $49.99 is a new pack cost. It'll get you in for December 11th. It'll be 15% off at $42.49 until the 25th. And there are a few cosmetic options that you can get depending on your playtesting experience. So, some cool rewards with that as well. If you do already have access, you can pop in. You'll get a title for anyone that played prior to December 11th, 2025. You'll get Cultist of the Eternal Flame and Knight of the White Flame. Those titles, Cultist of the Eternal Fire. Those titles will override your cloak die appearances, depending on which one is equipped. So you'll have like a different color scheme and presumably a different cloak setup because of those. So that'll be kind of cool too. But a couple of different title options. You also get like an early access cloak. And then anyone that starts playing on December 11th or later and hits level 25 will get an Autumn Garden mount. Garden is this guy, and it'll be like an autumn foliage type shit. So I hope that helps. That news article is definitely going to be the place to go for it, though. All of the information will be right there. Fortunately, I've been explaining this a lot, so I kind of got the rundown at this point. What are people up to right now that are on live? Like, are we scrimming? Are we sailing? Are we pillaging new players? At this point, I'm down for whatever. I feel as though it's time for some tomfoolery. I'll fix Anvil starting area with planning, and I didn't get any mount. Streamer hacks? Listen, depending on, because they don't reward every bug fix, right? I've reported a shitload of things and not got a mount. The one that I reported that got me the mount was a drop table bug where a mob in Steel Bloom dropped every single like scroll and elixir recipe that was added to the game recently. When you have to get to level 25 by? The launch of the game. So by the end of early access, which early access is going to continue until Ashes launches. So you have a long time to get to 25. Yep. Especially considering max level is going to be 50 before early access ends. As of the latest we've heard. Things can change. Do I want them to? No. I do not want them to change. Not even a little bit. I want my whole world. I want all my systems. I want a lot of that. Yo, Matry, what up? Excited for the Steam launch? Oh, so excited. So excited. More people coming in is, I think, a very important thing for Ashes in the first place. Just more people being able to get first-hand information. It's a very open world-based game, and as the world empties out and has fewer players, systems can at their core deteriorate, and we can have not the best data around the systems as they're intended to be tested. So I think this is a hugely positive thing for Ashes, despite all of the negativity that will come from having a very, you know, viewable and playable in development title that will inevitably happen. Shit, even if you launch a title, it's gonna happen. Personally, I think the good will outweigh the bad in the long term. Do you pledge right now on God, no cap, to get Cats #1 on top with Castle? On Shaw, Cats will have Castle Oni. Yes. On Shaw. I swear to God. On Phase Sway, cranking 90s. At some point in time, Cats with Castles will be a goddamn thing. I swear to God. If I am wrong, Mongrel, put me in a box and flip a ramp and 200 pump my shit right now. No peace control here, dog. 0 ping. I swear to God. I swear to God. Final Z player reviews us out of the Discord. Personally, I prefer this for knowing what's going on. Shit, I wouldn't even say player reviews are in the Discord, Spyro. We can finally see feedback from more than the Discord. What are you saying? I never felt older. You never watched Face Sway crank 90s to high ground and then say, "Holy shit, how does he do that with his thumbs?" Cypher, what do you mean? That's like one of the 8 wonders of the world. God damn. I don't know. Maybe you're washed. Maybe you're shambles. Maybe you need a half mat with your duo. Cypher, I'm caught in a Fortnite loop. We're down horrendous. But yeah, personally, I think Discord and Reddit are really rough because they're two forms of media where there's no validation and verification around like who's saying what, and that it actually like means anything or that it's coming from a place of interacting with anything whatsoever. So from my personal perspective, I'm always very hesitant to read things on the Discord and read things on Reddit and trust that those are coming from like validated sources. What do you study? Student loans? Basketball. My degree is in criminal justice with minor in behavioral psychology. But I played basketball in school, so that was always my big focus, and the degree just sounded cool. And then I ended up not using my degree, getting hired at one of the colleges that I went to play ball because they started an esports program shortly after I graduated, worked there, and then worked in retail management after that. Worked for Starbucks because I pay out the ass, but the siren siphons all, including your fucking soul. And then from there went into a chill sales job, put more time into stream, and then eventually turned streaming as a hobby into streaming full time. But streaming full time is not necessarily the $1 zillion thing that everyone makes it out to be. So yeah. So it's been a little bit of a weird evolution, but pretty much been streaming the entire time, like since college. And over the course of like graduating and going from like low paying job that was in a passionate area that kind of drained my passion from it because it made it seem like a business, right? I really like video games. I did not like working in esports in an administrative spot because I had to hire coaches, I had to manage rosters, I had to manage budget, I had to do everything, right? It was stressful. It was business side of video games. It wasn't fun. It was work. And then when I went into something that paid a lot, I didn't have time for anything. So I was like, man, I really miss streaming. Even though I was like, you know, 5-10 viewer Andy, I was like, I really miss being able to stream and hang out with my friends and stuff. So I was like, money is not everything. Went to a sales job where I had a lot more time, made okay money to survive, but had a lot more just chill time throughout the day and a schedule where I could like clock in, clock out, not have to worry about shit. And then from there, just started streaming more and more and more and more. More people started to show up. And at a certain point, I actually I got really sick one year, like towards Black Friday, and couldn't go into work for a while. And they ended up like letting me go because I was sick and couldn't come into work for a while. So that was a whole thing. But during that time, like after I got let go, I was basically like streaming as much as I can. I was applying for 10 jobs a day in the morning to start my morning routine. I'd wake up, find 10 like actual prospective jobs, and I would apply for those, and then I would have food, I'd work out a little bit, go for a walk to de-stress, and then I'd get on stream. And I would stream as much as I physically could every single day because it kept my mind off shit. And over time, people just like noticed that I was there all the time and just showed up. So now I'm able to do it full time with a lot less stress associated with it. And I don't make the most, but I make enough to kind of like pay my rent. And, you know, I got pre-approved for a house, but tackling the reason for the student loan thing is like, I've been paying on it for a while, but like I just went through the pre-approval process to get like a house because I'm in an apartment right now. And like the pre-approval like didn't come back where we wanted it to, but I got pre-approved just for like a lower amount than what we're looking for and like what we actually need, because of like that the income versus me not making a lot of money right now. So student loans are my only debt. So I'm like, this is the most responsible thing to tackle. So any donations that come through with stream, I always put it in the bottom right corner and just say, please never feel obligated. That's something where like I'm tackling that as I go on as part of my budget, and it's something that's planned for. But in the event that anybody wants to support through like donations instead of gifted subs or bits, that's where donations go. That's the donation bucket. That's not used for like McDonald's. That's not used for meal prep. I don't get McDonald's, but like that's not used for meal prep. That's not used for rent. That's not used for anything else. That is literally just used for that bucket of allocation of spending. And that is where every donation will immediately go. So that's smart. I don't do many things smart. Fortunately, I talked to somebody that was smart. Yep. Shout out to the dude at the bank that helped me out with this. Matt's and Ochi. Yeah. He put me on a right path. Literally we're having a discussion and we're talking about the debt to income, and he's like, is there any way you can like maybe lower that without like losing too much like floating capital? And I was like, shit, I can talk to some people. might as well. Whoring? I mean, I ain't opposed to a little elbow grease. Listen, I grew up a blue collar guy in a blue collar family. You gotta do what you gotta do to get by sometimes. Looks at Dusty from a nearby bush. Brother, I already gave you your fish. I left the fish in the tank for you. You're supposed to pick it up and add your name on it. I gave you your fucking fish. I haven't owed you shit for a month. Did you see my message earlier? But get me the mats so I can build you your yacht. Your yacht? Wait. What do you need for mats? Like oak and shit? Because we could just sail around. Chat, who want to sail around on a boat and shit? Just like fuck off. We need people to gather wood. I feel like that might be the play. We just make a boat and sail around and see if there's any poor soul that doesn't know about the wipe that's in the tropics trying to prog or something. I'll never forget. Listen, I will get you the finest of fresh fish from sport fishing. I will work hard. I will get that with my bare fucking hands for you. I promise, dog. I promise. Leon, what do you need for mats? I have too many fucking mats. I can get you any mats. Actually, not any mats. I can get you a lot of mats. I can also just buy out player markets. It's not like I need my fucking money. Now, I only have like 100 gold, but like, I can still probably buy whatever we need. Through that. Yo, Bazooka, what up, dude? Can't wait for this. It's gonna be so fun on the 11th. Like, picture every bit of the world that you're seeing right now, and like, let this be your little glimpse into the calm before the storm. Because right now it's like, oh my god, Dusty, you're running around for so long and there's nobody there contesting anything, like, nothing's happening. Ashes is all open world. There is only so much space to actually play, so much space in points of interest, so many points of interest, so many gatherables. on December 11th, you're going to look back at this right now, and you're going to say, holy shit, how peaceful it was. Is it a good thing this game going to be early access or not? From my perspective, it's the same development, like, point. I think these resets were going to happen to the servers regardless of Steam or not, and early access or not. The servers over here are quite chalked in terms of, like, economic validity, and in terms of, like, progression, in terms of everything. With substantial changes coming in, I do see the validity and see it making sense to get rid of these servers regardless. Personally, from my standpoint, I don't think it changes much. I just think it gets more people, more accessibility to the game, and, like, the play testing process itself, which is great. I think overall it's a W. I think early access can maybe set some people up for false expectations, and I think that's the biggest thing. If people are able to come in understanding this is supposed to be a development product and a development cadence, and it's going to get better, it can be awesome. You, just like me, can have a lot of fun. And you can be here for a while and you can provide feedback on a lot of things. But people that get in seeing, like, early access, and I think this is going to launch within a couple of months, that's going to be the big point of, like, ah, shit. They won't. I know I didn't even in Alpha 1. Yeah, expectations are tough. Expectations are very tough. 1,000%. And I think that's going to be the largest point of, like, I guess the largest point of, like, drawback to it. You know what I mean? Yo, Kenny G, what up, dude? Now I need to figure out Mage or Shami for my main. Mage. Mage. Always. You have to have the it's just an alpha mentality. Nah, totally. But to some people, the second they're complaining about something that is going to get fixed later down the road, and we say, don't worry, it's just an alpha, they go, oh, you're saying it's an alpha, the cope, it's unacceptable. And, like, I understand that there are some people that genuinely will look at something just not functioning and be like, well, it's an alpha, and they won't actually talk about, like, why that thing's not functioning. People won't hold Intrepid accountable in some instances because of the White Knights. But, like, saying it's just an alpha, to put things in perspective, like, why is the world not more diverse town to town? Why are the visuals not fully polished? Why is Planendorf putting flashbangs everywhere? Well, it's an alpha and everybody's developing it more. The towns now look way better than they did previously. The roads now have more functionality than they did previously. Questing is better now than it was previously. Like, and some people don't like that perspective. Some people expect something to come in complete, modular, all at once chunk. 0 to 100 instantly. First iteration. And if it's anything other than that, they don't want to see it. They don't want to have something at 25%, 50%, 75%, 0 or 100, or keep it the fuck out of here. Not realizing that we are what actually drives something from 1 to 100. The developers get it to 1, and then they give it to us. We are what's facilitating the 1 to 100. And very few of the systems that we have achieved 100. It's very tough to get that. Those people aren't testers? Correct. And I feel as though that is a mentality thing that's kind of, like, tough, you know what I mean? I think that's a big thing. Early access long-term is going to murder the game later. People are dumb, they're going to review bomb. Then later, more dumb people will go only on those reviews. But my question is, what is the difference between them saying, hey, early access is coming to Steam on 12/11, and them saying, hey, the alpha is coming to Steam on 12/11? People are still going to play it at the same price point. A word isn't going to stop them from playing something that's in development and having false expectations of where it's supposed to be and being angry about it. That's kind of where I think that proportion is overblown. Like, look at the comments on most Ash's content. Look at the public sentiment anywhere outside of, like, the few areas where people actually discuss Ashes in a meaningful way. Like, I think that's a big thing. I think you will notice the sentiment of Ashes is already the same that it's going to be. And there are just going to be more people on both sides of the coin that like Ashes and contribute and don't like Ashes and yap. So, I think that's the biggest thing. You can use Steam for Alpha, it has to be EA. Can't use Steam for Alpha, it has to be EA. So, like, you physically just can't label it Alpha. And if it's going on Steam, you have to label it early access no matter how early it is. Because isn't it like the Steam early access like program or something like that? Isn't it like a dedicated part of Steam that's like a subcategory of Steam where it's like coming to Steam early access? Because that's how I've always interpreted it, but I'm also not smart. It's a putting it into Steam early access and hoping people are intelligent. People aren't intelligent. Well, also, people already were not intelligent hopping in like now through the Intrepid launcher in the alpha. Like, you can't, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make a drink type thing. So Steam describes early access as being for alpha and beta. I think early access is just something where over time, the expectations of what an early access can be in the gamer's mind have shifted. So like in a communication standpoint, early access absolutely covers alpha and beta if you're thinking logically at all. But for whatever reason, so many people have this misconstrued like expectation that early access equals very close to launch. And like, I've actually had this debate and kind of like had my opinion turned around on it with chat, where early access products are typically post beta pre-launch. And I used to think that because of my experiences with what was labeled as early accesses. And then I looked into them more and I was like, oh damn. No, that makes sense. That makes sense a lot. So Steam doesn't clearly differentiate between which games are alpha and which are beta. Right, no, that absolutely makes sense. And I do think that that's one of the big parts that could leave people disappointed with Ashes. I also feel as though, to a certain extent, I think Steam has the potential to bring like blind eyes into the game at this current state. And I say game, into the game environment. Right. I think that's kind of valid. I think people that don't already have the opinions formulated of like Ashes is the worst thing in history, Ashes is the best thing in history. I think those fresh takes where people are like, oh, this is my first time interacting with the questing and the combat and the fluidity in the world and this, that, the other. I don't know what the fuck a vassal is. What the fuck is an economic region? Who is Firebrand? All of those things, someone not knowing them can actually be really good for their feedback. Organic first-time user feedback, whether good or bad, can be that level of like someone walking up to you that doesn't have a filter and going, "Ha, you look really ugly today." Like, it can actually be somewhat useful, even though it may suck in the moment. So, always been saying, just incomplete game you're buying? Yeah. I mean, you're buying like a shell of what the game's actually going to be. You're buying the foundation of the entire house. Yeah, and then you're basically like hoping that the construction continues on the house and that the contractors don't like pull you over or like fuck you over. Any baseless speculation for next update notes for PTR? Archetype reworks on Tuesday or Monday. Baseless mostly, but Maggie told us during the dev stream that we would be testing archetype reworks next week, and that was yesterday, which means next week would be this upcoming week. Deployment, because it's also going to be from the 17th to the 25th, would very likely be on the early side of that. Deployment's typically Tuesday or Wednesday for things, so I wouldn't be shocked to see, I mean, maybe even Monday if they have it ready for Monday. But I would expect to see Tuesday archetype reworks coming out. Monday, focus on maybe POI drops or some bullshit like that. That's just my guess. Probably going to focus test on combat this week. Yeah, I would say probably very likely to have that after the archetype reworks. So I would think that it would be like maybe a first-time user experience or maybe like an accessory system emphasis tomorrow. Tuesday, deployment of archetype reworks, emphasis on archetype reworks, checking out abilities, functionality. Wednesday, emphasis, combat, PvP and PvE testing. Thursday, emphasis, POI drop rate testing, maybe like raids. Friday, emphasis, harbingers. Mayhaps. Monday should be nice. They took it down for live for some odd reason. Yeah, Monday could also bring in the archetype reworks because they'll have it down for 2 days. Yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense as well. They could be doing like back-end stuff to it there. I think there's more a move to push dynamic gridding, putting it on Steam. Steven can show it works. He can sell that for an arm and a leg. I mean, yeah, no. I also think it's a push to actually get dynamic gridding working to a certain extent, because dynamic gridding is a system that has like a two-pronged approach. You have the server workers in the first place, which are like the resources that run the parts of the world. And then you have the dynamic gridding aspect of it, which when a server worker is overwhelmed, will call in more server workers to then help. So they need to be able to improve dynamic gridding itself, but they also benefit more from improving the server workers in a baseline. Because if your server worker can take more before it needs to call in a server worker, and the server worker it calls in is even stronger, then your dynamic gridding is effectively even better. Dynamic gridding is basically just like it's like the chaperone that shows people where to go to their seats in big concert areas. Dynamic gridding just says, hey, honestly, it's more of like a parking attendant, if I'm being honest. It manages a flow of the resources and like allocates people to where, not people, but like the resources to where they need to go. It tells the cars where to go to keep everything running and operating smooth. So with dynamic gridding, it's like you improve the server worker infrastructure. Well, how do you do that? Stress test the server workers. How do you do that? People. Once those server workers are improved to a certain extent, how do you get dynamic gridding to kick in once those server workers can handle the amount of people that you've allocated for? More people. And if they're able to keep pushing people and then more people and then even more people and going server worker improvement, dynamic gridding tech improvement, server worker improvement, dynamic gridding tech improvement, that is going to lead to an open world server infrastructure that could actually be monumentally impactful for open world multiplayer games as a whole. And that is absolutely a valid approach. I do feel like one of the big things that limits systems, limits testing, it's really just breaking down to the player base being a little bit smaller. It is 1000% along the way a niche playtesting environment right now. Steven has said in the entire duration of Alpha 2, like all the phases, there have been about 150,000 unique logins, I think, like unique different players. So it's large, but it's not like, looking at Zeitgeist levels. So I think players will absolutely be a valuable component to bring into Ashes in the long term. The negative feedback that comes with it, absolutely there's going to be some blowback. But I also think that through negative feedback, you can actually extract a lot of positive intent. And you can get some good information out of that. So it's all just how they look at it. But yeah, I think as Keith said, you need people for it to kick in 1000%. And hopefully this stress testing will be something that brings in a lot of people. Not the stress testing, but like the December 11th launch. It is still stress testing. But like, hopefully that's going to be something that brings in a lot of people. It's making me excited for the 11th. I'm very excited for the 11th. Ashes is a socially driven MMO. And the 11th will inevitably bring in more people to drive the social systems of the game so we can see them in a better capacity. I don't think there's a single reason as a current playtester of Ashes to not be excited. Will this have the danger of kicking off a New World situation? I think the opposite. My reasoning for this. Everybody thought New World was going to be absolutely fucking sick on launch. So everybody was super hyped up. Everybody was super coped up. And then New World dropped and had double the numbers that Arc Raiders is pulling first month. And then second month lost 62% of the player base. Everybody thought New World was going to be the pinnacle of the pinnacle of the pinnacle of games. And it wasn't ready for that. Everybody thinks Ashes is going to be dog shit. So you tell somebody you're 5'3", you're actually 5'6", they're gonna be like, wow, you're taller than I thought. Very simply put. So it's gonna be, I think, a pleasant surprise instead of New World where it was like not ready to cook. New World gave up when the game was finally complete. I don't think New World necessarily gave up. I think New World was still far from complete, by the way. Like, so keep in mind, I was a New World content creator from the start of New World all the way through actually about here I was doing wars. Up until about February 2025. New World through October, the couple of weeks that had surpassed from the Night Haven update, still had not managed to reach within 10k of the peak players that last October update had. Prior to that, the previous October's update was 16k higher, and previous to that, that October's update was 60k higher. Previous to that, that was October, November, but previous to that, you're looking at October deployment at 913k. Every October, despite the game getting better, was just like in the death spiral, and they were just getting dead cat bounce after dead cat bounce. And what you're hoping to do with every content deployment, whether you're yearly or bi-monthly or whatever it is, you're looking to slap a line of best fit that is representing growth, content deployment over content deployment after content deployment. But theirs is showing loss every single time, even if you go 1 year. I wish we could go, actually we can expand. You see that the peaks just get smaller. The line of best fit is unfortunately negative. And they maybe stop some of the bleeding here, but that was the peak week to week. And that was before the announcement, and then the announcement hit, and then the fall off hit. Personally, I think the biggest problem with New World was that it was incredibly hyped up as like the craziest thing to hit MMOs in a while. It dropped at a peak time with, like, let's look at this shit. Fucking 2021 for gaming. Oh my god, New World just wasn't ready, and it wasn't the New World developers' fault. It was the decision makers above New World that want to chase zeitgeist of games instead of making products that people actually believe in. And with corporate developers like Amazon, or Amazon Games, I should say, who wants to be Amazon, they only care about the bottom line. And if something's not profitable, they don't see anything other than that line of best fit being slapped on it. The entire like Save New World movement, in the event that an executive at Amazon saw that, they probably guffawed and laughed and said, ha ha ha. Like, it's not gonna happen. This is a book that's written in a language that nobody understands in the Azoth engine. This is a stock that has had worse performance year over year over year, and has had a decisive once a year run that is always worse than last year's run. And Amazon sees that. Amazon is not something that's going to drive passion. Amazon is not going to be what Hello Games, right? Is a No Man's Sky, people? Like, it's not going to be a No Man's Sky product. It's not going to have that drive behind it where the person at the literal top of the company cares. The person at the top of Amazon Games is Christoph Hartmann. He did an interview with IGN in August of 2024 where he literally said they're stepping out of the MMO genre. They're bringing in AI to speed up game development so they can fail faster and move on until they can find the next thing, until they hit a zeitgeist. That's the CEO of Amazon in 2024, well before any of this happened. And I feel like certain corporate entities are only chasing zeitgeist, you know, generated products that are going to be the largest bottom line possible. And that's a big thing. Zeitgeist is used in English. I mean, I don't know other languages, so I guess it translates. I might be culture vulturing it, but typically means like that like, you know, that hit phenomenon. Like WoW was kind of the zeitgeist of its time. It's from German. Yeah. Well, I know it's German, but like, yeah, I've heard people say it before. And it's etched into my memory too, because it's the exact terminology that Christoph Hartmann used multiple times when talking about what they wanted to be involved in. So it's like kindergarten. Wait, yeah, that does sound German as shit now that you mention it. Huh. Interesting. Corporate culture's dog shit. Yeah, I mean, and corporate culture is etched into gaming culture now because gaming got to a point where it was profitable, to the point where corporations could step in to drive more profits, but then corporations started to approach the formulaic side of how do we extract the most profit instead of that passion that got the products profitable in the first place. They wanted to like coast and cruise mode. They were already a, you know, X amount industry, they're set. Just got to keep improving on that money. Not realizing that the passion behind the product was what drove those profits in the first place. It's why indie games are going absolutely fucking sicko mode right now. It's why smaller studios are popping up out of nowhere with successful products that are actually passion driven. It's why things like RV There Yet, which are absolutely fucking janky, are some of the most fun things that people have played in a while. So, I think we're gonna very much experience AI slot from AAA games. Oh, you bet your sweet Bippy. Oh God, yes. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000%. It is all going to be about churning out products as quickly as humanly possible for the AAA scene. It's going to be about blindfolding yourself, spinning around in a chair, and shooting 2 akimbo pistols at the hip and seeing what you hit along the way. And that's literally the entire strat for them, man. They're gonna burn money until something actually returns. And like one thing that Christoph Hartman said a lot in the interview that actually pushed me off of New World was like, we're just going to keep going. And they know that they have an insurmountable amount of money to just keep going. If something doesn't hit, they don't need to try to stay and cultivate it. They're just gonna burn it down and then start from scratch somewhere else and just keep going. Yo, Rain, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like, that is the problem with the corporate mentality versus like the indie mentality. The indie devs, Spyro, thank you for the follow. The indie devs will nurture something that they believe in, and they'll, nope.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Not today, Sade. The indie devs will make something they believe in, and then they will like nurture that shit along the way because they believe in that product. The corporate devs will make something that they believe is going to make profits, and if it doesn't make profits, they kill it like a racehorse with a broken fucking leg. That's the entire difference. Want to give me the TLDR since phase 3 launch? Wipe is happening on December 11th. And then that will bring in new servers. If you don't have your access yet, you can get it for $50 to hop in on December 11th. Gets you access all the way through the remainder of development. If you already have your access, then you're good to go. You can play PTR up until that point. Or you're good to hop in on the 11th for those new servers. Harbinger update, shitload of stuff there. Essentially brand new game. Still at its core Ashes of Creation, right? But new endgame content, new gearing, new progression, new time to kill, new... A lot is Summoner. So that's great. New econ standpoint, so that'll be phenomenal. December 11th is going to be huge, providing it is still December 11th. But since P3 launch, essentially we have had... bugs, dupes, exploits, controversies, you name it. Which is part of the reason why I think they're just nuking the shit. I think it'll be less than 50. Yeah, from the 11th to the 25th, it will be 15% off at $42.50. So that'll end on the 25th. It's on sale the first 2 weeks that it's actually out for like the early access period. So early access is just what they're calling the remainder of development. We're still in Alpha 2. Still in phase 3. This is a wipe within phase 3, but as far as we know, everything's still going, going along smooth. What were the controversies? Didn't follow AOC for a while. Mostly just like, honestly, gear and decision related stuff. I have to piss, so I'll update you on that. Will there be a subscription after the $42? No, not until the game launches. When the game fully launches, which is probably going to be, in my guess, like late 2028, if I had to guess, there's no confirmed date. Not even a speculative one. That's just me guessing. It'll be $15 a month on launch. No box cost, no DLC cost. The $42 is to get you in for the remainder of development, no matter how long that goes. So you'll get access to the remainder of this phase and the 2 betas. So yeah, you basically just slam everyone in that wants to get in. It's a one-time box cost, and then on launch, you also get your first month of game time included with that $50 box or the $42 box. So saving $15 immediately right there. If you can launch from Steam or the launcher, I wonder how that affects people who try to multi-box. Maybe Steam will have more like safeguarding around it. Because doesn't Steam also have some like anti-cheat stuff associated with it too? All right, I gotta pee real quick. Hold on, I'll be right back. I really gotta piddle. bitches. I have returned. Oh, what the fuck is that tech? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, so. I highly doubt the server survived December 11th. I mean, so the thing about the server structure with Ashes that makes it kind of cool, right? Is with the different server worker areas, different parts of the world are run by different resources. So part of the big server tech that's coming online for December 11th that's going to be so big to test is their dynamic gridding tech. So typically, what we'll see is queues in this starting area. So if there's a server launch and you go on a queue, that's going to be because these server workers here are too congested. Every single server worker, every single area of the world that has its own server worker has its own queue and its own population that it can hold. So you'll definitely see the starting areas. Thank you, love. You'll definitely see the starting areas very, 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 very locked up. But that's also where dynamic gridding comes online. If these starting areas are too congested and they're completely locked up, that's also very likely going to make it so dynamic gridding calls in more server workers in that area, which would then lead to less of a queue too. So it's kind of like this. I don't want to say like this, like infinite cycle, so to say. But if dynamic gridding is working properly, they can split and call in more server workers wherever they need them automatically and without any intervention on the dev side. It just automatically happens, which is what makes dynamic gridding so big. So in the event that the server workers at the start are incredibly, incredibly, incredibly populated, we're going to get splits. We will absolutely a million, jillion, trillion % see dynamic gridding on. It's been on for the PTR for the last little bit. And that could hopefully keep queues down. That could hopefully make it so the starting areas actually function. And I feel like this is a perfect time. I was mentioned to like bring in or hope they get like the Eastern continent done so we can deal with the population surge more. Like low-key, I'm excited for the Eastern continent, but I'm also very, very, very hopeful that they bring in more for the anvils and like more incentivization to go to the tropics, the June Dark, and the desert. Just so we actually have an organic flow of player base out of the starting areas into the late game areas before they worry about expanding too much and having all of those areas be meaningful. That's where I'd really love to go with it, because like theoretically the servers can handle anything if dynamic gridding's up. So can I get controversies? Yo, hold on, let me take a bite of spaghetti. Oh, the bowl's broken. Carla's trying to kill me. She served me spaghetti with a chip in it, or with a broken bowl with a chip in it. Oh my god.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Borlock, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, man. So, Phase 3 controversies. With that coming to Steam, will be free to play. $50 USD to get in for the remainder of development. Still the same timetable until launch. If you've been here, you heard it before. Or like mid to late 2028 is what I'm guessing. 50 USD when it goes on to Steam and when this new patch hits on December 11th, both through Steam and the Intrepid store. It's going to be on sale for 2 weeks, $42.50 USD. After that 2-week period ends on the 25th, it goes back up to 50 USD, which is going to be its normal price. So that gets you in the remainder of development, gets you your first month of sub time when the game does go live, because that sub doesn't kick in before launch. So not free to play, but will be a price reduction to actually get in. Right now, the only reason to go to the seas is I'm of the emblems. And is there any other reason right now? Right now, no. The big thing about right now, too, I wonder if there are any like assets out here. The big thing about right now is that we have level 25. Streg got the shit locked down. Wait, where's Streg at? Where's Streg at? But yeah, in terms of like reasons to go out of the starting areas, long term the starting areas are meant to support level 1 to 30. And once we progress outside of that like level 30 range and we're going higher than level 30, we're going to actually be incentivized to go out here for more than just like emblems and shit. You know what I mean? Your guild's not currently at war. We'll actually have a reason to go to the desert, go to the June Dark. Like the June Dark is supposed to be a level 50 area. So as those starting areas do kind of like falter out in terms of like what they're doing for the long term of it, that's also going to be something to keep in mind. Your guild is not currently at war. Yes, no, my guild is not currently at war. Number of each piece in a set changes in each set to your set bonus. Yeah, the rarity scales everything as well. Yeah. Very important to keep in mind. Like rarity scaling on set bonuses is also massive. So like the difference between epic and legendary is pretty substantial. So 330 power, and then you go up to 480. So it's like 150 power. It's a pretty substantial percentage, almost a 50% up, which is fucking massive. Is there cohesive lore integrated into the game right now? The lore and the world building has like started, but a lot of it is like the narrative is still being built. So naturally, a lot of games establish their deep lore through the storytelling of questing and like world events and stuff like that. So from that perspective, there is not like the most deep questing narrative because questing does not really go that far into the game right now. The way that it currently works is you have like your first time user experience in the anvils, and then outside of that direct mountain, there's not much for questing. That hasn't been built out yet, but that's getting a pass soon. In the Riverlands, you have your first time user experience, and then you can go into some like exterior questing hubs, and you can find some general like quest chains and stuff like that throughout. So the Riverlands has better questing that I would say comfortably could take you up to like level 15-ish right now. And it's getting better. So there is like lore that is worked in, but like a lot of the lore that we're getting right now, I'm gonna be real. I use Ashes of Creation Wiki, and I just like look up different topics and I'll like read about all that shit. So for me, it's like one of the cool areas that I like to talk about just right off rip, Carfin. Carfin has a whole shitload of like, I guess conspiracy around it real quick, would be the way that I'd put it. Basically, Carfin was a university where you have the elves teaching the humans magic. And during the apocalypse and shit, there were a lot of people that were still over here that needed to evacuate. There was an evacuation spell that was cast, and the evacuation, like the teleportation spell, kind of went goofy. And something happened, and now it's all corrupted. I don't want to spoil too much so you guys can dig into it. But there are some conspiracies rooted within Carfin. As you can see, the Tower of Carfin is... Oh, wait, that reflection is so sick. The Tower of Carfin is fucking massive. And then you have the entire, like, complex, the university complex, which just for the scale... Tower of Carfin is right here. The university complex is there. That's the size of the Tower of Carfin. You can literally see this from other biomes. Like, you can see this across the map. So, kind of a cool element there. Every place does have some lore built up to it. Like, they even have different biome lores. World bosses will have their own lores as they come in. World events could even work in lore to it. So, there is some lore that's worked in, but it's not necessarily that fully built out, I guess, like, universe lore yet, if that makes sense. Like, you know how MMOs, I mean, very frequently have, like, a very deep lore universe to pull from? Ashes doesn't really have that, like, back catalog of, like, world building established. So we're living through the world building right now. We're figuring out, from our perspective, a little piece of the story as it's being written. And we're like, oh, okay. Like, we're watching a series, and we're getting up to date on the series as a new episode's coming out, instead of an entire season dropping at once and then binging it. Like, we're keeping up with every single episode. Tap target combat or hack and slash? A little bit of a mix of both. Good question. Also, we gotta get to the controversies, because that's a good question. A little bit of a mix of both. Every class in Ashes of Creation has a melee and a ranged weapon that they can equip at all times. It has to be one melee, one ranged. There are different melees, different ranges. Every weapon has a physical and a magical version to it as well. So, if I have my melee weapon out, greatsword, shing shing, swing swing. Now, you'll notice different animations with the swings, right? So, with that, greatsword and every weapon in the game has a combo. That combo has normal hits and then what are called finisher and extended finisher hits. Those final two hits do increase damage, and then they will also put out different status effects on targets, different debuffs on them, and different buffs on you. So every weapon has different characteristics, different swing animation, different time to finisher, different weapon trees, which determine those buffs and debuffs that are going out. Longbow is what I use for my ranged weapon. So it is tap target based for the combat system. You can either auto attack or you can be like a manual hold to attack. Or you can press comma by default. That brings you kind of like it's like a pseudo action combat. It's not a matter of like, I go here and flick and projectile goes here, but it's like I'm over here and on my weapon timing, I can kind of just, you know, flick a little bit easier without having to necessarily worry about holding down mouse button 2, like my right click, to worry about all that targeting stuff. Now, personally, I played a lot of action combat, but I do prefer the tap targeting over here. I feel as though tap targeting between the actual, like, the mob targeting itself paired with the, like, the ground target abilities that I have as a tank, the class that I play, it's kind of imperative to have more control over it with the cursors. So I have, like, wall. One thing with my wall that I can do is, like, I can pull somebody in, grapple them, and then as I grapple them in, I can turn, they'll land here, and then a wall behind me. And that's all because my cursor is available to go behind me. If I have my banner, which I'm throwing out, it's like an AoE that gives everybody in the banner a shield. Then I can just go cursor, throw that out. And then I can have that like really precise. So personally, I don't necessarily like the ground targets that are associated with all of the action combat stuff. I've always felt like the tab gives a little more precision, but there are a lot of players who play on each. I've heard, you know, there are positives and negatives about each. I can switch pretty seamlessly between either one and PvE, but like PvP, when it really comes down to it, I just feel like I have more precision to snag targets and control everything on tab, if that makes sense. I'm gonna watch, I'm using Codex to play my December 11th path. The Codex path goes crazy. I'm gonna be putting out like some pretty visible guides once everything gets kicked up. Like, we'll be doing our binge on stream, and then I'm gonna be clipping down like segments of my leveling, so that way we can post it as guides for people, so everyone will have good leveling routes. Cole, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What race are you playing at the moment? I'm playing a Nikuan dwarf. So there are two like types of every basically like divine race, they're called. So like your dwarves, orcs, elves, humans. And then the Tolnar are just like a furry orgy amalgamation of things that should never exist in the first place, but they do. You good? I have no idea what Carl is doing. Oh, Carla's beating the shit out of ice. Jesus Christ. Bro, I just heard a bunch of fucking commotion. The ice all froze together and she was kicking the shit out of it. I think she was literally hitting it with like a hammer or something. Holy shit. She beating spiders with pan? No, bro. So we have an ice maker, like a countertop ice maker, because our fridge doesn't do it. And it's super easy. Fill it with water, makes a bunch of ice, harvest the ice. So it has a respawn time. We harvest it. We gather that shit, and then we put it in the freezer, but sometimes it'll like freeze together. And so she was like beating the shit out of the clump of ice to get the individual like little ice cuppies. I mean, thinking, no, I didn't think she was being attacked. I just didn't know what the fuck she was doing. I just didn't know if she fucking finally snapped. I didn't know if I was gonna get attacked. Like, I live in Maine. Shit don't really happen up here. Like, she'd go for a walk right now and be chilling. I just thought I was gonna get beat down. I thought she was like ramping up for something, bro. I get scared sometimes. I was pretending the ice was you. Listen, as long as that's how it continues to be, that's fine. That's fine. As long as it doesn't evolve past the ice. We're good. We're good. So anyways, why does the Bloodrunner hood look so goofy compared to the rest of the set? You wanna know the best part about the Bloodrunner hood? If you look straight on, you actually can't see shit. Like at an eye level, the hood sits too low. So like anything that is Nikuan height or higher, I would basically be seeing your knees. This is where you have to be camera-wise for me to be able to see you. Like, this is the line of sight with this helm. I haven't said much, but it's bugged me for a while. Dude, it just sits so low on the face. I'll literally be fighting like this, I swear to God. I'm just like looking up. God fucking damn it. I miss Maine, lived in Portland for 11 years as a kid. Dude, Maine is fucking beautiful. I love it up here. I am born and raised here, and I will never, ever, ever like an area more than I like Maine. It's got its like benefits and negatives, but like, bro, I don't know. There's something about it. Like, I've visited cities for, you know, recently, just traveling and shit. For TwitchCon, I go to San Diego, but like, it's just it's different out here, man. What do you think the end of Troll event will be? Very likely GMs active, spawning in a whole bunch of shit, waves of stuff, letting us all gear out, and then saying the Harbingers are coming for you. And then they spawn in even more shit. We fight world bosses. We preview some stuff. Maybe the Harbinger system. Maybe if they're able to like sneak a patch in for it or something. I don't know, but usually it's a bunch of GMs present. We do a bunch of fun shit. They said that there will be boost NPCs available. So you'll be able to level a character, gear a character on a baseline level, and then pull up to that. So there's more to do here though. Yeah, Carla moved up here from like Arizona. And she definitely wishes there was more to do up here. But like, I mean, I stay entertained. Granted, most of my days just like chilling, streaming and shit. Makes it kind of easy for me, but can I dwarf launcher anywhere over here? I want to show the people the dwarf launcher. I must. Surely there's a good dwarf launcher area. It's my favorite like physics interaction. There we go. Don't fucking worry about it. Don't you guys fucking worry about it. I'll teach you the way. You may or may not be able to like astronomically propel yourself up into the sky in some places where like terrain comes together. There are these like really weird terrain seams where you can essentially just like goof yourself up to places that you may or may not be able to access just like rock wise and stuff. You don't get shit for it. But sometimes it's a really good like juke spot. Sometimes it looks really cool. In my account level 22 to 25 now. Oh yeah, it's huge value. Also, this is Carfin. So the tower, you're up tremendous. Can you bar boost that shit? Yes. It worked better before the movement changes came in. So they changed momentum a little while back and added air friction and kind of like an air brake to momentum carry. So like in a lot of my old clips, you can see where I would like charge, and then if you block during charge, it would carry your entire momentum and there was no fall damage. So the only thing that would slow you when you were jumping was contact with the ground and friction. So we were able to b-hop like crazy once you got the cadence of like toe tap, toe tap, toe tap, because it was like brakes on a car. You only slowed down at a deceleration rate when you were in contact with the ground. And so we would take advantage of that with no fall damage and no decel rate in the air. We would essentially pop uppies, charge, animation cancel the charge, and then literally like a skipping rock. So it was interesting. But that was across the ground. And then there are areas like Grave Peak near the big tower, and Grave Peak has a couple where you can like get up to this like big tower area that has a statue on top. I would say it's probably like this height. It's nothing too crazy. But you can do like a little workaround and then get yourself up there. So it's pretty cool. Will there be bot prevention? I guess there's trading and stuff. Many bots will overload the server. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of bot prevention. Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, I'm not intrepid to exactly speak to what their methods are, but like they're very anti having like bots, RMT, stuff like that in their economy. But I can't exactly vouch for like what their prevention methods are. Okay, controversies. Also, Blotto, what up, my boy? I'm enjoying the sights, and I'm showing people around. We're introducing new players to some of the cooler parts of the world while we tell tales of what Ashes was and will be. And we're trying to like show that not everything with this game is just like empty space like some people think, dog. So, bite of spaghetti. Hold on. Where shall we start? Where should we start? Do you think your experience with New World contributed to your perspective on the game? It's not at all common among what I would consider Ash's cultists. Yeah, 1000%. I was a New World content creator that was very active in the PvP scene. And as you can tell, I very much like yapping about things that I like, don't like, my thoughts on things, and providing feedback. Now, the thing with New World for me that really made it rough was that there was such a disconnect from like the developer side and the community side, because the developers had the puppeteers above them on the Amazon game side that were just dancing them, and they had to ignore their community to keep their job. So there was always this level of like, and I didn't see this when I was in New World, but I saw this when I stepped away from New World and took time to not be so like angry-minded at the New World devs themselves. Because when you're inside the New World scene, you say the New World devs suck, the New World devs suck, the New World devs suck. The New World devs did a lot with a whole little. And they put something together that at the very least had a chance, right? Given such late changes in development cadence, what the game was supposed to be, like, they did a lot with a little. And I was always really grateful for that, but also wanted to provide my feedback in a meaningful way from my own perspective, the goods, the bads, the indifference. There were multiple balance changes that came in that primarily impacted melees. I played Great Axe Warhammer. Primarily impacted what I played. And I gave extremely well written out feedback about those, like, those changes as they were coming in, why they would be detrimental to the game. I gave information about like potential, you know, gameplay modes that could be considered, everything like that. Always fell upon deaf ears, never heard any communications back, never heard much. I ran community events for New World, which Amazon said they would help us like sponsor and basically like promote. They gave us one singular line of like, okay, so basically the backstory of this was that we put on an entirely community-driven, community everything, New World Family Feud. We had our production team, Corla and friends, go over to different community discords and like poll people on like, you know, different questions from like what NPC would you be most likely to like go on a date with or some bullshit, to like which governor, guild lead basically, would you want to march you into war. And those like community polled things were all directly driven from the community. So we pitched this to the AGS people and they were like, oh yeah, this sounds awesome. Thank you for putting this together. We'd love to like promote this and get behind this and help you hype it up. I think they forgot. And what we ended up getting was a singular line of text at the bottom of one of their articles. After the like closing of the article, almost like the article was already like ready to be published. And then they were like, hey, by the way, throw Dusty's thing in there. And so it was like, also tune into these Twitches to watch New World Family Feud on this day. And I was like, all right, man. All right, no, that's fine. So like between everything that I experienced over there, like all of my feedback, all of my effort, everything just not being in a spot where it could be like, I guess heard. That was a big thing. I had a lot of frustration over the New World because I saw the directionality of where it was going. I was very active in the scene and I provided feedback not just like through my own eyes, but through interaction with, you know, my community and the extended PvP community and the casual players that came through as well. I try to provide my feedback like everything included outside of just my own personal POV. So from that instance, I have always come over here to Ashes and, or like since I've come over here to Ashes, I should say, I have always felt as though my feedback is directly heard, and not just because I'm a content creator, because I am a playtester. I have always felt like feedback from the outward community is something that Intrepid seeks. The communication from like developer to playtesting community is typically very good, and it's traditionally been very transparent. And for me, like, I've seen a lot of this before. Going through what was a bloodbath with New World from launch to February of this year, making New World content. Like December was where I started making Ashes content and kind of hybrided out of New World, and then I transitioned fully to Ashes in like February-ish. So all through that time, I went through the same questions that I go through now. Anybody know if the price will change? $42.50 on Steam, the 11th to the 25th. and then it goes to $50 after the 25th. Yes, so it will drop. That still gets you in for the remainder of development, however long that may go, throughout, you know, the entire time. You don't have to pay anything else for development. Will all racing classes be playable? All classes, like the primary archetypes, yes. Secondaries, no. Races, all except for Tolnar is a plan right now. The Tolnar is just the furry scaly class race, so nothing to worry about there. But all primary classes, yes. But yeah, so coming over here, like, I have heard all of this like community feedback before. I have heard every single bit of the dead game allegations. I've heard every single bit of the like, this game's a scam allegations. I've heard cash grab allegations. I've heard, why are you playing this? This is a stupid game to be playing. And very simply put, like, I make content on games that I enjoy playing. And I'm typically a one game Andy, and I just kind of like plant my roots somewhere. And I'm very confident that no matter which MMO I got into, because of my community being very consistent and very supportive, I would be just fine. I play whatever MMO I enjoy, and whether my viewership goes up, down, or around in any regard, I know that I'm gonna be good. My community's got me. So I'm very fortunate to take all of the passion that I had for trying to help New World establish itself and bringing that over here to something that I actually believe in the long term. Like, if I didn't believe in Ashes, I would just go chase viewers. I would have played the Guild Wars 2 expansion. I'd be playing Where Winds Meet right now. I would have gone back to cash in on the New World, like, death announcement. I would have cried on stream a little bit, put up a sub goal to have, like, one more transmog comp in New World. Honestly, wait. Low-key cooking. Anyways, it's for a different time. But, you know, I'm not really doing that. I sit here through the Ashes ups and downs, and my viewership always reflects the ups and downs directly. My sub count always reflects the ups and downs directly. And I believe in Ashes in the long term, in the MMO scene, to at least be able to establish itself as, Johnny, thank you for the follow, as something that follows through on its original vision. New World did everything that it could to execute on a very, very, very quick set of changes that essentially obliterated the core of what it was supposed to be. And the devs over there weren't able to listen to the community because they had so much above them that was impacting that. I see the top of Intrepid directly. We see the top of Intrepid directly with Steven. We have transparency and communication from the person that is at the tippity top of the company that is making the game that we're playing. And we see communication and presence from developers, from community managers, from volunteer community moderators that believe in the product so much in the long term that they take time out of their day to just help Intrepid with any communication things that they need without being paid or compensated. Those are the people that you'll very frequently see in Discord, in streams, all of that. This community is very, very, very committed to Ashes, and not just mine, but a lot of them out there. There are a lot of people who have been here for a long time, and some who over time have lost a little bit of faith. There are new players who have come in that can help restore that faith for people that have forgot where it's going. But overall, there has been a lot of progress with Ashes. If you look back at any previous phase compared to now, the state of this phase, like this server right now that you're looking at, is still better at this point in time into the server than previous phases were. And Intrepid is still saying, no, this isn't good enough. We want to give you better. We're wiping because this is going to present a better economic state for a long-term sustenance server. That is good in my mind because they are immediately saying we need to deliver the best. We need to get the best data. We need to make this the best it can be. And they're not just content saying, hey, let's just throw everybody over there. Fuck it. It's all cooked. It's been cooked. It's going to stay cooked. And I really like that. I feel like we as a community are so directly involved with something that typically this early we aren't able to be involved in. And it's a fun part of it for me. I know everybody been back lately. We got Z, we got GP. Everybody's here. Soon Steven's going to come down from the sky and murk my shit again and then give me a cool mount. Everything will be like the old days when I first came in. The gang's all here, boys. Thanks for the detailed answer. Yeah, of course, dude, of course. Like, I just appreciate people coming through and asking questions. As you can tell, I'm a yapper. Like, I don't stop talking when I'm on stream. I very much like people coming through and hanging out, and I'm grateful that they do. So, like, I'm personally, what are you doing on live? Dude, I can't show my screen if I'm on PTR, and PTR is down right now. Live's up for today and tomorrow, and then it goes to PTR for the next... I want to say like 5 days or some bullshit like that. But I can't show my screen on PTR, brother. My legs. What am I going to do without my legs? Kill it. Bro, it's tough out here. It's a DustyWhy talk show. Which, like, I'm going to be real. Live's pretty empty right now. So it's still the DustyWhy talk show. But like yesterday, for example... Bro, I had an article pulled up after the dev stream for like 8 fucking hours of stream just yapping while an article was on screen. I didn't even have gameplay on screen yesterday for 10 hours. That shit was tough. I had to get throat coat tea at Walmart. I had to start my throat coat regimen again. Pause. But like, my voice was getting really fucking hoarse, bro. But yeah, no, so like, when people come in and ask questions, I just try to tell them my honest feedback. Like, Ashes isn't perfect. Ashes is getting better. Ashes isn't for everybody. I like Ashes a lot. 2 sides to look at everything. You can either enjoy Ashes a lot, or you can wait and you can hope you enjoy Ashes more. If you dislike Ashes to the point that you don't see yourself enjoying it in the long term, there's no point in remaining around and just bitching about it and causing yourself actual grief playing something that you don't enjoy. There are too many goddamn games out there for anybody to be spending time doing anything they don't enjoy. There are too many things in life for any person to be sitting here actively grumpy that they are in this stream, listening to me yap, hanging out, just chilling. If you are grumpy about the state of Ashes, do something else for a little bit. Get refreshed. A lot of good games right now. A lot of them. And I'm not saying that as like a fuck off. I'm saying that as like a, brother, life's too like good for people to force themselves into shitty things that they're not enjoying. If you're here right now, and you're angry about Ashes, just come back in like a month. I promise it'll be great. Come back a few days after the start of that update. We'll be up tremendous. But for whatever reason, so many people just like, I don't know, so many people force themselves into it until they're angry. And I also feel like so much of the feedback that's coming out right now is so one-sided, and it's always like low-key, like Steven's mentioning with the skins, man. It's always either cultists or white knights. And I'm very optimistic about the future of the project because I believe in it and I also enjoy its current iteration. So why would I not enjoy it when it gets better? I stream 3 years of New World content. I'm sure as shit I can make it through 3 years of this with the expectation that it goes that way. I knew New World was going down, but my channel just kept going up, so I couldn't fucking stop. I was hooked. So like, now I sit here and I'm like, huh. Well, whole hell of a lot easier to make content now and yap about stuff than when live was down Tuesday, Wednesday, and I knew nothing about the game and there wasn't much coming in because it was all back-end stuff. So, I'm kind of happy with the state of everything right now, if I'm being completely honest. It just continues to get easier, man. Ashes gets better. Content gets easier to make, and like, I'm having a blast. And it's only 50 bucks. Yo, yeah, 50 bucks. Oh, the fly. Jesus Christ. 50 bucks to get into the remainder of development when it's probably going to be like low-key, I think 2.5 to 3 years is very valid. Bro, that's not a lot monthly. I always talked about how the $100 a month was a banger deal as well. Sorry, spaghetti. But like, bro, $50, $42.50. I'm not even a salesman. I don't get paid for selling copies of Ashes. I make $0 off that shit. If I did, I wouldn't have a student loan goal because I probably sold 10K of Ashes already. I'm gonna just throw that out there. I will pull up my referrals page right now. I'm just putting that bitch out there for consideration. I think I've cleared 10K. But I don't get commissions on this shit. I do not. I wish I did. I literally tell people the honest truth about Ashes. Hey. Hello, friend. Oh no! What did the wolf do? Brother just fucking dunked his wolf. My guy. How good is Ash's solo? Hold on. I gotta put the fan on me. I'm being attacked by a fly. Bro, I swear to God. This fly is one of the old AGS devs. Something, bro. They're fucking harassing me. Ever since the New World shutdown. Been getting fucking gang stalked. Now how good is Ash's solo? Ash's solo is, by design and intent, more inconvenient, annoying, time-consuming, and hard than anything group-based, but it is doable. There are avenues of progression that you can go through entirely solo. You could go 1 to 25, just chopping trees down. You could yop stuff, you could gather, which is free. You could sell your stuff to other players, make some money, and then buy the gear that you're looking to purchase without having to worry about playing in groups at any point. So like solo is doable, right? But it's probably gonna take you longer. It's probably gonna be a little bit harder. And you're gonna have to work a little bit harder for everything. There will be some things that you can't, in the long term especially, like completely do as a solo player, like, you know, master all crafting, so to say. There are some restrictions around that. Right here. This is exclamation crafting if you guys ever get curious about it. But basically, Ashes has 22 professions in total. And this is on each, like, this is your individual. So, all of your professions start as novice. 5 of your novice professions can become apprentice at level 10. 4 of those apprentice can become journeyman at level 20. 3 of those journeymen can become master. And then 2 of those master can become grandmaster. So you have 2 at grandmaster, which is the highest level. 1 at master, 1 at journeyman, 1 at apprentice. So you cannot do everything on the highest level. Now, right now, the highest effective level is journeyman. So you can have like 4 at the highest current level, which I do. I use every single one of them. So it's only going to get harder as the like leveling actually goes up. So I don't understand why people talk badly about Ashes for launching an EA, saying it's not ready. No game on Steam and EA is ready. Ashes is better and has more content than what's out there. They say it's because they don't have money, and if that's the case, so what? Stop idling children. The games are some of the most expensive in the world, and at least they're not robbing you with pay to win. Like, I agree that the panic is very unwarranted, because I also think that people are assuming that the early access tag means that development has shifted at all. Spaghetti.
With abs is absolutely S tier.
I know, thank you for the follow. Sorry, Spaghetti. But basically, like, my thought on it. People are very reactive to any change in this community. We've seen that, right? 1000%. Hardest part for solo is trying to trade with your alts. I think Spaghetti was too rich. Wait, it's delicious. I'm just yapping too much. No, it's fucking delicious. No, don't water it down. What the fuck? No, it's fine. I like it. Anyways, trading with your alt is going to be a lot harder once they bind the profession, like, progression to your account instead of just your alt as well. A lot of stuff's meant to be account bound. But like, in terms of the negativity from the community, keep in mind, like, the Ashes community is very, like, reactive to any form of change that is, like, slightly uncomfortable and unfamiliar for them, right? And, like, this is a very, very, very large, unexpected change. This is something where early access can put a certain expectation in people's minds, and that can result in negative sentiment spreading about Ashes, and people are concerned about that. So it's like, the reaction is coming from a place of, like, people want Ashes to be in the public face when it's ready. Some people are just goobers. But most of it that I've gathered is, like, people are trying to say they want it to go more public when it's ready to go more public, and they feel as though this is not the best representation of Ashes that could be put out there in the public scene, and more progression around some of our systems would make it a better time for Ashes to go more public. And I understand that sentiment, but this is what I call the development paradox, where any set point in time, take a 3-month progression at any 2 points in time between development point A and development point B. Theoretically, from the start of that period to the end of that period, if things are progressing smooth, you will be able to notice a substantial shift that would represent a worthy time to start fresh or to have a reset. So much should change within that 3-month period. And theoretically, it would improve the state of the game by that. You know what I mean? So that's the tough part about it, is anytime you look 3 months in advance, 3 months from December, we'll be in a better state. There will probably be more patches in, probably be close to another milestone if we don't already have one at that point. It's, Planet Orf. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, he scared me. What the fuck? Okay. Just chat, be ready for a flashbang. I'm just putting that out there. I'm putting that out there. Panic isn't entirely manufactured. There are legit reasons. Yeah, no, absolutely. But I also think that, like, the panic isn't necessarily, like, necessary, you know? I think that it's okay to acknowledge that there's going to be bad with the good, but I think the good outweighs the bad with this. Like, I've shown this a few times, but I've tried to break down, like, a pros and cons of, like, very simply put, what the good and the bad is. And also, this is a drawing of a Harbinger for those that haven't seen one yet. This is Clued the Oracle. One of the many Harbingers that you'll encounter in the game. They previewed these in the dev stream a little bit. Gave us a little, well, not in the dev stream, but we saw them. Anyways, so the biggest con, very simply put, is unhappy people coming in. People play the game in its current state and they say, man, this sucks. This is stupid. Not Chewy. I'm leaving. Fuck you, Steven. And that's going to be clipped out of context. That's going to get clipped out of context and sent to Steven, huh? Whoops. So anyways. So what we have here are more unhappy people. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna be real. We already have that. Incredible drawing. Thank you. Thank you. Lifelike. I actually got reached out to many times for my drawings. Intrepid wanted to make sure that I wasn't actually sharing direct assets from the private test realm because it is visually NDA'd. And I had to go back into the VOD and show them me drawing this for them to actually believe that it wasn't a direct asset. I know. So at least they're thorough in investigating. You're just a good artist. Honestly, one of the best. Yes. Some say that I'm the greatest artist of my generation. Somewhat of a collaboration of like Picasso and Basquiat. Basquiat, if you will. And I've got my own touch on everything, but it's also this abstract, beautiful piece that comes together to illustrate the most core essences of what we're looking at. You know what I mean? And I really like that. It's like a... You ever go to a Michelin star place and you get dessert and it's like a deconstructed pie? And you try it and it's so much better than the components of the full pie all put together, assembled, because you can appreciate each component more. Welcome to your deconstructed pie. Welcome to your Michelin star art. I'm introducing you to more and more every single day past just this gameplay chat. Make sure you follow if you're not already. So, we already have a whole lot of unhappy motherfuckers in this community. I'm gonna be real. I talk about it a lot. That's gonna happen regardless. The largest con, in my opinion, of this move is that more people are unhappy. That's it. First impression's everything. First impression, I'm gonna be real, for somebody who has a true first impression right now of an MMO that has an early access tag, really probably won't be that bad. Like, if you have a completely blind player that comes in and checks out the first time user experiences and casually picks away at stuff and gathers or finds and crafts as a casual player, they're actually not gonna have a bad time. Like, I'll be completely honest. I do feel like there's, especially for casual players, a good amount of content before you actually are like, damn, what do I do? You can gather, refine, and craft your way, like, through a lot, dude. You can spend some time here. So, I'm gonna be real. I think it's a little overblown. The element of like, oh my god, all these first impressions are gonna be terrible. I don't think the first impression is gonna be as good now as it would be on launch. But I also think that the first impression definitely has potential to be good enough. Hold on, spaghetti break. I think it's got potential to be good enough to actually interest players in the long term, to feel out the developments and see what's going on. And I think that's all it needs to be right now. Well, I agree the first impression is sketchy. I think the fear of the studio running out of money is a much larger concern. My counter to that is I think that's a valid concern with literally every studio that's not an established AAA right now. Which is why I'm less like, Intrepid's on fire and more, gaming's on fire. That's more of just like a general gaming concern to me. Where very frequently I go on a rant of like, can passion ever win versus profit? Can an actual independent development studio last long enough to get their dumbass contraption of a plane that's less optimal, less put together, and less well built off the ground compared to the AAA demons that are out there with billions of dollars in revenue and all of the bank accounts that you could ever want, and they're flying in the fucking best jet that's available, you know? Can the passion ever win? Will gaming ever be in a spot again where passion can win in the long term in some of these more sealed off environments like live service, where you do have server costs, you do have maintenance of ongoing content, you have developing new content. You got a lot. Did they say they ran out of money? No, but they did directly acknowledge, like, this is something that is made in respect to, like, this is a decision that is made partly in respect to us being a business having ongoing server costs and stuff like that. So, like, well, it wasn't like, you know, we're out of money type thing. I think a lot of people are jumping to that conclusion, that it's like a panic mode. And I think this is more to, like, stop the bleeding as bad as it is, because as cool as it is for Steven to be like, yeah, I'm self-financing $110 million into the development of this game, by the end of it, that's a lot of money and an insurmountable amount to me. But very ambitious MMO dev can absolutely go past that, especially trying to do everything like out of California. Bro, that's expensive. Like, I completely see the business side of it where, like, Steven has, keep in mind, Steven iterated multiple times in the dev stream, they are a business with ongoing server costs and other costs that need to be supported. I don't think they're out of money, but I think they are being a bit business-minded with this, which they have to be to succeed. They have to have a cognitive idea of where their ability to grow is at. Are they capped in terms of their growth with the current monetization? Is their size like plateauing? Do they think an influx of money could help push some of their dynamic gridding capabilities forward, their teams forward, their server worker infrastructure forward, anything? Do they feel as though that would actually help? And if they do, then great. I'm here for it. I'm not Intrepid. I'm not a marketing whiz. I'm not a econ guru. And I don't pretend to be. I don't have the qualifications for that. I just like video games a lot and happen to be pretty decent at them. So, I'm gonna just sit in my chair, and as long as I keep enjoying Ashes and people keep showing up, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna feel out all the changes, and I'm gonna try to help other people feel them out in the most meaningful way possible. And if I can't do that, then shit, we got a problem. But I feel like that's where I'm at with it. And see why fears of a studio closure don't phase a guy who streamed New World for years. You merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it, molded by it. By the time I saw the light, it was merely blinding. Yeah, you get me. You fucking get me. Uh-huh. Now keep in mind, just for perspective, I started streaming Ashes as my daily in December, okay? My stream streak is 870 days in a row today. Just for perspective of like, how frequently I am always here. I stream 8 to 12 hours a day. Next month, I'll be doing some 20 pluses. Bro, I was born in that shit, genuinely. I grew up in that shit like a junkyard fucking cat at this point. I just don't go away. I'm just saying, like, this shit doesn't really bother me because I've been through it all before, but I've also been through it post-launch. Like, I feel as though having these woes pre-launch when the game is in development, when it's supposed to have bumps in the road, is way better than post-launch when it's like, oh fuck, 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 fuck. Like, that's when it's bad. So right now it's the build-up. This is where it's supposed to be janky. This is where it's supposed to come along. I need more tea tonight. This is where it's going to get rough. And for those that don't want to be here for it, I don't think anyone's trying to make them be here for it. I don't think that's the expectation. I don't know a single person that is an actual Ashes community member and not like a fucking Redditoid that will say, oh man, you're missing out on a ton by not playing Ashes right now. Bro, I can teach you everything I know about Ashes. The only thing you'll miss out on is actually mechanically playing the game. And you can literally just press the keys on your keyboard in combat the way that you would based on my keybinds once you understand what they do. I swear to God, you can just unplug controller, play along. Bro, let's do a let's play. I'll save you the 50 bucks. Nobody's making anybody play. Nobody's saying you're missing out on anything. Like, we as playtesters that are here right now are all, or should all be aware that we're hopping into what should be the worst state of Ashes that we experience in the future. You are, if you're playing right now, are playing a far inferior version of Ashes than you will be a month from now. It's kind of cool concept. We see it grow, we see it evolve, we see it improve. And if more people also have that mentality where it's like, hey, we can all make it happen, then by the time Ashes does launch, the transparent development process could be something that's actually seen as something beneficial. Maybe it takes the, like, maybe it takes the stars aligning in the right way. Maybe it takes like the content creators being in the right mental state with the community being in the right state and the right content creator blowing up and the right part of the community believing in it and sticking it out and providing the feedback and the right developer at the top. But shit, someday it could happen. Stranger things have happened, dog. Motherfuckers can like fuse and split atoms, but people are trying to act like Intrepid can't make an MMO that's fun to play. Wild world we're living in here, huh? Con Steam reviews. I have Steam reviews in the middle of pros and cons. Same thing with an active player count. Primarily because Steam reviews, while I think an initial wave of negative Steam reviews can very much be a negative, thinking past the initial wave of reviews, Steam reviews can actually serve as somewhat of an archive of how sentiment of a game has changed despite initial rockiness, and can actually be a catalog of where progression has been and is going, which can allow people to get a glimpse into what the problems were initially and what the problems are now. So somebody that cares enough to look at Steam reviews may care enough to realize if they're looking at a Steam review from 6 months ago that says questing is dog shit versus Steam review from, you know, like a week ago that says, oh, I just got done questing to level 20, it's come so far, positive review, would recommend, it's still got a long way to go, but we're here for it. So somebody that's looking at Steam reviews may at that point also be more likely in the long term to notice that overall growth. And Ashes, I don't think, is making any plays that are intended to be the short-term all-in Hail Mary, end of the game, just yuck it to the end zone and hope you make it. I feel like this is all a very calculated step towards, like, people getting the impression of Ashes, right? The first time somebody sees DustyWhy, it's not going to be like a daily thought for them, right? But if I'm always here, you come into the directory day after day after day after day, and I'm always here, you're gonna be like, who the fuck is this guy and why is he always here? Why doesn't he leave? If people are on Steam and they're looking for new games to play and they're looking for MMOs and they're seeing Ashes and Ashes and Ashes and Ashes, they might not hop in immediately. Some will, but some will actually hop in a lot later. But that initial impression is something that takes time to typically convert to an engagement. And then that engagement is where you actually see the more in-depth interaction with things. Those would be your players that are clicking on the store page. Those are your players that are wish listing. Those are your players that are actually hopping into playtesting. That takes typically multiple impressions before you actually acquire an engagement. And that's one of the hardest things, is to get those initial impressions, especially when you're in a sealed off place such as the Intrepid Studios launcher and just the Intrepid Studios website. I see both sides of it. Check out New World in Season 10, and well, I can see why I failed. The work of the audio and visual team will go down as an all-time waste of talent and effort. Oh my god, dude, don't get me started. New World was essentially the most beautiful boat that had a core engine flaw that resulted in it lighting on fire any single time that they actually set it out to sea. New World had a one-of-one combat feel, especially for melees. New World had an amazing sound design, visual design for environment detail, mob detail once they actually added more than 4 types of mobs. Like, New World was a beautiful game. Audio, visual, like, I thought, like, the game feel because of the engine was somewhat hindered. But I feel like the combat system itself was this beautiful balance of simply accessible with 3 abilities on 2 weapons, a point-and-click freeform combat system, a very straightforward dodge block mechanic that prevented all damage, with the complexity of you fight somebody that really knows what they're doing in the right gear and you're kind of cooked. You know what I mean? I think that was one of the cool things about New World, among many other things, but it just didn't have that core build up to hold it up. Lag asked if we'll have getaway, not getaways, Jesus Christ, giveaways. Steam does support key gifting. I don't foresee a world where Intrepid would like tell Steam to not support gifting of the copies of the game through Steam. Now, I don't know if Intrepid plans to have a gifting interface directly through their website. But presumably, we can now give away copies of the game once Steam actually goes on sale. I'm thinking. Because it's like, how would it be not allowed? Why would it be not allowed? And would Intrepid actually care that much to, like, stop people from giving away copies on Steam? So, not quite sure. Not quite sure. It's actually been a while when you think about all the changes that happen with each reset. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I think there's a lot of growth between each reset. And as Steven said in the dev stream, like, every reset should represent a state of change that presents a more sustainable long-term server and should be a benefit. Unless something just goes to shit. But this does seem like where it's something, you know, a lot of stuff's gone to shit, but they're still in control of it. They've got the holes patched, and now they say the holes are patched well enough, we're ready to give it a go. So, yo, see, what up, cons? There are no cons? I think the cons already exist, if I'm being honest. Like, the unhappy people already exist, the naysayers already exist, the scam games already exist. Like, everything already exists in terms of those negatives. I do think the Steam refund policy, while it's the industry standard, like, we do have to acknowledge the very obvious elephant in the room. 14 days and up to 2 hours played. Someone said there may be a different refund policy for early access titles, but what was quoted from Intrepid yesterday was a Steam standard refund policy of 14 days or up to 2 hours played. That is a substantial downgrade comparatively to 90 days no hours limit. Like, there's no way, shape, or form where we can deny that, but also the price is lower to reflect that, so spaghetti. So, I do like to point that side out. Player count, presumably, Ashes will now have a Steam chart as well. Which I do believe only pulls Steam numbers. But it'll show the ebb and the flow, and that can scare some people off if they look at it in a flow state. So, don't feel the game is a scam. Whether one of most of this to go the way it did. They made way too many mistakes. I don't even necessarily think they made mistakes. Like, obviously, like, they made mistakes. I don't want to say that. But I don't think this is like an oh shit, we made mistakes. We've naturally got to like, we got to put out all these fires. I think this is just something that originally may have been something that didn't align with the vision. And then at some point, for whatever reason, they deemed that it would be better to get that Steam accessibility and stuff. Like, I don't really know the decision making. I'm not one to assume what the decision making is, because they were also very, very transparent with like, this is partly a business decision, so we can, you know, do what we need to maintain the costs of running this and bringing this to you. So, I don't know. I'm not necessarily thinking it's this like everything's on fire. I think this is probably a step to stop everything from getting on fire in the first place, and hoping that, you know, it doesn't get to that spot. Because with game dev, the well can run dry at any point, man. Steven's pockets are deep, but they're not infinite. He's not Bezos. It's something where it is very real that they are a business that needs to be aware of those things, or they will run out of money. A 90-day refund policy with no hours limit is awesome for me as a content creator to talk about, but it's also very bad for business. Like, that is 2,160 hours of insurance on a digital product that, keep in mind, I've been playing since December. I would have been able to refund literally like 2,000 hours in, like very, very, very reasonably. That's a lot. It's a lot. I got so much gameplay out of it. So 90 days fucking unheard of. Yes. So like, I think that the Steam standard is still fine. I'm not upset about a Steam standard refund policy, but it's like, you know, 21 gun salute, pour one out for the homies that, you know, that were here type shit. There are people who weren't even happy with the unlimited playtime 90-day refund. Motherfucker, who? Send them here. I have told my chat many times, if you want a VIP in chat, you find me a game refund policy for a current game that is longer than 90 days unlimited playtime, and I will VIP you in my goddamn chat, because nobody could. Nobody ever did. It was unequivocally the best refund policy in gaming. Absolutely absurd. Absurd. So many hours. So, 1000% agree with that. Maggie said they'll honor any packs well before the Steam launch. Not before the Steam launch, I don't think. It was before the announcement came out, according to the dev stream. Because they did update the refund policy on their website. I believe what was said was any packs that were sold yesterday, moving forward, are going to be under the new refund. Anything prior to yesterday would be old refund. That's what we've heard. Only concern is the new Harbinger system won't be polished enough before 12.11. I mean, the Harbingers are kind of fun. I'm not even gonna say they're kind of fun. The Harbingers are really fun. The boss mechanics are sweet. As you can see, the visual design, impeccable. Granted, this is just a heavily inspired rendition by yours truly. This is not the official Harbinger art or anything like that. But as you can see, the visual design right up there. Please don't let this fool you. This is a hand-done recreation, by the way. But I'm a big fan of the visuals. The boss mechanics are actually very fun, in my opinion. Better look just like it. we go into a Harbinger area, like one of the corrupted zones, and this just starts chasing you down. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Harbinger's the type of system that can easily bust a game with bugs. I mean, I totally agree, but anything related to progression of econ can bust a game with bugs at this point, you know what I mean? Like, one of the things that cooked the economy this state was the fact that a few items in the entire item table could be sold to a vendor and then bought back from the vendor for a cheaper price. So people would sit at a vendor all day cycling those items in and then just getting gold cap and then laundering their gold cap. Disgusting. Anything can cook the econ at any point. I 1000% agree. But that's also what I've been saying. Like, anybody that has access to Ashes right now that does not have the PTR downloaded, I'm gonna give you guys two choices. You can either type /gift50 right now, or you can use your current existing Ashes of Creation access to test the PTR a little bit and provide a little bit of feedback. Do me a favor, 5 bug reports, and then say, fuck it, I've done my part. But if you have access to Ashes and you're not doing your part to test this upcoming update, and then you're gonna be one of the people that are like, man, this update stinks, phooey. You don't get to say this update stinks, phooey, because you didn't fucking test it. I get to say this update stinks, phooey. You get to sit there and listen if you're not out there testing shit. Get out there and test shit. Do many things. Do many things. Found a bug, my Ashes launcher isn't installed. Yes, you must fix that. You must fix that. You must solve that. Our mob's gonna drop gear with the next wipe. Drop rates got buffed, yeah. So we did some drop rate testing on the PTR as well in like a small group. Drop rates were definitely better in points of interest. I haven't done a ton of wilderness testing since the drop rate buffs have come in. We've just been focused on looking at so many other things. But POI drop rates were actually quite solid for endgame POIs that we could tell. Let's see. What else can I say about like drop rate buffs? Oh, endgame mob difficulty, like the endgame elite mob difficulty is also supposed to be scaled up to coordinate with those drops. So we see things being a little bit tankier. If you feel like showing an old look at the Harbinger's boss, I've got an image from the wiki. The Harbinger boss is shown in the trailer, right? I think it's literally shown in the trailer. Have you met the Winds yet? No, because it's not an MMO. No. It's not. It's not an MMO. It's a single player game. Yo, Senza, what up? How are you, my friend? Thank you for the follow. Saw the YouTube video titled "Biggest Siege Ever," that you're also in. Notice you were casting AOE spells / skills behind walls. Is that something that needs to be fixed, or is it intended? What skills in specific were you talking about? Oh God, wait. Why am I on the dynamic critting realm? Is anyone else getting error 39? Uh-oh. I just got AFK kicked. I gotta restart my game. Uh-oh. I've done something dastardly. We're down horrendous. What the fuck? Alright, anyways. Some abilities can be like cast kind of like free for me. But I'm not necessarily sure like which abilities in specific. Because some are like ground targets that can be casted from like a top-down POV. And then if it's something like a wall or like a banner or something like that. Oh, Mage Ball. Oh, not my abilities. Okay, cool. I thought you meant tank abilities. My bad. I misinterpreted. So yeah, in terms of like Mage Ball, pretty much all mage abilities will go like through my wall as a tank and through other walls. Scatter Shot on Rangers, I believe, is what goes through walls. Some things are LOS'd, like by walls. And some things aren't really castable, like even through a tank wall that pops up. But there is definitely a list of things that will go through walls. Definitely a list of things that will ride terrain down. So like something like a ball lightning down this like impassable cliff will follow the impassable terrain down and kind of trace it. And then we'll end up like dropping down on the people below it. So ball lightning goes through walls and is intended. Yeah, a lot of the mage just AoE blast goes through walls, right? Because you also have Priz that goes through walls, if I remember correctly. If I am not tripping, I think Priz does as well. 1v1 sumo, then talk to me. Have you got by any of the gacha systems yet, Mr. Bohanglaze? And are you enjoying all of your single player progression? Because you want to know what's crazy? ARPGs also have arenas that you can queue into. I'm just saying. Fucking mage tank, new combo ability, glory hole. Cock, Priz, beam, and ball lightning all go through walls. Now, with your Hoarfrost, can you cast it like over a wall? So, for instance, if I put wall down, I can top down, and then I can cast over the wall. Can you also do that from a top-down POV with any like ground target things? Or does it block the LOS of it? Hoarfrost is ground animation, so yes. So you could, in theory, sit behind my wall, top-down cast Horcock, So for those that don't know, Horcock, Hoarfrost, and Cone of Cold, 2 AoEs that will result in targets being frozen. A frozen target that's then hit with lightning gets shattered for 225% bonus damage. So what you'll see mages doing for their combo a lot of the time is like waiting for a Ranger Vines to go out, and then they'll Horcock, and when they Horcock, they'll freeze the targets, and then they'll ball lightning. And the ball lightning will just go forward, and it will tick, 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 tick. And every one of those ticks activates the shatter proc, the first tick that it hits somebody, and you get that 225% bonus damage, big AoE, and then you follow it up with Prismatic Beam. So, in theory, if we got a Vines, and we had a bunch of mages, I could just like wall for my mages, and then my mages could sit behind the wall, and then just Horcock, ball lightning, Pris Beam, and then stay completely safe and untargetable through AoE. Everybody says my walls were bad. Maybe they're just not good positionally. Mayhaps. Can't wait to rebuild my mount business. Listen, I'm happy to support. I do love supporting those mount people. I made a mage with 10k HP on PTR. Were you level 25? Or like level 10? Do you want to know my PTR stats? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Curious if Supple comes back for fresh starters and Strix is recruiting for Aura again. Oh, really? I haven't seen that. I saw Hori came back for the PTR siege test. I saw Hori. But I'm not entirely sure. That's intriguing. Mount selling might be extra fun with fresh Steam people mixed in. Oh, selling everything is. Strixon's still banned from Ash's Discord, so he's recruiting on the Steam page. For real? What is this generational hustle? Where is this? Where? Cause like, large if true, and I gotta get our guys on that. Is it like reviews? Where is it? Ashes of Creation. Coming soon. See all discussions. He made a Steam group. The recruitments on the Steam page are hilarious. I think it's under community posts. Discussions. See all discussions. I thought the devs were stalwart against Steam. The Ashes cultists doing damage control in here are hilarious. You can't even advertise that it's a PvP MMORPG. No Man's Sky fan. Just join Otter Nonsense. Don't listen to the haters. Stop! Shout out Zop, my king. Zop the fucking goat. Okay. Amnesty, OCE, AOC needed this. Wipes. I mean, shit. It makes sense. Okay. So we got the guild recruitments going out. We got the Zop going out. Huh. Huh. Yeah, I mean, that goes hard. That goes hard. I respect it. It's an economy that we could get. Betting they'll let you link accounts to Steam. Not gonna play Ashes on Steam Deck. Yes. They have talked about, so Steven talked about today on Reddit. He hit a Reddit post and replied saying that they do have plans to work on the entitlement system for Steam. And they hope to be able to get those all taken care of for the people that like did have the packs over through the Intrepid launcher, be able to transfer that over if they want to. So that's dope. I think that's overall big W. But we shall see. Oh wait. Okay. So we have this news that came across the desk earlier today that we haven't been able to cover yet. This is a screenshot coming in hot from the actual Pirates Discord. From Maldavius himself. Mr. Pirate Software. Ashes of Creation has announced early access on Steam for December 11th, 2025. I will be playing this phase at the start to see how everything has landed. At the same time, they also took down the majority of job offerings they had up. Principal Economy Designer is no longer listed, so I'm hoping they filled the role. Low-key, do you think if I messaged Steven, he would tell me if they filled the roles or not? Because there was a job listings page that was shown, like a job listing graphic that was shown during the dev stream. And it had all of the old jobs listed. But if you look at the jobs page on the Intrepid Stew website, they had it in the live stream, they were still hiring. Right. But if we go into the other set of Chrome tabs here, why do I have two sets of Chrome going? I don't fucking know. But if you go to the other Chrome tab here, refresh, intrepidstudios.com/careers, Intrepid Studios. This is Intrepid Studios leading the charge. This is us. intrepidstudios.com/careers. This is us. Engineering, associate software engineer, general applicants. Huh? I don't know why they don't have it on the website, but stop stream to say they were still hiring. Right. They weren't hiring for a principal econ, they were hiring for a senior econ dev. No, I have the sources. It's principal econ designer. Previously. Hold on. Save as. Harbinger. Save. And then we have this. Hiya. Principal econ designer. And this was the old one. Also, this is a new quest indicator. Because they reuse the same graphic. Principal economy designer, associate software engineer, senior anti-cheat engineer, senior build engineer, software engineer, and technical producer. These are all, according to the website, filled. intrepidstudios.com/careers. intrepidstudios.com/careers. Refresh. Check the VOD. I'm going. Hold on. Twitch.tv. Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation.
Have you told him yet?
I got a fucking ad.
We only accept certain.
Bro, I hate ads. Oh my fucking god. Yo, can someone give me a sub in the Ashes chat, please? So I don't have to watch a minute of fucking ads for this. I'm gonna eat spaghetti. God fucking damn it. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Use Brave, no ads. I will use a different browser when a different browser pays me. One thing I have learned is everything's monetizable. You want me to wear your clothes? Pay me. You want me to suck your dick? Pay me. Everything has a price. And if the price is right, then negotiations can happen. All right, hold on. We can have the VOD. Let's see, videos. Hiya. Full screen. Brave is technically willing to pay you. I mean, I like the prospect of this already. Listen, I always said the only way I'd go to Kick is if they gave me so much money that I said that like, you know, I wouldn't have to worry about shit. I'll stand on that business. Okay, wait.
We will not be launching things.
Content creator program. Steven. YouTube comments. Where are we at? Steven. Yeps. Yeps. Chad, do we have timestamp? Content creator program. Chat, vote for me. Content creator program. Hiya. Oh, you guys can't see shit, huh? Swag. Hiya! You guys still can't see shit, huh? Hiya! Alright, we're up. Principal technical artist. Principal econ designer. Associate software engineer. Senior anti-cheat engineer. Senior build engineer. And software engineer. We still can't see shit, we're blind. Are you blind or old? It's important to not cope for your, you know, your weak spots, and it's important to acknowledge them head on. Yo, Keller, join your guild Discord. Gotta go love to chat. I'll absolutely have somebody reach out to you directly. I got you. Henceforth. Yes. I appreciate you. Much love. We'll be in contact soon. Pays out content creators who are viewed by brave users who will have to view ads to support that creator. You think they'd give me like $1 billion in addition to that deal, GP? Cause like, thank you, Dusty. Yeah, I'm here to help the people. Yeah. Simply don't be old. I'll be able to see more. Hold on. Is that better, Unc? You good? Everything good? You want me to like, I can check the Windows magnifying tool and maybe see if that helps a little bit. Hold on, let me see if I can zoom in. Nope, unfortunately only the UI there. Let's try to like lean in maybe. So comparing it to this. Design. Principal economy designer. Principal technical artist. Are they up one job? No. Senior anti-cheat. Senior build engineer. Software engineer. Technical producer. They hired a technical producer, but they fired their principal technical artist. That's the update that we've got so far. Well, I don't know if they fired. But they're looking for a principal technical artist, and they hired the technical producer position. So they now have an art position open. But according to the website, they don't. So like, where does one apply for these jobs if I'm interested in these jobs? Like, say I am a qualified principal technical artist with a large catalog of hand-drawn works that could be submitted for consideration to Intrepid Studios. Where does one submit these? I am not an associate software engineer. I am a principal technical artist, goddammit. I will be treated as such. Where's my application? I'm just trying to help Intrepid. Nay, help Farah succeed. Everybody. Intrepid, non-intrepid. Shit, I'm trying to help the jobless out here. I feel like this should be a tax-deductible stream right now. I'm literally trying to boost employment in not only California, but all of fucking America. Saving the MMO world. What if they just weren't able to hire people? Because they didn't have the job listings up, man. Like, what if that's been the problem the entire time? All of the people were rushing, all the devs were rushing to the website to apply, and then we're just like, oh fuck, they already filled. Well, I guess I'm goofed. Gotta go work on fucking Arc Raiders or something stupid now. Bro, imagine. I'm trying to save the world here. The general application option is for that. But why specific associate software engineer application? But no principal technical artist, principal econ designer. I feel like an application for a principal economy designer would be a lot more specified than an application for like a general hire, which would probably be like, what's your job history? Although I don't necessarily know how they would differ, but I do feel as though there are differences there. Mayhaps. But yeah, I don't know. I am curious. If they have hired, I'm curious where the job listings went. Because Maldavius Wiggletoes, or whatever his RP name is, also is hoping that they filled the role. Him saying that he is hoping for something positive for a game is the best thing that I have heard from his perspective in months. Months. If the stars are aligning just right, we're up tremendous. Truly. Of course he did actually, since that was his large stance before. Yeah, no, this was his big thing. This was his, like, this was his hill to die on. It was...
Intrepid Studios has no principal economy designer, so none of their economy changes could ever actually land or be impactful because they will all have to be scrapped by the time they actually hire a principal economy designer. Thus, they'll have to redo everything.
Dude, I'm trying. I feel like I'm getting it better. It's just my voice is too high. What the?
I worked for Blizzard for 7 years.
What? I like impressions. They're fun. I don't know, you should hear me rapping in the car, bro. You need a voice filter to get that low? I need another set of balls to get that low. Like, whatever I have down there is not enough. I need something else. I don't really know what it is, but I'm lacking something, dog. Really need to hire those. They might do something like give a moving bonus to those positions they really need. The general application is more like former New World employees who don't want to move out of San Diego but have relevant experience. Right. Wasn't there... Greg Street Studio. Fantastic Pixel Castle. Didn't they also recently close down and they were less than 50 employees, but weren't they also like Irvine or San Diego based? There was another one that was right there. Literally tuned in as you said that, almost hit the X on the top right immediately. Wait, because the voice would be intolerable or because pirate software? Brother got ambushed into Pirate Software 2.0. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That is entirely my bad. Why does it make me angry? It kind of makes me angry, bro. I'm gonna be real, like, before his whole, like, the downfall era, as we'll call it, like, I would keep tabs because when he was streaming Ashes, he'd have 15,000 viewers. When I was streaming Ashes, I'd have like 100. I was like, damn, maybe that could be me someday in the viewership category, you know what I mean? That'd be cool. And so I'd keep tabs on when he went off to play other games, and like, I'd see if he'd mention Ashes or anything, or if he'd be like,
Yeah, there's this really cool content creator, DustyWhy.
now I don't even want that vouch, I'm gonna be honest. But, back when there were 15K viewers, that would have been great. Anyways, one day, I'm taking my morning shit. Just minding my me, right? Just fucking hanging out. And I go to tune in, and he's playing... Fuck, what even was it? Like, some other MMO typey game. God damn, I don't even remember what it is. But I just went to see what the game was. And he's standing idle in town in the game. Not even in town, but in like a crafting hub area. And then, like, just goes on a fucking 10-minute rant about, like, how everything in Ashes had no direction and how nothing was actually going to, like, be able to land. And I was like, man, play the game and shut the hell up. I just want to enjoy my shit in peace. And I was already done shitting, but I was still sitting on the toilet just angry in thought. It was one of those. It was like, man, if you truly don't like it to the point where you are leaving, talk about the game that you're playing to your massive audience and don't try to smear another game's reputation to a massive audience simply because you're not enjoying the directionality of it. So I'm hoping he comes around. But again, I'm also not necessarily thinking that they will actually stick around, if I'm being honest. Meanwhile, I was probably playing Amazon's New World. I mean, I came to Ashes from New World, bro. That's why I'm so happy over here. If he was playing New World, he probably would have been happy over here. Shit, I've been through it on that side of things, man. But he also said that he would be coming back with his community as an enthusiast community for the start of Phase 3 servers, and came back for like a week on EU. and then did not play. I think he actively streamed twice, from what I can remember, if twice. I don't even think he streamed twice. I think it might have been one singular stream. It was either once or twice, but his comeback as an enthusiast community did not bring much enthusiasm, and I don't really know what his thoughts were with like leaving the phase again and then going back to variety for a bit. But like, for the sake of people getting their eyes on the game, it would be cool to have larger content creators in the directory. I'm just a small voice. I can yell as loud as I want to, but in the realm of Twitch, that ain't a very loud yell, my dude. So, somebody coming in of this size that can actively influence as many people as they can be either really good or really, 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 really bad. And I am hoping that if he's coming in with like an element of maybe this has grown a bit, then that could be cool. Are you spying on Pirates Discord? Not as much spying. I'm getting this sent to me. People just send me stuff. Yeah. I hope he's positive. I hope that he is honest about his feedback and provides meaningful feedback instead of letting small stuff bother him over the course of the entirety of playtesting. I hope it's much more focused on like, he plays a lot of video games. He's got a lot of time to play video games, and whether people want to give him shit or not, does understand the coding side of video games more than someone like myself. He can provide some good feedback if his mind is in the right place. But it's like me when I get into yaps with somebody that I'm like PvPing against, and I refuse to stop yapping with them, even though everybody's like, Dusty, it's done. That's how he is, except it's targeted at games. And I hope that he can come in and voice things that he's enjoying and not enjoying, but the things that he's not enjoying, he voices in a productive way and a meaningful way, instead of just saying everything sucks, there's no direction, it's all dog shit. You know what I mean? I think that's the hope on my side. It's an MMO that we likely won't have to pay a $15 a month charge for at least 2 years. I also feel like trying to market this as like it's an MMO with all of the MMO loops is also gonna lead people to a lot of disappointment, though. You know what I mean? I feel as though this is resemblant of the core structure of an MMO, but it is in its current iteration far from what an MMO would leave to be desired for a lot of people. And like, I 1000% understand the aspect of like just trying to market it as, hey, it's that super cheap monthly cost. I feel like even though it's a great, like, you know, price per hour played investment over the course of the remainder of development, we still gotta be honest with people and be like, hey, this has the solid bones, but the accessory systems aren't there. It's not quite in like full MMO form yet, but it's getting there. It's getting more and more resemblant of it by the patch, and it's gonna continue to get to that point, you know what I mean? Pirates back, Polar back, Supple back, EU merge with NA, Harbinger bringing PvP, fresh wipe, new players from Steam, or we back chat. I don't think EU is merging with NA. Zybe, what up, dude? Pirate software coming back to Ashes. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. This is his Discord. This was, I think at 1:10 a.m. What the fuck? When was this? Oh wait, this might be EU time. Or no. When did this come from? Jesus Christ. But yeah, Pirate Software will be back, at least for a little bit. They're gonna play on EU and Dodge. I mean, do you remember he did this phase too? Like, he did this on these servers. Said he was gonna come back as an enthusiast community, and then came back on EU servers for a few days, and then left again. I don't necessarily think that they're coming back in like the capacity of being back as pirates. Question is, how many players do you think this game will have concurrent on Steam the weekend after it launches? 5 to 10K. Optimistically. I'd say like 10K would surprise me a lot. I would say 5K would be my conservative guess of like also factoring in some people may go through the Intrepid launcher and stuff. I think 5 to 10 is my range. 10 on the high end, 5 on the realistic end. Just because the price is going to be 42. Yeah, the price will be acquirable. Yeah, I don't think that's bad at all. I just think Ashes is something where you've either heard about it and you have an opinion on it, or you haven't heard about it at all. And with something that is not being marketed as this is the big launch, sorry to burp, it's going to be a lot more of a build up over time and a lot less of the immediate splash and wave. Game's way too big for that. Gonna say 40 to 60K 2 days after it launches. Are you saying concurrent? Because like the impression size of Ashes is large, but to put it into perspective, Ashes of Creation through all of Alpha 2, Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 2.5, Phase 3, has had roughly 150,000 unique players log in. So like, while it's large, and it will continuously grow, hopefully, that is a really big jump. Like that, I don't think it'll be like lower. Like we hit confirmed in phase 2.5, 8,100 concurrent on one server. That was no dynamic gridding and with worse server worker infrastructure. So I definitely think we'll be well above 10, you know, total between Intrepid and everything else. But personally, I don't necessarily think that this is going to hit with the most hype, if I'm being honest. Like 10-year-old Dead by Daylight, and I'll have 40 to 60K that weekend. I think there's a ton of people hungry for such a beautiful open world MMORPG. I think you're overestimating how many people will think that Ashes is like a beautiful open world RPG, and how many people will like just hear the regurgitated thing of like Ashes looks like butt, Ashes looks like poop, Ashes isn't ready. Like, I totally understand, look at this game as perspective, but also look at all of the MMOs that are existing right now that still don't see a 40 to 60K player base. Like, the cultural wave that goes around a 40 to 60K concurrent player base is literally equivalent to that of New World's Nighthaven launch, where you had everything from, or everyone from like Summit to Sequisha to fucking Zarya was going to check it out. Like, so many people in the MMO scene were going to check this out, and that was a 51K peak. And that's through the only form of the launcher. So like, I don't think Steam's gonna say like 40 to 60K just through Steam, because that would also imply that we're probably gonna be like 100K total player base. And like 100K total concurrent player base is a ridiculous amount. That's an absurd amount of concurrence for like any game right now, and would put us, I mean, shit. Let's see where that would put us on Steam charts, just out of curiosity. Steam charts. Steam charts. A 40 to 60K would put us roughly in the top 25 of all of Steam. Just for perspective. Starting to think the main thing that's going to be our determining factors is servers. They're just going to open up more servers if they need to. Yeah, that's very straightforward. If the servers are too cooked and too populated, then they're going to open up new servers. Their intent for server capacity on launch was 10,000 concurrent users per server, 50,000 accounts. That could be far surpassed if dynamic gridding and server worker infrastructure progress to that point. But in terms of that, like, they've said with potential new realms. So they're already at the point of like, if things are truly gridlocked, if they're at maybe like say a 20k concurrent queue and it's only going up on both of their servers, then maybe they pop a third. But they have seemingly always taken an approach of we would rather our servers be at capacity gridlock stress tested than have too many servers and have people flow into half-live servers. So I would also expect with the player base attrition that we have seen traditionally being an alpha, I also hope that they're not too quick to open other servers because we will lose players. We're not going to retain 100% of people. Shocker. I'd be willing to bet that we probably don't retain 90% of people. Wow. That's okay. It's a content cycle. I think one thing that always killed New World, especially once it started to get that large amount of attention, was like their server capacity was incredibly small. Our server capacity is already larger than New World. And what New World struggled from every time it had new servers. A lot of players came in instantly. The entire server was on queue. You couldn't log in no matter where you are, right? If there are 10,000 new players, but you're already in the desert, or you're already in the Jundark, or you're already in the tropics, brother, you're home free. Every bit of the world is broken up into what's called server workers. Those server workers are responsible for running that independent part of the world. So while this part of the world may be incredibly overwhelmed, that's where dynamic gridding steps in. Now, oh wait, sorry, you can't see my map. So, like, if the starting area of the world is, like, very, very overwhelmed, that is where dynamic gridding steps in. So dynamic gridding can take, like, the server workers that are responsible for running that part of the area and split those server workers and basically, like, call in more to help allocate enough resources to that area. Dynamic gridding is alive and working on the PTR right now and should be in for the 11th. That will be huge for the server infrastructure and is essentially the instant allocation of resources to keep it running smooth, in theory, regardless of what the server load is. Now, with that being said, there is the functional server load as well. That being points of interest, mob grinds, experience opportunities only exist in such a capacity before they physically don't exist anymore. You can only have so many people killing so many things in so many places before those things aren't available to kill. That's the other side of it. At what point does the server performance absolutely just dissolve? Not even in terms of like server connectivity, but like at what point can the server no longer support more people? That's probably going to be a little bit of a dichotomy to play off of. So, realistic in beta games, even if they're good, people are curious and just want to check out where it's at. We're gonna get a lot of those like, those toe dippers, so to say, Zybe. And we're also gonna get a lot of the people that just cannonball in a pool only to realize it doesn't have all the water in it yet. 1000%. We're gonna get both, but we already have a lot of them. So it's like, what's a few more, you know what I'm saying? Genuinely, I think that the transition into Steam is absolutely going to be something that increases the total eyes on the game, which is, I think in the long term, very good. Also, Hunter hit me with a hydrate a while ago and I didn't hydrate. Wish we had places in the Jundark and Trop. Fucking hell. Wish we had places in the Jundark and Tropics to level the start. I mean, there are a lot of like lower level areas, right? That are out of the starting areas, but starting areas are long-term meant to be supportive of 1 to 30. I think the big thing is right now, honestly, the anvil sucks. I think it do suck. It'll get better though. After exploring more of the game today, I believe that having tons more people might truly change how the game is functioning economically with the settlements. Oh god, it changes everything. Like, in a player-to-player driven economy, and in a player-to-player driven system-wide game where it's dependent on friction existing in the world to give you the full essence of what's on the line going to grind mobs. You see other groups where you want to grind and you have the decision of, do we want to grind here and contest them and risk PvP or risk losing mobs or losing our time or dying? Or do we want to go over to this side instead? That small cognitive decision making alone makes mob grinding a more fun thing than just going to Steel Bloom and having that all to yourself and just running to a spot and picking where to go. it makes it actually feel like the world is alive and every choice that you make matters. It's really fucking cool, in my opinion. So, with everything being facilitated on player-to-player driven econ, player-to-player driven systems through friction generation, through settlement progression, everything. The rate at which settlements progress, the rate at which mobs are killed, the rate at which gatherables are attained, all work in this symbiotic relationship to determine the economy as a whole. And the economy of one server that has an 8,000 concurrent player peak and another that has a 5,500 concurrent player peak will be functionally different. Because POIs can only sustain so many people. If I have server populace cap and everybody's trying to get into Steel Bloom, guess what? Steel Bloom can only physically be farmed by so many people. Therefore, more people will go into other routes. Now, because Steel Bloom is permanently packed, Winstead is going to level faster. And as a result, oh god, crafting will kick up sooner on those servers. And as a result, there will be less of an emphasis on dropped gear for your top end. And there will be more things that exist within the economy. Hori, you sexy fuck. Wait, I said your name earlier. What the fuck? Did someone tell you, or did you just have like a Dusty sense? Wait, yeah, I literally mentioned you earlier, no? That is so fucking weird. That is so strange. I was talking about how I saw you on the PTR sieges. Farming Charkov drops. Dude, legend. We're actually just talking about, I literally just mentioned you because I saw you during the fucking PTR sieges. And someone asked, since Polar's coming back for the 11th, if Supple was coming back. And I was like, I don't know if Supple's coming back, but Hori's back. So that's cool. So, no wait, that's Hori? Yeah, that's fucking Hori. Bro, Supple came over to Ashes. So, we have a meeting soon to discuss. Blessings. Blessings. That'll be fucking wonderful. Well, as always, I'm here chilling. You just hit me up in my little corner if y'all ever need me for anything. We got the cats over here, and we're all excited for lunch. Very excited. Dude, I'm genuinely fucking thrilled. And there is so much new player interest already. I think this is also going to be a huge jumping in point for the old New World scene. I think we're going to see a lot of people from that side of it. But yeah, the entire... Yo, Hori, I appreciate you, dude. Much love. Enjoy your Tarkov drops. Also, just play Arc Raiders instead. Fuck's wrong with you? Come on, brother. Yo, Hori, much love. I appreciate you, dude. I'll talk to you soon. But yeah, like, the POIs functionally changed with the server cap because of player action, PvP, and other things to do. Yes, literally everything. Literally everything changes in Ashes with more players. And there's a certain level where it's like, I don't know, it's like a bell curve. Where you have that peak enjoyment. It's like, this is the perfect amount of players. I'm running around the world and I'm seeing a lot of people and I'm waving. And I'm pleasantly exchanging hellos and good days. And then I get to the spot that I want to grind and there's nobody there and I get no friction. And then there's a realistic point that Ashes is at, which is slightly past that bell curve of friction, where it's like you're seeing a lot of people and it's like, hey, hey, fuck you, hey, hey. And then you get to the part where you want to grind and there are two groups there and those groups may be worse than you, but they may also be a whole hell of a lot stronger than you. And I think that's going to be a cool thing as well. I don't know if we'll see that many players for the 11th. Oh, I'd be willing to say the 11th will probably be the largest, like, phase deployment yet. Between having two servers that are going to be functional with dynamic gridding up, I think the 11th will probably be the most successful, like, launch that Ashes has had yet, hopefully. I mean, obviously, that's just me guessing. But with the amount of content that's coming in, with the number of communities that have been established within Ashes that, like, kind of had a feeling that this was going to come and we're a little bit on break with things. I don't think it's out of the realm of the possibility for it to just, like, pop the fuck off. I don't know what I thought it was this month. It got pushed back again, Jin. Oh, we are having a beautiful day, by the way. Need bag space for all the zinc everyone will need? Oh, God. Oh, God. All the beta boys in too? That is true. Yeah, beta 1 and beta 2 key purchasers are also in. And, like, I don't necessarily think it's a matter of, like, I don't think every new player is gonna hop in and be like, oh my god, this is the zeitgeist of MMOs. I've got to be in there. I've got to play Ashes right now. DustyWhy is streaming. I gotta be there. I can't miss it. I mean, that part's real. But like, I don't think it's gonna be that feverish, right? I think it's gonna be a lot of returning players who are kind of like, you know, in the old Western movies when like the big outlaw rolls up and he's got like the Wrangler jeans on and shit, and he like pulls a 6-shooter from his holster, and then there's a duel in the center of town and everyone's like shuttering their windows and stuff. Now we're in the phase where it's like people peek outside and look like, is it safe? And like, if it seems safe, a lot of the returners are gonna come back. If the first time user experience in the Anvils is decent alongside the Riverlands, that'll tell people, oh wow, there actually is something to do other than immediately jumping into the fucking Riverlands. Awesome. That alone will be great. So, very, very soon, I think we will start to see the old player base and the old heads of Ashes, the OGs, start to realize that there is a substantial amount of growth happening. And new players that are looking on the outside in will finally see a bunch of fun shit that can actually be done. Instead of right now, where the servers are going to be so dead today and tomorrow, that we're probably just going to be chilling around the world yapping for a lot of it, and I'll just be showing off stuff for you guys. That's basically where I'm at. So, not to mention there's still 3 more biomes, with 2 to the north. Yeah. There's so fucking much, man. Watch out, the secret saved up for the 11th, and they're dropping content we haven't seen. I mean, we're gonna be getting more implementations of the PTR this week. So they said in the dev stream that every archetype is going to be getting reworks this week. This upcoming week. Now, they have the PTR down today and tomorrow. They could get all of the framework in over the weekend to have that live Monday. That was for Airwaves as well. Airwaves hit a hydrate, and I had to catch up on the apps. But yeah, so like, we will still be seeing more. There's still a lot more that has to be tested, and this is what I'm telling every single person. Also, Crows, what up, my boy? What I missed now? Oh god, were you here yesterday or nah? Wonder how pissed people are that threw $500 in to get a few years ago. The same people will be getting in for just 40. Some people are mad, but also that $40 isn't getting people in years ago. That $40 is going to get them in now, where there are a lot more players. And like, the packs from back in the day included more rewards in terms of skins, playtime, additional keys, benefits. So like, those packs were definitely worth it. If I could go back and get an earlier pack, I would, and I wouldn't change my date of entry. I would pay more to get more cool stuff for my pack, but I would also still enter December of last year at the same time that I did. I would not do anything different at my time of entry, but I would get an earlier pack. So some people are mad, but some people also aren't realizing like the value that those packs do have. And they also, I think, are taking for granted, as Ashes continues to expand, that little feeling of like, we're just this tiny community where I can get one-on-one time with developers whenever I want. That is going to go away to a certain extent. It's really cool and quirky while there are 40 people that are actively providing feedback to be able to ping Steven in Discord, and Steven has those pings enabled and comes in and shoots the shit. But when the community grows to where there are even 20k daily logins and, you know, 100k usual logins on a week, that player base is going to be much larger than what we currently have. And at that point, that little small town feeling will go away. That is also something that people got with the direct accessibility to many devs, many connections that were made early in that, you know, that accessibility, where they were able to provide that direct feedback without disruption, without the middleman. Like, it really is a cool thing to be a part of something that's such an ambitious title that does have, I guess, the transparency and the connectivity that we have over here. So even as a person who doesn't give 2 shits about cosmetics, I don't care at all with my 250. What a way to just sit and watch this for the entire last year. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a big thing, man. It's just the playtime that we have had. If I waited until now to hop in, Cats wouldn't be in the spot that Cats is in, where we are getting ready for the 11th with the intent to have leveling groups up there with the fastest groups that are on the entire server. We want to have competitive groups that are literally pushing for the fastest leveling on the server. We're going to have multiple groups, boots on ground, doing all of the leveling research they can to power our guild progression. And then we're going to be trying to PvP and take things by force very, very frequently next phase. And that's been something we've tried to improve upon every single fresh start so far. So like, we wouldn't have been able to build through phase 2, 2.5, phase 3 so far, and then be taking all of the leadership, all of the experience, all of the knowledge that we have into this new update. Summoner, open sea fishing, another boat, harbingers, no static rarity gathering, changes of gear stat scaling, archetype changes, dynamic gridding, mules, renkai, caravan crate updates, more. Well, open sea sport fishing and freshwater sport fishing. World bosses, a whole lot. Anvil's first time user experience updates, questing and econ changes, new recipes added, entirely new econ system through gathering added. So really understated thing in my opinion is that you can now get around any carcass requirement in the game once corrupted areas are added. Any gem requirement, anything like that. These corrupted resources, corrupted carcasses for example, you can save those up and you can basically say I have commons. With the corrupted ones in particular, you can upgrade the rarity by taking 3 of one rarity and a corrupted resource and upgrading that to the next rarity. 3 common to an uncommon, 3 uncommon to a rare, 3 rare to a heroic, 3 heroic to an epic, 3 epic to a legendary. Once you do that, there are ratios that you follow. Either like, God, I want to say it's like 1 to 1, 8 to 1, or like fucking 24 to 1 or some bullshit like that. But there are ratios that you follow to then convert those carcasses in the rarity that they're at to other non-corrupted carcasses. Anything from ravens and grems to griffins and wormlings. The most exclusive carcasses in the game are now farmable in every single rarity just from going to those corrupted areas and pumping the corrupted carcasses. So that's kind of fire, in my opinion. Like, it changes the whole econ. Now, it's not gonna be the most efficient way to go about getting your goods, but that's a really cool system. You can actually, like, rarity upscale things. You can convert those upscaled rarity things to other things. Like, bro, it's so nice. It's so nice. Duels! Yeah, duels as well. 1v1 duels are gonna be what starts out. Group duels will be in, raid duels will be in, and then they're talking about open world arena areas where we can also go and duel. That shit about to be fire. Give me a quick explanation on how PvP works. If I have 10,000 gold or so, or whatever in my bank, someone comes against me while mining, can I have my bank gold on their head to increase the bounty reward if someone kills them, or how does that work exactly? So the bounty hunter system is not in at this point in time. Hold on. Let me take out my spaghetti, and then I'll break down the PvP stuff. Huge change of direction again? When was there ever a change of direction with Ashes? No, I don't think it's a huge change of direction at all, personally. Direction's always been the same. I think this, in terms of like a change of direction, would be more so saying that like Steven said it wouldn't go to Steam and then went to Steam. But in terms of like the game's direction or the development direction, no, still the same thing. Still Alpha 2 Phase 3, just labeled as early access because it's in the Steam early access program. So it has to be labeled as early access for Steam. And then from there, it's still Alpha 2 Phase 3 of early access. It's just a fresh start within Alpha 2 Phase 3, kind of like Phase 2.5 was. So it's like, it's all intended systems, it's all intended growth. No real change of direction, more so just, I guess a newer state of things, if that makes sense. And substantial enough change where they feel as though it's been enough change in things previously lost enough validity where it would be in their best interest to start fresh. I would say the biggest change of direction is probably Steam stuff, but like the cost of the pack has been going down over time anyways as development continues. I'd say there's a good chance it might continue to do so, but everyone's welcome to the thing. Is that carcassing you mentioned already on PTR? Yep, it's already on PTR. So they have carcasses, they have minables, they have all of the different like corrupted resources and stuff like that. All right, let me bring my bowl of spaghetti out. I'll eat this after the apps at the end of the stream. I'll be right back, chat. One sec. Arrived. Good day. You'll ever sit on your balls? So, the direction of PvP. Because Zach had asked about like ganking and stuff. In the event that somebody just like comes up to you and nukes your shit, I'm gonna be real. Odds are they're gonna die very quick anyways. So, with the open world PvP, if I walk up to somebody and I just like hit them, I turn purple and I flag up for PvP. They have the option to hit me back and also flag up for PvP and turn purple. Or they can just be like, oh my god, Dusty, no, you're too strong, and they can run away and not hit me back. If I kill somebody that is unflagged for PvP and I am flagged for PvP, I then turn red. Red is corrupt. So, in terms of like someone coming up and ganking you, they would then turn corrupt. Corruption means that you have murdered someone non-consensually. When you corrupt, you are unable to equip things. You are unable to trade with other players. You're unable to go into towns. You're unable to access storage. You get stat dampening and you show on the minimap as an icon where people can come chase you down and kill you. Being corrupted and dying is the only time that you will drop pieces of your equipped gear. Other than that, your equipped gear is safe literally, Planet Dwarf. Literally all the time, everywhere, no matter what you are doing. The only time you'll ever be at risk of losing gear is either dying while corrupt or if you're destroying gear for some reason. Maybe if you're trading with players, you could get scammed. But your materials tab is what's at risk. So say right now I were to die, I would drop 25% of this on my ashes, my body, and then 25% of it would go into just the void, into the abyss. Fupa would eat my materials. 50% would still be in your bags. So like worst case scenario is you do get corrupted on and you retain 50% of your materials anyways. Not the worst, you know, case in the world. Definitely not the worst. There are way more consequences to corrupting than there are benefits to it, if I'm being completely honest. And corruption intentionally happens very, 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 very rarely. To the point where I'd say like most corruption is incredibly unintended. So just food for thought there. Yo, Owana, what up? For the early access in December, we'll find good PvE content like Dungeons and Bosses. In terms of like Dungeons and Bosses, just be aware with Ashes Instancing is not the big emphasis of Ashes. It is all open world right now. There will be light instancing that comes in the long term, but that's not meant to be like the main emphasis of Ashes. So we have points of interest, we have bosses, we have named mobs, we'll have corrupted areas that'll also have their own unique bosses and impacts on the world. And all of those things do present different forms of grinding, especially if you're a big mob grinder. So there are a lot of like what are called pocket dungeons, different like points of interest where you can go and grind. And we've got what are called grand dungeons. These are like these really large build outs in the world that'll have bosses, name mobs, trash mobs, usually a unique theme, all that stuff. So all of that does take place in the open world. So you'll often find like a little bit less of that linearization that some people are used to with dungeons, but there are still a lot of different areas, both like, you know, effectively with gear drops and thematically between like desert areas, June Dark areas, which is like a jungle, the tropics, which could even have like some underwater areas, the anvils, which is this big like Icelandy type beat. So it's pretty cool. Out of my back, he'll get the loot besides what I've got equipped or whatever. But how long do these stay red or corrupted? So right now, the Leshrac. Rogue. Rogue piece of shit. Die rogue scum. Do I PvP check him? Settings check. He failed the settings check. Die rogue scum. Hi Lash. So that's how you bait somebody into PvP, by the way. Easiest way to kill somebody that doesn't want to fight you, just swing at them until they target you and swing back and then flag up. Always down for murder. I got the jump on that one. Oh god. Okay. So someone clears one of those big dungeons. How long until another group can go through it? Seems like people just camp it. So basically the way that it works is there are different like respawn times for different types of mobs. Trash mobs will typically have a very fast respawn time, somewhere along, you know, some as fast as a minute. Honestly, I think there are some that are probably faster than a minute, but like a minute respawn time for mobs seems to be like pretty average. And then boss mobs can be upwards of like an hour, sometimes 2 hours. Sometimes world bosses can be like a once a day or less intended spawn. Then you have named mobs. Named mobs will by default be like 20 minutes. So you have these like different tiers of spawns along the way that will repopulate at faster rates. So in an area like Befallen Forge, let me move. Befallen Forge goes under the ground here into the mountain, and it's this like grandiose large build out. Within that, you've got multiple levels as it descends into the mountain, and you've got choices of different routes you can take. You can either do what's called like static farming, where you just sit in one area, kill mobs, and just pump. That'll typically be either like on top of a boss mob, trying to wait on that spawn. It will be on top of named mobs, trying to hold that out, or it'll just be in a really populated trash spawn area. So there are a few different forms of like, you know, what you can target with that. Trash mobs can very frequently have like a lot of generic drops to them. Boss mobs can have very specific drops, and very typically the best drops. Named mobs also have their own unique loot table. So with something like Befallen Forge, we'll sometimes go in and we'll be like, let's push all the way through to the deepest part of the dungeon, and then we're going to go to Forge Lord Zammer, which is like the final boss, and then we're going to camp in his room, kill him, then we're going to farm all the trash around the outside, and then when he respawns, we're going to kill him again. So it's a lot of that respawn population game, and like, excuse me, fighting over those larger objectives. So there are always areas where you can kind of like, say you want to farm something from Befallen Forge, but it's too contested for you to get the main stuff. You can always just sneak over into a corner where you're getting like 1 to 2 mobs and just fucking exist over there. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to progress linearly through it in the designed way, right? So I kind of like that creativity with it. and that also opens up the door to a lot of friction, a lot of PvP, a lot of those things. But yeah, in terms of like the corruption, right now corruption stays until you either die to like atone for your corruption, so to say, or you kill off a lot of mobs to like lower the corruption XP bar, so to say. There will be more things that can reduce corruption in the long term, from like consumables to quest chains, shit like that. Those are not in yet, but right now it's either die or farm off a lot of mobs, and it's hard to farm off all the mobs when you got the fucking heat on you. So Valcrone, what up, dude? You're the one streaming the category. It's gonna be down bad for a little bit. I'm gonna be real, like there have been many times where I have been one of less than 5 people streaming in the category, and like to illustrate the like downtime that we were in, like I'll be completely honest, bro, we're coming out of the downtime right now. Like we're coming back into the hype already. This is up right now. So just for perspective, since the announcement and since the hype has started, it has immediately juiced stream in a very positive way. So for perspective, this is where we were at in September, 131 average viewers with a peak of 291 viewers. In May, with the Phase 2.5 launch, 197 average with a peak of 2920 because of Twitch front page. And then we have the valleys. So with each valley, viewership can drop a little bit. You'll see before the announcement, anywhere from, you know, like 80 to 100 plus-ish peak. Since the announcement, last 2 days, there's been a lot of people coming in, checking it out. And this is the content cycle. So as this patch drops, we're going to see another pew. And if you guys are here for it now, then you're going to be here for it now, because it's going to happen. It's going to explode and you're going to be here for it. But this is just the content cycle. I have seen this. Keep in mind, I did it in New World. This is back in New World. This is a New World peak. And then I left New World for Ashes, and that's my first Ashes peak. It was higher than my New World peak. And then my second Ashes peak was a little baby peak, and now this peak is probably going to be also a pretty decent peak, probably like right up here-ish. So maybe even higher with all the attention on it. Could just pew, and then we go crazy. But like, this is something I've been through many times as a content creator in the past, where I accept that this is going to be a thing. Especially in a smaller directory like this, and there's only so much that we can kind of like control in terms of how many people are streaming the game and shit as a community. But on my end, I just try to make content that I believe in regardless and hope that people show up for it. So I'm happy about it. Can you explain how PvP is set? Is it everywhere or only in certain areas? So you can flag up for PvP everywhere. Guy from Supplement PTR chat said they killed Kraken with 4 people. Do they have information about this? Achilles, hi. Here for the hotness? You can stay for the hotness. Listen, exclamation guild. Achilles, we're ready for you. We have about a month until it's a big launch time. How long does it take to get to level 25? It's gonna change with the new pacing. With the 11th, new first time user experience and shit will impact it a lot. New time to kill will impact it. But I always say for new players, you should genuinely plan around 100 to 125 hours. Tech, what am I go? Takes a good amount of time. Is there an auction house or banks linked to each other in all towns? Yes and no, but sort of in a certain extent. There is a player-to-player driven marketplace. This is here. These are all player-driven listings. I can sell items, and this UI will continue to get better. I can sell items. I can buy items. I can search by a storefront. So if I want to search Dusty's, I don't have a storefront. But then I can also search by items. So if I want to search Rosarium, that'll leave only things that are like Rosarium guard stuff. So that'll activate shops that have specifically what I'm looking for on that front. With that being said, this is going to continue to improve a lot. This functionality with the keyword search and shit was not here when I first started playing. Whoops. Was not here when I first started playing. So that's come a long way. This is independent to each settlement, each town. So every town, every biome will have a unique area, unique econ, unique market. Storages, items here are linked up globally. And this is only one item storage. items tab, materials tab, materials tab. So materials tabs are unique to each individual area, and there are additional tabs that you can unlock either from being a citizen or from purchasing additional tabs for gold. So this is going to be everything in your materials storage. You put that in there, and for now it's nice and safe, but long term you want to make sure you can get that out in a hurry just in case there's word of a settlement siege. We can get into that a little later. Yo, Winka, what up, my boy? I sell the game with $50 on December 11th, so I'll wait till Steam release. And then I'll join your casual guild for sure. Yo, happy to have you, brother. And bring anyone with you that also wants to check it out. The guild is going to be very active. We're actually going to be having a guild meeting very, very soon here to talk about the plans. So stay tuned in the guild Discord. Make sure you get all your roles, post in public, so we can get you your perms, make your ticket, and then we'll be able to yap with you through there. Stay tuned in announcements, because we'll be posting for the guild meeting here relatively soon. We'll also record it so people have an idea if they did miss it. But that'll be covering some of the immediate plans for the launch, how we can help get people set up in ways that they need to be. So I'm excited. Yo, Benzo, what up, dude? Max level is 25. Max level is 25 for now. Max level, as Chaz said, is going to be 50 by the end of alpha. Now, that's probably going to be a long time out, but right now we have a few, like, kind of, I want to say, like, ceilinged things. So we have up to tier 4 settlements right now. That's the town, which is this big. Tier 5 settlement will be larger than this. Presumably, it would also build off this backside and kind of have, like, a big circle, is what I'm guessing. And then long-term tier 6s, they were scrapped for now. Those were Metropolis nodes. I call those Metropolises for the plural. And Metropolises are said to take up this entire quirk. We also have tiers of gathering, crafting, and refining that are not really, like, active or useful quite yet. The fuck is this wind? I'm trying to talk, Steven. Jesus Christ, turn this shit. Thank you. Fuck me, bro. A little too much there. Holy shit. I wanted cinematic wind, not interruption wind, brother, please. He just goes overboard sometimes. Sorry, chat. Yeah, I've worked with him to follow me around a couple hours a day, so he just, like, blows wind on me with his GM perms. But yeah, so, in terms of, like, everything that's related to progression, we'll see that kind of incrementally come up, in bunches. We have secondaries that are on the slate to be dropped at some point soon, TM in the future, right? Secondary archetypes are going to kind of, like, augment our primary abilities. So I'm a tank. I'll always have tank abilities. I'll be able to augment the tank abilities with elements of my primary, with my secondary, sorry. And I'll have, like, 4 different schools of specialization for that secondary that I can use for augmentation. That's a bit more of a future thing, though. That will very likely, in terms of my thinking, accompany a level expansion, because secondaries start at level 25, and then you need to earn points to actually augment your abilities once you have your secondary. So I'm thinking that's where we'll see our first level expansion. Right now, it's more like the emphasis is getting Summoner out, which is the final primary, and then going through an archetype rework to those that need it, refreshing those. There is a rumor as well. Well, not really a rumor. They've confirmed that they're working on this, but a rumor that it could be out sooner than later, where every archetype will also be getting ranks to all of its abilities. Right now, it's just I select or deselect. And once those ranks come in, we'll actually have the ability to select ranks for not only our active, but also our passive abilities, which is going to be a huge functional change to everything that we know right now in terms of metas, which I really cannot wait for. That makes me extremely excited. So we may be getting that archetype rework in some way this week on PTR. Thoughts and prayers. Winka, ask whatever you need, dude. Check out the classes. Played Shadow Priest and WoW. I think Summoner's close to that class, but I don't like to control a demon with me. Bard can be a class which uses dots and stuff like that too, or not even similar. Bard is more of the, like, kind of like a shaman with a bunch of, like, totems that can go out type thing. I would say much more of like a shaman play with different totems that can go out at different times with different situationals. Like, sometimes you may want, like, an earthbind, sometimes you may want, so, like, a fucking stone skin or stone bark or some bullshit like that. And there will be some times where you want to rotate in different totems for like mana. You may need a mana tide totem. You may need a healing totem. That's what Bard's gonna play like. Bard can also, however, take a big just fuckload of damage and throw it at one singular target and say bzzz with its combo. Bard equals shaman plus priest. Yes, and this is just the base of it as well. So when secondaries come in, you'll be able to take like the core of, you know, your primary. So if Bard seems cool, you can go Bard. If you wanted to play more like a Shadow Priest, you could either go Bard Cleric and maybe take the death augments of Cleric and look at it from that perspective. Or you could go maybe like a Cleric primary with something else as your secondary that brings in a little bit more of a damagey type. So that could also be cool. You know how many regions there will be in early access? The launch for early access, as far as we have heard, like the December 11th launch isn't going to include any new biomes. It's rather going to include a pass to the playable worlds that we, the playable areas that we have. So 5 biomes as of right now. 18 biomes before launch. So the map will get way larger. But then also I think Radiance is a damage dealing cleric secondary. So on the wiki, they talk about with like summoner cleric secondary specifically, how you would be able to either specialize, it could be outdated as well, but with that you'd be able to specialize, and this could be a summoner specific interaction as well, but either in like the life or death side of the summons associated with that. So that could just be something different. Wiki isn't official. I know Wiki's never official. Nothing's ever official until it's actually in the game. But Wiki does cite official sources, and everything that the Wiki puts on does include sources that were set at some point. The Wiki sources can just evolve. Everything that we're also citing, everything that Burns uses in his videos comes from the Wiki because the Wiki comes directly from the devs. Used to be the old information that's on the Wiki. Right. Before they announced the 4 schools. Yeah, I'm mixed on the 4 schools. Personally. Also, I didn't know they changed his radiance. Thank you. But I'm mixed on that. Because I feel like 4 schools of augment for every single secondary is going to make some of them feel really lackluster. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily think of 4 different unique elements of a fighter when I think of fighter. I think of fighter as I augment my shit with Ooga Booga. I don't really think there's gonna be Ooga Booga, Ooga Booga, Ooga Booga, Ooga Booga as 4 different clerics, like, or as 4 different like specializations. I don't necessarily know if that's bonk slash chonk Ooga Booga. Like, I'm a little curious about that. For sure. Depends on the speed of learning. Sounds like a good move. I mean, I think the earlier you hop in, the less you're gonna have to parse. Everything's complicated right now. In terms of looking for like information on what the class structure is gonna look like, exclamation classes will at least give you a look into like what they're gonna be named. We don't know specifically what the structure of that will be at this point in time, as that's just something that hasn't been added, right? So there will be more to figure out with that as secondaries do start to come online, as they tend to give us some looks into it. But secondaries are still like, hey, another player. Hello. What level are you? Level 4? Here. Take one of these, take this, and take 10 gold. Enjoy. Brave soldier. Venture forth. Brother, it's free. Just accept the fucking trade. Goddamn, there are no drugs in this, I swear. Or are there? Alright, bye. Thank you. Of course, I hope they last you long and treat you well. Chat, they have no fucking idea that all of that shit gets nuked in literally like a few weeks. They don't need to know. Nobody tell them. Let them live a life of peace for the next few weeks. They may just think it's a really lonely world. They may not know, man. Somewhere out there, there is somebody that just started playing New World for the first time that's really loving the first time user experience. Just remember that, chat. Just remember that, man. It could always be worse. Is it December 11th yet? Yo, listen, I'm just happy I can show my screen today, man. December 11th is going to be a whole lot of you guys watching VODs that are a few days old. And I'm very, well, not watching VODs, but like seeing the visual of that. So, gotta give Verdant Void 2 was stoked as fuck. Oh, dude, do you want to make a bunch of new players' days? Yeah, literally just get a bunch of gold and then buy mounts and then give them mounts. New players have no fucking concept of how powerful like weapon scaling is or anything like that. But when somebody that comes up to them on a cool mount gives them a cool mount, they're like, oh shit! Because that's their means of transportation, bro. That's their legs. We're giving them better legs. Imagine going up to a man in a wheelchair and just giving him Usain Bolt's legs. What the fuck? He's gonna be so happy, even if it's just for a few days. Brother's gonna love that shit. How many people can be in a guild / settlement cap? Settlements, citizen-wise, I actually don't think there's a cap to planned citizenship, as even when housing is in and you have to have some form of housing established before you can become a citizen, there will be forms of housing that are instanced available forms of housing. Where you can get your citizenship off of that. So I don't think there's an intended cap for citizenship. With that being said, the cap for guilds has adjusted a little bit as it goes. And I also have feedback on this, so get ready because you're going to get a fucking earful. With guilds, there is the baseline guild size of 50 people, and then there is the guild progression. So the guild level can be raised through long-term, many various means. Right now, making guild crates and running those guild crates place to place, and then turning in those things and leveling the guild through that. So, as you level your guild, you get 2 types of points for each level. A guild specialization skill point and a guild utility skill point. The guild specialization skill point can be used on this side. The guild utility skill point can be used on this side. Guild specialization skill points are typically the more impactful of the bunch. Right now, I actually have grievances, and you're gonna hear them. Great Pill, get ready to fucking write, buddy. So, right now, the guild specialization abilities, we'll start from this end. Crafting quality increase, which is, by the way, these are gonna be really impactful. Crafting quality increase, gathering spoils increase, and gathering quality increase, which is quantity and quality. Crafting XP increase by 150. Processing XP increase, gathering XP increase, processing speed and processing spoils or quantity increase, increases damage done in guild wars, guild sieges, and settlement wars, also a typo there, and then luck increase. Luck can give you better drops, boss damage, more boss damage. Or guild plus 15 members. In what fucking world are people not just instantly going to select plus 15 members when their guilds can be declared upon for war at any point in time and you directly lose scaling? The only acceptable scenario right now is you have your main guild that has enough size to support what you need, and then you have a second crafting guild that has this, and then puts points into like the processing stuff. But like any guild that is trying to function in a multifaceted aspect with like, we're a PVX guild, you need to have for the PvP element and for the open world element this. And if you don't have this, you're at a disadvantage. So my hope for this is that this gets integrated directly into the guild level. +1 guild level, plus 15 members to the capacity of the guild. Eliminate this keystone and then allow us to select from these 8 keystones. Make that a little bit more even. No more 9. Reduce it to 8. Cut this out, and then we can actually make a decision. Do we want crafting quality? Do we want luck for more drops? Do we want damage done? Depending on the size of your guild, we're good with the 1 point of player expand at the moment. Absolutely. But you're also at a disadvantage by not having more players in your guild. Very simply put. Like, there's a certain balance where guilds that do not have that size modifier are inherently weaker, more breedable, and more submissive than guilds that do have that plus 15 modifier. and are actively filling those slots. Now, that's also the big caveat, actively filling those slots. Not every guild will want to be the biggest, baddest guild, but also if your intent is already to not be the biggest and baddest guild, and then you also have fewer people, then you're going to be a percentage weaker than all of my people, and you're going to have a multiplicatively lower percentage of people. That's going to be a large problem for you trying to survive in a world where friction is predominant, and we will have guild versus guild declaration scrolls on us, and those bitches will get used. Absolutely. Also, someone asked about bows, because the girlfriend likes bows. There is a ranger class, yes, and every class in the game does also use a melee and a ranged weapon at all times. So that's one of the cool functions that makes it a little bit more like sandboxy with Ashes in particular, where you are able to, even as like a fighter or I'm a tank, a lot of fights where I'm sitting at like, you know, range, I can either pull mobs, I can trade in PvP, I can do a lot of things through my bow. So, ranger class best known for traps. Yeah, vines. Like, vines low-key goes absolutely sicko mode. People that sleep on vines are too sleepy. GP. GP. Brother, that's so tragic that the pen broke. Man, I hope somebody was listening. I hope somebody was listening. We're sure getting guild alliances for December 11th, but I expect that with guild halls whenever that happens. I just feel like guild alliances are lame, bro. Maybe this is because I watch so much Survivor. Like, Carla and I are gonna finish a season of Survivor after stream tonight. We have the finale episode left, so I'm gonna eat food and then watch Survivor. But like, bro, I feel like the formal alliance system like devalues so much of the social implication of being able to trust the people that you're working with, and the element of backstabs. I like them. I like the blind sides. I like the backstabs. I like the, oh shit, I thought you were gonna be here for me, but you're not. I like that a lot. Because if you don't check who you're allying with, they might not be there when you need them. They might not be the same cut of jib that you are. I've been drinking a lot of water today. I'm going with Dr. Pepper. Using the alliance for our own guild as well, not have alliances with other guilds. Yeah, I mean, that's also nice.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Legacy, thank you for the follow. But like, at that point, how many people do you plan to have? Or are you just planning to keep like specialized crafting, gathering, stuff like that? Yo, Generic, what up, dude? How are you? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, dude. Hope you're feeling well. But yeah, I mean, that's an interesting concept with it as well, just having all of your guilds under the same roof, but like, fucking dead. Well, not literally, which is a good thing. Strap in, buddy, you're not done yet. Did a lot today and I'm so drained. That's okay, kick back, relax. It's time to slowly watch the heat death of Shoal take place. Winstead, once a bustling hub of sweat, testosterone, and fucking, has now devolved to about 40 people here. Just watching it all go to shit. And it's a sad thing to witness, it's a beautiful thing to witness, but the heat death of the universe is absolutely something wonderful to witness. Now, it is nice knowing the universe will just come back better, but good golly, it is a crazy thing to witness. Did I just buy a bunch of mounts and then give those away? Already aren't doing the guild size. We have 3 different guilds and buff each for what our goals will be. Then the alliance will allow us to work together within them. Yeah, no, that makes sense as well. That definitely makes sense as well. I just feel like at some point, guilds, like no matter how you cut it, at some point, if your guild is trying to grow, there will be a point where you're like, damn, could have used those expansion points. Like, unless a guild physically says we only want to be a small guild, like, there will absolutely be a point where that hits. But yeah, that's a different discussion. I don't know. But yeah, I see the convenience of the alliance system and everything. And like, I get that side. I like the actual, the social aspect of it, where there can also be those like informal alliances. I'm sure there still will be. Like, I can still, if I get decked on, I can still have other guilds that come through and help versus, you know, hurt, whatever it may be. But It's all perspective. What's your class? I play a tank. So tank has a lot of various utility. And I'm gonna burp. Dr. Pepper says hello. Tank in PvP, because PvP is like my primary, just my point of fun. I will do everything in the gameplay loop, but I love PvP. So tank specializes in area control, supporting, and disabling. So I have a few abilities that are very focused around like trips, either on single targets or in small like frontal cones. And those trips are hard CCs that can be damaged through. So with those trips coming into play, I can go in, I can pop like Intim Aura to put stagger up on people, and I can put out a frontal cone trip with ground pound that does damage and puts people on the ground for multiple seconds where they can still take damage. Now, some of my damage, my single target trips, my pulverize, that can be really good to one target isolated. But tank really lacks a lot of that AoE throughput that results in getting, you know, multiple AoE kills in these very large clumps. So the larger we go up in scale, the less oppressive we are and the more supporty we play. In 1v1s, I just ooga booga somebody down and pressure and don't let them breathe. In 100 vs 100, I gotta play a whole hell of a lot more cautiously. So that's where my abilities like Intercept, Protect, Aegis, which I have neither of those slotted right now because I was 1v1ing, but Protect is a buff that I put up on a single target, transfers 30% of the damage that they take to me. It's a persistent buff as long as I remain within 15 meters of them. I can go outside of the range, but if I go back in, we're good to go. So Aegis. Aegis is a little area around me that transfers 20% of the damage that everybody takes in that area back to me. Supple back confirmed, wow. So I can put Protect on a target, and then I can pop Aegis, and 50% of that target's damage comes to me, and then 20% of everybody else in the AoE of Aegis also comes to me. So I have a lot of good damage mitigation. Then I have what's called Banner. It's Absorption Field. Pilus, what up, dude? Absorption Field is an AoE that I throw down. Gives a big shield to everybody in the area, and basically it's 15% of all of my max HP. Then I have Intercept. Intercept, I become Piss Missile over to them. I and they gain 10% of my max HP as shield. Very nice supporty type abilities. Then we've got a couple of the classics. Grapple. Grapple. Pull them to me. Grapple. Wall. Wall. Charge. Charge. Don't charge into wall. Not synonymous abilities. Very different abilities. Tank. Tanks. Straightforward. Jump over wall. Not tall enough. Wall big, me small. Need more jump. What? Was showing wall. Did you like? He liked my wall. Handmade, organic, non-GMO, free range wall. This guy thinks I'm fucking crazy. This guy thinks I'm absolutely losing my fucking shit. GG for me was probably, I could tell it was a month ago, and people would have played casually and just test stuff outside of the grinding loop. Instead, they started to say no wipe, no wipe, no wipe. Off from work mid-December till mid-January, so see if I want to waste my time again and trust. I mean, I don't really understand that side. Like, don't get me wrong. There were people from, like, Phoenix Initiative and stuff that were told, like, in PI meetings that this was happening from every indicator that we have. So there is definitely that element of, like, man, I wish you would have told me. But there's also the element of, well, what would I have done if they had told me? I would have just played anyways. So, like, there's an element of, like, I wish I would have known, but what really would have changed had I known? Nothing. I mean, I could have told people, but, like, at the end of the day, I get it. If it was something that was up in the air and it was something that they were discussing and juggling back and forth for a very long time, then maybe they were truly weighing the decisions right up until that point. I think that the communication absolutely was a bit misleading, and I think that's a very fair way to feel in terms of, like, distrusting of future announcements and stuff. But when Pet Gremson Ravens for a week since morning till late evening, I did it for like 2 weeks after I did all of my lumberjacking, and then I did my flower picking. I mean, bro, my last like 3.5 weeks were my last like 3.5 weeks were gathering. Like, at the end of the day, we're kind of up there. What looks empty first time seeing the game? Like, in terms of player population, yeah, it's gonna be really empty until the 11th. Keep in mind, they did just announce that these servers were quite literally about to die soon. And they've had these servers also offline for a little bit while the focus has been on private test realm testing. So from there, like, these servers are going to look really, really, really empty for a little bit because I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. They are really, really, really empty. If I run down to the marketplace area, there are other players here. But if I were to run through the server, I would be willing to wager that there are probably maybe 250 concurrent players on right now. So you're absolutely right. Just anything but trees. A lot of it too is depending on where you're running. Like, I'm right in a node area right now, and it depends on where you're at. So the anvils area, this biome up here is notorious for having just mob population everywhere and wilderness spawns. In the anvils, you have, or sorry, in the riverlands, you have much of like a point of interest emphasis over here. So you'll see a lot more, I guess, like congestion of mobs around these dedicated areas. And a lot less in this particular area out in the, you know, the wilderness, so to say. A lot of other areas are populated differently. But yet the Riverlands definitely has those points where it's like, oh, there's a lot of shit going on here. And then there's absolute jack shit nothing. The Riverlands like the OG biome. So while it's had the most time to actually receive improvements, it also came in with the most baseline of baseline mob spawns. And it's kind of been like, you know, brought up from there. Territory diversity, yeah, a little bit. And honestly, developmental evolvements too. I'm not gonna lie and bullshit and say that everything's all finished to you right now. I don't want to give you that impression. But like, for the anvils, for instance, they used a different like mob population technology and like system than they were using for the previous areas. So the anvils was like the first of a new type of mob population tech. You'll notice the density of things on the map, so to say, like points of interest and identifiers and stuff. It's much higher in the Riverlands. The Anvils is much less developed, primarily because of the lack of, you know, secondary questing hubs and shit like that. So with the Anvils, can you show out the Anvils a bit? Yeah, I'll run over to KT. I ain't got shit else going on. With the Anvils, they went more of a wilderness spawn-based system that was generating things outside of the points of interest themselves. And you'll see a lot more like roaming wildlife mobs. And then something that I thought was kind of like neat just out in the anvils was you had these like packs of wildlife that were surrounded by humanoids, almost like the humanoids were guarding the packs of wildlife as part of the spawn tech just out and about in the wilderness. So different little types of spawn tech. There are also these like humanoid camps out in the anvils wilderness, and it'll continue to change up as, you know, as the map shapes up. But like there are parts of the Riverlands where even outside of POIs, like if I ran down through like these islands, so to say, mobs on these islands that patrol, mobs throughout these islands, mobs north of Ursine. But since I've also played a shitload of this game at this point and run through these areas a million times, I also kind of know the routes that I can take to like avoid all of these little grem spawns. Like these are mobs. They're just like little fucking rodents that'll bite your ankles and shit. So not every mob is this like large thing. Now, something cool with the trees too. The Riverlands alone, which is the biome that I'm in right now, has oak, ash, western larch, eastern hemlock, weeping willow, and braidwood. Every single type of tree is completely unique. On top of that, it has different minables, different herbables, different huntables. So while it's just a shitload of trees right off rip, I can actually show you what I just noticed that's going to divert me from my route. Among like a sea of oak and ash trees, right? I'll look across here and I see this twisted trunk and I see this kind of like mushroom of a top. This is a braidwood tree. Braidwood trees are the highest tier of tree that's currently available in the Riverlands. So while I'm scanning and just like running throughout the world, I'm looking for like weeping willows, which are the second highest tier. And I'm looking for these braidwoods, which are the highest tier. And again, right now, it's not going to matter because this server just got announced that it was going to be wiped in less than a month. So like, these are going to be a lot more available than they will be in the long term. But while I'm running, I have, in terms of my trade skills that are leveled, I have lumberjacking, herbalism, and hunting all leveled. Ooh, epic braid. If only I got that 3 weeks ago. So while I'm running throughout the world, I'm looking for little flower patches on the ground. And I'm looking to see if there are any, like, not just these little bits of random foliage, another braidwood. But I am looking for braidwood trees, which we see right there. And I'm looking for specific herbs and shit like that, which right now, keep in mind, snow on the ground, might not see the most of them. And then from there, if I'm doing mining could be lit as well, but it's just not something that's in my loop. So there's a little bit of like the emptiness to a certain extent, even just running one place to the other. When I was first watching, God fucking damn it, shoot me right now. I fucking hate you, Steven Sharif. Why wasn't this 3 weeks ago? Man! Hunter, thank you for that. You rat! Bro, now he tasked a dev with fucking turning my rarity up. God damn it. God damn it. You're rich now? Yo, want to sell 10 braidwood? Price is whatever your bow is. Crazy, huh? Like, after all the work I did to get you unbanned after your RMTing spree, I buy for 10 gold each. Was that Lego? Back-to-back epics. Yes. Yes. So, like, during the interview that Steven did with Lazy Peon, Steven talked about, like, how he would definitely have to meet up with Lazy Peon at some point and do some sparring. And, like, I totally understand why Lazy Peon wanted to beat the shit out of... Sorry. Sorry, Steven. Sorry. That wasn't me, that was Lazy Peon. You guys were talking about fighting. I'm just riding off that way, buddy. I understand you want the fisticuffs now. I'll trade you 200 uncommon armor plates. What if I use it as fuel to refine ash? What if I do that? Do you think Steam release will go well? I mean, I'm gonna be real, bro. Can't go much worse than the fucking Intrepid release is gone. Like, I'm gonna be real, if there was like, so like these are little flower patches you can look for. Don't mind the shadow differences. But like, I think if you did a general poll of just like the outward public consensus of Ashes of Creation, I don't think it can get much worse. And I think that a lot of the negative comes from players that actually don't play the game and haven't played the game in a very long time and checked out the state of progression that the game is currently in. And I think that that's natural, but I feel as though a lot of people take an opinion that they heard a long time ago and simply run with it and don't stop running with it until their lungs get sore. And watch out, Steven might come with a spear. Steven wouldn't do that. Steven wouldn't show his face around here. He has no power here. These are my streets. These are my skies.
He's probably in meetings still. It's only 7:30 PST. I'm safe for another couple hours.
I play the game a lot and having a lot of negative comments about the game. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not saying that, like, everybody that's playing the game is all sunshine and rainbows, but I'm also saying that a lot of the negative that is, and keep in mind, I don't think that somebody pointing out systems that are not finished and saying these systems are currently not the best is negative. I think as long as you're able to say these are the things with those systems that are feeling bad, that's actually positive. I'm gonna be real. I consider saying questing could be better. These are the things that are bad with questing. And here's what I would think questing is going to, you know, potentially benefit from. That's actually positive. I'd rather have that. Negative is like, Ashes is a scam, Ashes is dog shit, Ashes is blah, 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 blah. And like, it's the difference between providing constructive criticism and bitching that a lot of people lose sight of sometimes, right? And personally, I feel like a lot of the raw, negative, uninformed content is simply that. It's uninformed. So, I recommend that people don't play the game in its current state as well. I also recommend that people are very informed before coming in. But I also feel like there is a reason why there are people here playing in its current state. And I think that there's a certain type of person that will really enjoy it in its current state. And I think that there's a certain type of person that will absolutely want to wait and will have their experience soured. And unfortunately, there's no way to necessarily know who's who before they actually play. And I think that's a big part of like the detriment to Ashes. It's safer to tell people to just not play. But like, at the end of the day, there's some people that really like it. That's a big thing. It's because we're all sick masochists. Nah, I mean, I have a lot of fun over here, man. Like, I genuinely, even just running around, like, gathering in my 3-week gathering spree that I did, knowing that it was working towards a really good set, just yapping and chatting, gathering for literally 8 hours a day, I actually enjoyed it a lot. And I'm not the world's largest, you know, gathering aficionado. It's not my preferred loop. But like, I don't know. It's something that it's not even like my preferred route is enjoyable to me. I enjoy the PvP a whole hell of a lot. This tree is going to make me want to punch a fucking baby though. Holy shit. Hiya. No! I got to get myself like in behind it and wedge myself on it is the play. I had to charge up in 5. I think I can charge up and then I can drop down, then I can wedge myself in the tree. Huh, huh, huh. Huh. Come on, man, please. I'm so close. Maybe I can like jump up high enough with that to throw myself up. Oh shit. Wait, we're so up. Don't you wish you were a rogue right now? Nope, because I don't need a stupid fucking rogue grapple because I'm a goddamn man. I don't need to ask for directions in a store when I don't know where something is because I fucking find it. I explore. It's common. Wasn't worth $100 CC, but I'll drop 30 to 40. It's going to be $42.50 from December 11th to December 29th. So that's solid. All I've heard about this game is it's pay to win cash shop. Wait, pay to win? Who told you that this was a pay to win cash shop? Oh God, no. Ashes is very anti pay to win. The cash shop, when that does come in, it's not in yet for transmogs. But basically the transmog shop, like, it's a cosmetic shop. There's no pay to win. There's no pay for convenience. There's no pay for progression with Ashes. There's not even a cosmetic shop in until the December 11th, like, early access startup. And the cash shop is, again, just cosmetics. So no pay to win in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Did you get your pre-order pack skins? Is that what's in my mail right now? Did they do another round of entitlements? I did get my Mount Cosmetic for reporting a very big bug over on the PTR. So I got this guy now. So that's fucking sick. Z, we're twinsies. So I found, I was a part of a group actually that found a bug over on the PTR with a loot table. And I was the first one in the group to get the report off. And when I reported it, I guess it was enough. What's my bind to fucking hide my UI? Hold on. Where is hide UI? Toggle UI, page down.
Focus page down.
There we go. Bro, I'm on a 60% keyboard. You got good news? Ayo, wait, I love good news. What's the good news? He looks good? Oh, GP. Look at his belly. Don't you want to just give him belly scritches? Just have him roll over and get belly scritches? I think that would be a really good mount flare for him. He just rolls over. And like does dog things. But yes, he looks very nice. Very nice. A very athletic lad. Oh, fuck. Actual Grem jump scare dog. What the fuck? Holy shit. Fuck me, I'm playing Ashmophobia now. Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious, excuse me. That genuinely scared me. I was not ready for that. I had to hunt for my page down bind for a while. AOC's very, very anti-pay to win. Yeah. They are incredibly anti-pay to win. So in terms of PvP being forced, the potential of PvP is always there. Like, there is an open world PvP system where someone can non-consensually kill you, but that person is going to be more heavily punished than they would be rewarded for actually killing you. So basically, if I walk up to you in the open world and I hit you, I turn purple and I flag up for PvP. If you then hit me back, you're also purple. You're flagged up for PvP. We fight each other. While we're fighting each other, other people can hop in, more people flag up, all that stuff, you know what I mean? From there, one of us dies. All we drop are our materials. And it's 25% of our materials on death, on our ashes, and 25% into the abyss for a normal death, less for a PvP flag death. From there, there's the element of corruption. Say, I really want you dead. And you're not flagging up to hit me back. Hope all's been great. All is always wonderful. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yeah, so say I really want you dead. You're not flagging up to hit me back. I can say, hey, fuck it. I'm corrupting. I'm going red. Right? I kill you without you flagging. I corrupt. I can no longer unequip pieces of gear. I can no longer go into towns. I can no longer interact with NPCs for storage, anything like that. I can no longer trade with players. I am an outlaw. I show up on the map, like on the mini-map, with a red, like, indicator, letting people know exactly where I am. Shit tracks me. And then from there, people can hunt me, kill me, and that is the only time in Ashes that you will drop pieces of your gear. So while it's, like, technically, like, PvP forced in the open world, the instances of actual corruption are very, very few and far between. More instances of corruption, I think, are completely accidental comparatively to those that are intentional, deliberate forms of corruption. So I've been here for near 3,000 hours of game time on stream, and I have heard of fewer than 10 intentional corruptions. Now, that's with the exception of, like, the crate stuff. There were corruption teams going around and, like, nuking people's crates, nuking people that had crates on their back, which had, like, worthwhile things in them, and then taking the crates. But other than that, not much just random corruption or anything like that. There are a couple systems that can, however, kind of, like, opt you into PvP a little bit. So we're also going to be coming into the tropics, so a little bit of a change in scenery. So looking out over here, you'll see the Riverlands, just for a nice look at things. Ursine over here, Ursine Caves. And then as we come into the Yopics, you'll notice a pretty substantial shifted scenery here. But yeah, so if you're in a guild, your guild can be declared on for war at any point by another guild. Your settlement that you're a citizen of can be declared on for war by another settlement. When those systems occur, those will opt you into PvP. And you will have to fight other players from, you know, the guild that declares on you, or if it's a settlement war, while you're within the boundaries of the two settlements, other citizens will be able to kill you. So those are turned on. Those are possible at any point, and those can be spontaneous spin-up modes at any point in time. So there are a few active decisions that you can make or avoid that would also assist in you either having more or less PvP, but that's a big thing about it. Well, say that very active for watching. I'm running past all of the gatherables right now because people wanted to see the anvils. So I'm intentionally taking routes that are not populated by things. I'm also max level, so I'm going to be avoiding a lot of just like the wilderness spawn mobs. Like that mob does a little bit of a patrol. There are a bunch of mobs around here that I'm just kind of like weaving through. And I'm also not running through any of the points of interest or any of like the pocket dungeons. So just in terms of the route that I've run for perspective, since we've been running and yapping, I ran along the edge of the map here. I went out of Winstead when we left the big town. I ran through here. I ran through here, went up around here, and then avoided this. Came down through here, went through here, and now we're going to go up, swim across, and go across this way. So I am taking a route that is very, like, not populated, just so I can literally, like, auto-navigate through it. But there is also a lot of space in the world that is considerate of travel time. So you'll notice that I'm running. There's no fast travel. That's by design, and part of the, like, resource kit of what people are looking at is their time as a resource. You have everything else at your disposal, but you've only got a certain amount of time throughout the day. And if you're planning out your travel really wisely, you're going to save substantially on that time allocation. And you're going to be able to do a whole hell of a lot more with your time each day. So, from that perspective, it's like, you can either be running around in areas that are extremely empty, not accomplishing a lot, or you can deliberately plan your route in extremely populated areas. So, like, the difference in what I'm doing for gameplay right now versus the gameplay of what I'm doing on December 11th, night and day. We are going to be in populated grind areas all the time, grinding mobs no matter what, with no downtime and no empty space. Right now, I'm doing a fucking scenic beach stroll, dude. I'm just checking out like the skybox and the reflections and shit, and we're just kind of vibing. So, for me, I've seen both sides of it. But when I first started watching Ash's content as well, before I was an Ash's content creator, I used to watch people running around and I'd be like, man, doesn't seem like they're doing a whole lot. And then as I played, right, I started to understand, like, right now, of course, I'm not looking for gatherables. Everything's going to be wiped in like a month. I'm not stopping to grab the shoal skippers to make those into mounts and sell them. I'm not looking to grab gatherables and stuff like that. I'm just kind of like autopiloting through, yapping with chat, trying to go point A to point B without getting into too much along the way. So from my perspective, right, is one of those small differences that you can make in the gameplay route. Bruh, please. Please! Why can I not call my Shoalie? Oh, wait. I gave away that shoal skipper. I forgot I gave away a mount. I guess I gave away the one that was on my bars. Whoopsies! Guess it's standard for open world. Yeah, and I mean, like, this island that I'm about to cut across, this island has some packs of mobs on it that a lot of people come out to. And anything that's out here in the ocean for these, like, small islands, these points of interest, these, like, pocket dungeons as they're called out here, these are all, like, condensed mob areas that have named mobs, trash mobs of different sorts. And there are a lot of areas that do have different mobs. Also, the ocean is going to be more than just this vast emptiness. There will be world bosses in the ocean. There will be more, like, mob population in the ocean and stuff like that. So there's going to be a ton more that does come online with the overall, like, playability. Are you guys fighting over in Twitch chat? Why are you guys fighting in chat? What the hell is going on? Vince, why is YouTube chat being good for a change? Good fucking gravy. Be good. Fucking hell. YouTube's being the good one for a fucking wild turn of events. My god. But yeah, so like here you have a nice little island that some people will go to and they'll just kind of like run routes around the outside of this for some easy levels early on. These mobs can have decent drop tables, and it's just, you know, certain areas present different densities, different setups of what's available, right? So the route that I'm taking, again, this is literally just how can I get up to the anvils as fast as possible without wasting a bunch of time, like getting caught up fighting mobs and like having mounts die and stuff like that. So I try to be cognizant of that in the travel. But again, on the 11th, we will be in very specified mob grind areas literally all the time, just pumping the most efficient, sweaty route that we possibly can, trying to get and stay ahead of the curve as much as humanly possible. I stream 8+ hours of Ashes a day. I will be streaming 20+ hours of Ashes until I am 25 every single day. And then I will probably do 16+ hours while I am gearing, and then it will settle down into a normal human level. So, we got our work cut out for us, boys. We got a lot of work cut out for us in the future. But yeah, it's just, it's one of those things where you can spend your time doing any number of things. You could also make a shitload of money and never have to go to the open world in the first place if you were sitting in a town just econ flipping. Getting an initial amount of gold somehow, turning that into more gold, and just scaling up from there. So, how long does it typically take to get to level 25? New players, I would say factor in 100+ hours, like 125. That's with a little bit of exploration planned in, but that's also subject to some changes with like mob damage and HP scaling along the way, drop rate scaling, first time user experience stuff. That could definitely always change, but figures that we've been told for long-term goals for level 50 progression are like 300 to 500 hours, anywhere in that realm. But basically like a month plus of playtime for like everyday players to get to max level on launch. So you're able to spam dungeons. Instance dungeons don't exist, so not necessarily in the instance of like spam dungeons, so to say, but like you can absolutely mob grind your nuts off to level, and that's actually like the preferred way to level by most means. Questing has continued to improve since Ashes has been a thing, but as you can tell, the open world is fucking massive, right? I can do a lot of running here, and I can spend hours just going place to place in the world. If I wanted to, I could dismount right now, and I could chop some fucking trees. I could just start yopping, chopping, and vibing, right? So, there are a million ways that you could spend your time in the world just gathering around everything, right? But usually what we'll do on launch, and you'll see this for December 11th, I'll have a lot of guide content coming out for you guys to play off of. We'll be going through and we'll be getting a leveling route all down pat, and we'll be helping out with that. But you'll typically start out with some questing, and then you'll go into some mob grinds once you're a level appropriate point for mob grinding, and then from there you just kind of go like mob grind to mob grind if you're doing it the most efficient way on the way up the ladder. Transition areas when it's efficient. Hope you don't get too competed with for another area when you do get there, and then just ball out. So keep for the 11th. I am very excited personally. I hope a lot of other people are also excited. But yeah, so like as a mob grinder myself, like I either want to be mob grinding or PvPing if I'm being completely honest. I like gathering because it's extremely impactful, but I'd rather be doing other things. So mob grinding for me, I'm definitely going to be doing that. I'm a tank. I'm going to have a whole static group for it. We're just going to go place to place to place to place to pump. So that's going to be awesome. Much less though the like I queue up for a dungeon, get teleported over there, complete that linear instance dungeon with a random group, and then go back to town and then queue up for another. Much less that element of it. But definitely spam killing a shitload of mobs. Is the end game ironed out? The end game doesn't exist yet. So right now, like we're level 25 cap, and level 50 is going to be the cap in the long term. So like the end game that we have right now is basically leveling settlements and stuff like that. To very much like facilitate the gearing processes, and you can absolutely feel the route of I gather iron and I craft to get the best stuff, I kill mobs to get recipes and shit like that, and then from there I have gear. The problem is like once I have gear, what do I do with it? And there's not really much on rails to actually do with your gear. Endgame is better than New World Endgame? See, I'd actually kind of disagree at this point in time. Like, while New World Open World was like really cooked, New World at least had on-rail systems where people, once they had their gear, were able to kind of like do stuff with their gear in a very accessible way. And like, nobody's here to say that the world of Ashes isn't large enough, isn't engaging enough. Like, you can go to any one of these areas, you can smack mobs, you can smack trees, you can find PvP, you can drop guild decks, you can level a town, whatever, right? But I feel like our mid-game substantially outdoes New World's right now. But New World's endgame of I have all of the gear that I wanted is, you know, a little bit, in my opinion, just more accessible and more available for people. But it's all personal preference as well, you know? But I think a big point of like player fall off right now for Ashes is very simply I've progressed, I've done my due diligence. Now what do I do with all the stuff that I've acquired? Endgame is walk away twice in New World. Yeah, I mean it's all preference. But personally, like if I could choose between 8 hours of running around and just yapping versus 8 hours of queuing for arenas and yapping, I can definitely tell you which one I'd choose. Very simply put, like my personal end game is facilitated more through like systems that are yet to come online with Ashes. And that's like, that's a big thing for me. I guess the destruction would be a huge thing for changing end game, and it's not yet. Yeah, I mean, there's most definitely a lot of end game that's not in yet. I also think in terms of end game, I consider that to be like the evergreen repeatable content. Like, when I think of endgame, I'm like, I'm dressed to go to the party. I got my chains on. I got my ice on. I'm dripped out. I got my best, cleanest shoes on. Changed my underwear 3 days ago. I'm fucking ready. And then I never made plans for a ride to the party, so I'm just standing out by the sidewalk waiting for somebody to pick me up with all my chains on and shit. And nobody ever comes to pick me up. That's what I feel like the end game is right now for us and Ashes. I got iced out, I got dripped out, and then I got all of my drip on, and I'm like, well, am I the only one here? Where's everybody else? Where do I go with my drip? And like, as we get more of that guidance, people know where to go for the party. It'll be a lot less like oppressive, so to say, in terms of the scale of the world and the open world elements to it all. So I totally get that. Hopefully the Harbingers will help with that party going. Totally. I think the Harbingers will be a very good start to it, because that is something that will have an implication on the server itself. And people will want to be farming those corrupted areas. Like, you'll 1000% see people active in the Harbingers. Worst case scenario is everybody thinks the Harbingers are boring as shit, and there's also not enough to draw people out of the Riverlands or the Anvils, because we're not above level 25 yet. So like, the Riverlands and the Anvils are supposed to be able to sustain level 1 to 30. So like, if we're not above level 25, we could definitely just say, yo, fuck those other areas, like fuck the June Dark, fuck the desert, fuck the tropics, and then just play Anvil's Riverlands server and then just not do a single Harbinger. Like, they could in theory be ignored entirely right now, until we have level expansions and we're forced into the desert, we're forced into the tropics, into the Goondark. But like, I hope they won't be. But yeah, that'll absolutely be a point of replayable content. I think the end game loops that are lacking, it's not even necessarily like, oh, this is gonna be a living, evolving tile set for the world. We know that, and that's fucking dope. Like, everybody understands that side of it. But people are also like, all right, well, other than that tile set, like, I got all my gear. I get that the world's gonna evolve, but like, what am I doing with my time? I got gear that I want to do stuff with. And it's like, oh, well, you can go hit stuff to get better gear. And they're like, okay. So they go out and they hit more stuff to get better gear when they've already got good gear. And then if there ever is PvP, right now, a lot of the PvP is, like, ganks with extra steps. I feel as though there's, I feel like there's a large separation from, like, what a lot of people in the Ashes community consider PvP and what people outside of the Ashes community consider PvP. And I feel like the definition of PvP is always something that seems to vary person to person. But there's a whole lot of like opportunist only PvPers in the world. So I hope that that's something that gets resolved in the long term as well. Hope to see more PvP related activities. In Lineage we had TVT, Capture the Flag, Olympiad fights, Coliseum with a bunch of PvP. I think more systems, definitely dependent on like how much they want to take people out of the open world, you know what I mean? They want a lot of their friction to be built in the open world, to be facilitated in the open world, and like come from that. So that's kind of the one thing. Like, I'm a huge arena coper. I swear to God, once arenas come in, I will have 10 hours of content a day simply by queuing arenas. I won't have to lift a fucking finger to put out banger stream content, 1000%. And once that comes in, I personally am like, all right, that's going to be huge. I'm going to spend so much time doing that. But with Ash's design, I already recognize that's probably going to be like not necessarily something I'm progressing my character through, and something where I am more or less like sacrificing that time to get that accessible form of PvP. I always like this view of KT that we're about to have. So you kind of got like Mount Dune in the back, which is like where the new starting area is for the anvils. And then you poke your head over and you see like Kaltorum nestled into the harbor area. I always thought that was kind of cool. I'm gonna Swanton bomb this mount. RIP. Well, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Do you think there would be more PvP if we had less punishment for dying? I don't think there's much punishment for dying at all right now. Personally, like I don't think there's much punishment at all for dying in PvP right now. You physically lose more dying in PvE than you do in PvP. I don't necessarily think like the punishment scale is a thing, because I also don't consider corrupting on somebody PvPing. Because in an instance of like the people that say corruption needs to be tuned so it's less punishing and there's more PvP, corrupting is killing somebody that's not flagged for PvP and didn't flag back to hit you. And that's not PvP, that's essentially like just ganking with extra steps. So I don't necessarily think corruption should have less punishment. I think corruption should be punishing. I think if you make the cognitive decision to kill somebody that's not flagged up for PvP and isn't flagging back, you should probably have a set of punishments associated with that. But that's also just my take on it. That's always why I say like Ashes is a really particular community, because you have a lot of the community that is very anti-equitable numbers match PvP and only wants to take PvP that's also influenced by mobs getting one side down to 50% HP before they jump in, or dropping a deck and getting a jump on an unsuspecting group of people when they have a numbers advantage, or I don't know, any other form of not PvP at very inequitable starts. So like, I've always just thought it's a little bit peculiar how some people will go about saying like, we want more PvP, we want more PvP, and then those same people will not be the ones to want to take equitable numbers start PvP. And it'll all just be it'll all just be ganks. Can I get babes playing this game? Are you okay with your babes being dudes? A lot of dudes, but yeah, you can. You can absolutely. Ooh. Somebody bought my Steel Bloom emblems. Chat, we're rich. Wow. Nothing to help PvP game. No, nothing to help PvP. Game has a lack of endgame PvP content. Risking all the chips on a Harbinger update seems like insanity. What do you mean risking all the chips? Like, the Harbinger update was always going to come out, and whether this went to Steam or not in early access, this was still going to facilitate a wipe. I feel like people are forgetting that. Like, this update was still going to come out, and this wipe was still going to happen regardless. The only, like, oh shit for us was that it was coming to Steam. The entire community knew but didn't want to know that there was a wipe coming, because they told us there wasn't a wipe in the immediate plans, but we also all had a feeling with how fucked it was going to be. Like, they said a phase 3 wipe was not going to happen. Can you find me where they said a phase 3 wipe was not going to happen word for word? Or can you find me an instance where you're paraphrasing Steven saying that their goal is to have long-term concurrency to the servers, but if a wipe has to happen, a wipe will happen? Because I'm gonna be real with you for a second. Steven actually iterates the opposite of that literally all the fucking time, and says if a wipe needs to happen for any reason, any way, shape, or form, a wipe will happen. Can you find me that? Can you link it to me in the dev video? Because I can link you a million instances where Steven has said throughout phase 3, and the expectation was set that if a wipe has to happen, it will happen, and that at the very least, phase 3 would be retired into the PTR. And the PTR would eventually become what was phase 3. And then we'd wipe for the betas. And then we wipe again before launch. So, go pull up the dev video. Should we pull up any of the dev streams where Steven has always said that wipes can happen at any point? Like, which dev video are you talking about? Are you talking about the most recent dev stream where they said this is definitely not the last wipe and more wipes will almost definitely happen again? Like, why is it so important to you that Steven said there will be no wipe? And Steven never even said there will be no wipes. Steven said our goal is to wipe as minimally as possible, but that it could still happen. Contradictory statements? No. What? How copy are you? Bro, what do you mean? Like, I'm an optimistic person, but like, you're coped the fuck up, respectfully. Like, there's no contradictory statement. Wipes could happen, but let's be real, it's only going to be a wipe because it has to happen in order to get on Steam. Do you realize how bad the economy of this current server is? Just genuine curiosity. Are you aware that infinite gold was generated onto the server since the start of the server via crate dupes, via items that were sellable to a vendor and then purchasable back at less cost, so you could generate infinite money just selling something and buying it back? Are you aware that multiple sets of gear were craftable early this server, that the gathering state was heavily influenced by static rarity spawns, by visual tells that were unintended, and by a placeholder gathering system that had a very unintended byproduct on the actual economy? Every aspect of this is 1,000% cooked. And if Intrepid deems that they can get a better data set by sacrificing this current data set, then they will, as they have before. 100% understand the economy is broken, and again, you misunderstand. I don't misunderstand anything. The game must wipe. However, many of the issues that caused it, many of the issues that made so many quit, have still not been fixed. So do you want everything to be fixed at once? Or like, I guess like, what is your grievance? So can you articulate for me the game must wipe, however, many of the issues that caused it and many of the issues that made so many quit have still not been fixed? Can you articulate a few of those issues for me? Instead of just being angry and using buzzwords. Because I'm articulating things that actually constitute a wipe despite being anti-wipe. And I'm going into it with an open mind, saying Intrepid knows better than Ratry777 in Twitch, or better than DustyWhy on Twitch. Because Intrepid is the studio that has all of the data, all of the information, all of the people making actual clams to determine these things. So, the major game-breaking issues is what I'm referring to. Which major game-breaking issues? PvP going backwards, i.e. node PvP being open PvP versus now small-scale limited PvP is a huge step backwards. What do you mean? The intent of systems? Settlement PvP is by no means small-scale limited PvP. That is still the same opt-in between those settlements, but it's an intended system where settlements are only able to fight on the battlefield that is those two settlements. World PvP, open world PvP where nothing has changed. Did you not play Phase 2 and 2.5? I played a lot in Phase 2 and 2.5. So you're referring to you liking an unfinished system slightly more, so it's a major game-breaking issue because the system's evolved? No, I played in Phase 2 and 2.5. Do you not remember World War Vira? Where the entire fucking server was locked down because settlement wars or node wars at the time were locking down the server? Like you couldn't go anywhere because of those? World PvP being open, such as the June Dark being open world PvP. Ah, so another uneducated take. So, since you want to cite development stream so much, you should cite the development stream where Steven actively states that when a biome is added, when it doesn't have the option for settlements to be governable in that biome yet, it will be a temporary lawless biome that will then transition to a governable biome, and lawless biomes are never intended to be a thing. However, there are systems like Guild vs. Guild Wars to determine that open world PvP at any point. There are now rotating lawless PvP battlegrounds that will take over POIs in certain areas for set points of time. There are the Harbinger areas, which force parts of the world to be into that lawless PvP state, also with open objectives that must be completed or failed, which then have a larger impact on the world. So you're now going to have more deterministic available PvP than you would in the June Dark. Rotating PvP battleground is a failure, you know this? It's a first iteration of something. So you think that the June Dark open world PvP was the best because you could go down to the June Dark on a rogue and then jump down to Lady Aislinn the Hawk and kill people that were AFK farming Hawkbow? In what world do you think that's great PvP? Brother, it's the same thing, only you're ganking AFK high levels instead of AFK low levels. Like, do not tell me the tales of Phase 2 and 2.5. I lived through them. I streamed them. I'm saying it was better than what we currently have. You're respectfully, of course, entitled to your own opinion, but that's absolutely blasphemous. That's absolutely blasphemous. I'm gonna be completely honest. I was ganking anyone I was fighting in PvP. So you're not looking for PvP. You're looking for ganking unsuspecting players. You're not looking for PvP systems. You're looking to build your EP because you're not an actual PvP player. You're someone who only wants to take opportunistic fights. I wasn't going after AFKers. You literally just said you were ganking people in the June Dark. Articulate thoughts, because the June Dark PvP was legitimately going to a named mob spawn. And then sitting on the named mob. I fought anyone fighting in the June Dark. Okay, so if you're looking for open world areas to fight where there could be people, Lighthouse, you have your entire name mob rotation in the tropics. You have Brig Farm, which presents the best emblem farm for varied emblems, or one of the best in the game right now. Have you played Phase 3? Hi, we're back. Okay, nope, we're back. All right, refresh. We're good, we're good. Anyways, sorry about that. Dusty got. We're back, right? Or are we not back? I think we're back. Not back. Oh. Whoops. Hi guys. We're back. All right, sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. Anyways. So I'm back. My bad. No, it's an OBS bug. Sometimes OBS Studio just decides that it wants to Thanos snap streams. So that's slightly unfortunate. Anyways, I think a mix between that and what we have now is what we need more of. Well, that's what they're going for. Ratchery, if you're still here. Like, what I was trying to say is, like, they are working towards a mix of that. So they want to provide, with the evolution of these systems, basically that element of, like, you have, Nate Dogg, thank you for the follow, where you have the incentivization to go out there, right? But it's also a matter of, like, it's more contained than just being everywhere in the world, unless, say, the corrupted areas expand in the tropics. So, like, the Harbinger system is more than just, like, a completely optional opt-in thing. This has lasting implications on econ. This has lasting implications on everything. Whether this succeeds or fails type thing, right? So, from my perspective, like, you're kind of saying what's in line with a lot of people, where it's like, I got a glimpse of what could be fun in the world, and then that glimpse of what could be fun was taken away so they could focus on adding the things that needed to be added so more of that fun could come in. Even from the state of, like, I want more PvP just all the time. What if I told you you won't even have to go out and find people in the open world if you just want PvP, because they're going to be adding an arena system at some point. So if you're someone like me who really just wants PvP, then, like, there are going to be the systems there, right? I think that's the biggest thing. Many people won't be patient like us players who love the game. Zero, you're concerned launching prematurely? Wait, but it's not a launch. Like, this isn't launch. This is not marketed as a launch. This will not be as hyped as a launch. Like, nothing about this should be regarded as a launch by anybody with a brain. And by saying it's a launch, you're going against everything Intrepid is saying. That's how people will see it. It's not a launch. No matter how people will interpret it, if I say, but you interpret that as me saying something else that's bad, that's not me saying what you interpreted it as. This is a continuation of what their development cadence is in an early access state. People will see it as a first impression of the game, and some may view it as a finalized product, but that's also nothing new. I'm gonna be real with you. If you have tested ours, if you've been a part of the Ashes community, you understand that transparency in the development process has led to them dealing with this the entire time. they have always dealt with the exact same views that, keep in mind, you presented, where it's like, this was good at one point, now it's worse, what the fuck, it's going to drive everybody off from the game, and the short-sightedness, instead of saying, oh, maybe things sometimes get worse before they get better. Maybe this was very fun, and it's a glimpse into what we're going to have with more organized systems. These are the systems that could support this that are intended to come in. This is all bad now because the thing that I liked has changed. Like, that's a big difference, right? I think that this is absolutely something that they are going to deal with, and they have been dealing with for the entirety of their development cadence, you know? Like, I'm gonna just throw this up. I did an entire, like, pro-con, very simply put, of the pros and cons. The biggest cons straight up are unhappy people and the refund policy change. Everything else is either a neutral that could go positive or negative, or a pro. And very simply put, the biggest con is unhappy people. Guess what we already have? Unhappy people. Guess what MMORPG subreddit is? Unhappy. Guess what? A lot of the people that are in Discord, on Reddit, that have played Phase 1, played Phase 2, that aren't currently actively playing. Unhappy people. That's gonna happen in anything. Guess what? Even when they launch, they're still going to have unhappy people. No matter what they do and no matter how they frame it, they will have unhappy people. Chris, what am I go? They will. They will never appease 100% of the audiences. There will always be an element of, well, if they kept it under wraps for longer, the first impression would have been better. Correct, but by selling these packs, they get more money, and then they use that money to hopefully make development better, so in the future, more people have a better first impression. And, like, I understand the whole fear of, like, if people see it too early, if they see me before I have my makeup on, then they're gonna think I'm uglier type shit, right? But there's also the element of the shit's got to be able to actually develop before it launches, and in order for them to have a transparent development process, this is one of the many steps. It doesn't matter if it launches on Steam and people hear about it through there, or if Asmongold reacts to it and a bunch of people hear about it through there and it's on the Intrepid launcher. At any point in time, Ashes is out there as this product. Steam, Intrepid launcher, Epic Games, OnlyFans, Fansly, ESPN.com, Disney Plus, Hulu, Netflix, Paramount Plus, TikTok, Vine, wherever it is, Ashes is out there as this, no matter how few or many platforms it is. There's no hiding it. There's no sense in not opening it up to more players. Whether somebody thinks it's ready for this point in time, or whether it's not ready for this point in time, the fact of the matter is that Ashes is always ready to take on more playtesters and will absolutely have a bunch of people that do not stick. You're throwing a bunch of people at the wall with some duct tape on and you're hoping they stick to the wall. A lot are going to bounce off, a lot are going to fall. The ones that stick will help playtest, and the ones that don't will probably understand that it's not where I want it to be. Whether they come back or whether they don't, that's up to them. But at the end of the day, this is one of the pros and cons of transparent development and like that full accessible playtesting, where it is genuinely a matter of like, you gotta be out there to a certain extent before you can actually be out there. How much is it gonna cost? So starting on the 11th, it is gonna be $50 USD, but it will be on sale for 15% off, down to $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th on both Steam and the Intrepid store, like the Ashes of Creation store. So $42.50 until the 25th of December, and then on the 26th, it goes back up to the $50 USD price. That gets you in starting on the 11th, or if it's after the 11th when you purchase, that day of purchase after the 11th, all the way through the launch of the game, whenever that may be. The remainder of early access, the remainder of development, however we want to call it. With that pack, you also get your first month of game time. Now, there will be a subscription when the game fully launches. That is not in development. You do not have to pay anything other than that one-time cost for all of development. When the game launches, no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month, 1.5 sub cost. Okay? So, other than that, you're either in or you're out. What does a $100 package get you versus Steam package? $100 package also includes $15 in the in-game store. So it gets you all the benefits of the previous one. $15 in the in-game store. That is cosmetics only, transmogs only, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, no anything like that. Skins only. And then from there, it also gets you in now until the 11th, where you'd be able to play test on the private test realm. Check out the patch before it comes in if you're somebody that really wants to get integrated to things. Then on top of that, there are a couple of little extra rewards, so to say, for people to look forward to. All current Alpha 2 testers will receive the early access cloak, and for any tester who played prior to December 11th, 2025, you'll receive the following titles: Cultist of the Eternal Fire or Knight of the White Flame. These titles will override Cloaked Eye appearances depending on which one is equipped. And then from there, if users play from December 11th, 2025 to the end of early access and achieve level 25, they'll get an Autumn Garden cosmetic. So this is to the end of early access, the launch of the game, and this is Garden. They're already refunding anyone who paid for the $100 packs. Do you have confirmation of that? Because I have a whole lot of people in my chat who have the $100 pack, and this is the first I've heard of that, because people have actively been considering refunding and buying the new one. Like, they are honoring the $100 pack refund because that was for the 90-day refund period. But, like, the $100 pack has been available for sale since Phase 2 was a thing and was the Wave 3 access starting on May 1st. So we've been told they're honoring the 90-day refund period for the $100 packs, and they're grandfathered into that. But we haven't heard anything in terms of, like, they're, like, automatically doing refunds or anything. There's no, like, automatic difference because there is a difference in the incentivization. People posted on Discord today that they purchased the $100 pack within the last month. They were contacted within hours of refunding. Then the person purchased the new pack. Oh, yeah. So if they punch in the refund. Oh, so it's processing really fast. Oh, okay. Okay. No, you're good. My bad. I misinterpreted. I thought you meant they were, like, auto refunding. I was like, oh shit, wait, that's not good. Okay. Oh god, thank you. Sorry. No, I also misinterpreted. Text is hard sometimes, dude. It's the hardest part of being a streamer. My job is so easy other than trying to pick up on, like, all of the small nuances through text, and I'm bound to get a couple wrong throughout the day, and I hope that it's never anything major. So, fortunately, quick fix. Okay, yeah. They did also say that, like, purchases prior to yesterday, so the 13th or before, you're covered by the entire 90-day refund period. So even if you purchase, say, like, the day before the announcement, you can still play on the PTR. You can still play the entire 90 days, and then you can get your refund before the 90 days is done, and then purchase on Steam. So you don't necessarily have to refund with the 90-day right now, unless you're, like, right at the end of that 90-day and you don't want to play the PTR. There is actually some value in that grandfather refund because that shit dope. That shit goes really hard. Yeah, 1000%. If we played on PTR, we get the reward, or did you have to find a bug? Which one? Are you talking, like, the mount one that I have, or are you talking a different one? Because this is for live. So the Cultist of the Eternal Fire and the Knight of the White Flame, these are for logging into the live environments for playtesting. So that is, I don't know if PTR will count for this, but I would recommend logging into Shoulder Lothario one of the times that it's up before December 11th. December 1st, you'll have the going away event. It could be for PTR as well, but I'm not entirely sure. Past that, this is for future testers. And then this is the one that I got for the bug report on the PTR. So this is a mount skin, and this can be applied to, like, any mount. So basically, I found a bug that was related to drop tables and reported that, and was the first person to get the report in for the bug. So my bug report was the one that was used to actually fix it with the replication steps. And as a result, since it was a really potentially, like, game-breaking bug that would have fucked the entire economy if it made it through, I got this guy. So, I'm just happy to be able to find, like, a very, very important bug. I had a group of people with me that also were killing shit. So, that was great. I'm really happy that we were able to actually sort that out. But, also kind of cool to have this guy now. One of my friends refunded who's still in that 90-day period. Yeah, absolutely. They'll see a lot of it, and then they'll see a lot of rebuys. What do we play again? December 2nd? I mean, December 2nd's PTR. So you have live up right now and tomorrow, then PTR, then live's up again. December 1st is the end of the live servers. Then PTR is up December 2nd to December 10th. And then December 11th is the launch of the new live servers. So yes. December 11th will be the new, like, the big re-entry date for probably most people, if I had to guess. Do you know if the wolf is attached to your mount, or is it just a single item until wipe? It's in the mount cosmetic slot. So you have the mount cosmetic overview. So it'll work with all of the ground mounts, whether it's my flail runner, but it basically takes the characteristics of the mount and then just like drapes the cosmetic over it. So if I call in, like, I only have 2 ground mounts actually. I don't have any others, but no matter which of the ground mounts I call in, it'll just take the attributes, the speed, the HP of that mount, and then we'll put the cosmetic over it. So as long as I have it equipped, I can throw it in here, but it came to me in my mail, and then I just have to, oh, interesting. I have to dismiss my mount before I equip it. And if I don't have equipped, then it'll be yeet. And then if I do equip it, other yeet. Is it in your inventory account on the website? Oh, let me check. Ashesofcreation.com. Log in. AKA will keep coming in your mail. It should. I believe it's an entitlement. Anyone want random mats and Winnie? Oh god. It begins. Nobody needs your goddamn mats. Fucking salesman. God damn. God damn. Alright, let me peep real quick. Is anything being added to live during those dates? Not being added to live. The focus is on the PTR and batching everything up for the deployment of the Harbinger update on the 11th, but they will be doing like an end of the world event, so to say, on the 1st. So that'll be like a fun event, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be anything new added. Mount Cosmetic. Yeah. Yep. So under my Mount Cosmetics, I have my Sacrificial Remnant, and then I also have my Shatterclaw. Yes, sir. So it'll be a permanent allocation that should just keep coming in with my mail on my like future characters as well. Yay! Very exciting. Very exciting. I also have 13,500 embers from my pack, and I have 6 months of game time. And that does not include my referrals yet. That does not include the referrals. Yo, chat, exclamation ashes. Hold on. Someone make their account using my link real quick. If you haven't made your account and you want to support the stream, help push those referral numbers up. We're up tremendous. I greatly appreciate y'all. Much love, much love. Any of you guys experience what ping you have? You play on NA from EU? There are EU guilds over here. We have an EU guild as a part of our community. There are OCE guilds. The ping over here, I don't know like numerically from EU what it'd be, but like it's a lot lower than a lot of people would expect, if I'm being honest. Never a bad idea too, if you have your pack access right now, to play test over on the PTR, see how your ping is going to be and how that's going to hold up, and then just rock with it for the long term on whichever server you think is best. Because Lothario will come up with the EU server, and then she'll be the NA again. Referrals are supposed to just get points towards cosmetics. Oh, yeah. They do. Which is the embers. Yeah. So that's the 13,500 that I already have. And then I will get 15% of everybody's purchases for the lifetime of their accounts in embers for the shop as well, which I can then use for skins. Steam registrations that still work with the referral system. What we've been told is make the account on the Intrepid website with the same email and everything that you'll be using for your Steam, and then you'll be able to link everything up, and the referral should still give credit, from what we have been told. Now, they're working on the entitlement system as well across the board, just to link that up on a one-to-one, but I think at some point you do still have to create an Intrepid account somewhere along the line. I'm not quite sure how the Steam reg is going to work, but I would assume you still need to create an Intrepid account somewhere along the line, so... Shoals up. Yeah, Shoals up. Genuinely, most people are just kind of like chilling. PTR is going to be where most of the testing is. PTR is down right now. So more or less people on Shoal are just kind of like hanging out. Not too much has happened, and some people are running scrims, but like the time to kill is getting changed substantially with the new build, so it's not gonna be the most like valid. Some people are crafting up items that they were working on. Those are gonna get wiped. So you can play on Chol. It's definitely not nearly as populated as it was though. There's still a spot left in your guild. Oh god, yeah, there are so many spots left in the guild. Dude, we have multiple guilds specifically so we can accumulate like as many players as we can. Yeah, absolutely. Run a van, best time ever. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. We got fucking wipe. Honestly, I'm supportive of the wipe, bro. Knowing how bad the state of the economy actually was, and the fact that like not only was the entire progression up to 25 cooked, but the entire progression post 25 was also cooked and completely provided invalid data sets to Intrepid. Like from the start of the phase, dude, it was fucked. I had a really bad feeling the second the phase started out with low drop rates, high drop rates, low drop rates again. And I always like was trying to remain optimistic that they could maintain through it because it was a player driven economy where things can ebb and flow and fluctuate so much and still sustain it. But the more I learned about how many dupes, how many bugs, how many exploits, how many power scaling generators there were, like you could enchant pieces of gear with excavation kits. Don't ask me why. Do not ask me why. I don't quite understand it, but you can literally just swap in an excavation kit, bro. Like, like in what world, dog? People legitimately were just rocking this for all of their fucking gear and stuff, man. Like trade skill gear, like brother. My brother. And like at what point does it stop? Like this excavation kit's good because all of these are technically initiate grade. But I think that you needed, I want to say you would need like a Lego kit or an epic kit for like epic weapons and stuff, but let's see, can I do my Rosarium guards shit with this? Hold on. But. And then we go enchant. And then we go, nope, why no excavation kit for that? Sag. Let's check this. No excavation kit there either. I need a better excavation kit. God damn it. That bug was apparently in since phase 2.5. Yeah. A lot of these things have been persistent for a little while, so I'm glad that they're getting all sorted out, you know what I mean? But no, that's the biggest thing, Ratri, and I feel you. It's unfortunate that it keeps happening each wipe. And that was one of the reasons why I also was very like anti-wipe originally. But like the biggest risk is that the same thing happens again and we're just right back at square one. I'm fully cognizant of that, you know what I mean? The biggest potential reward is that they have hopefully plugged the holes that were causing problems. And then from there, everything's in just a wee bit better of a state and has a bit more longevity, you know what I mean? And Steven did say, like, every time that there is a wipe, it should hopefully represent a state of the game where it's progressed far enough to where longevity is higher, you know? So, how to be wiped? I 100% agree. Just worried we haven't truly addressed and put the fixes in to stop the same things from happening. It's a valid take. It's a valid take. No, 1000%. Same fears. I think, like, that's a 1000% a reasonable thought process to have. Especially as someone that's been here in previous phases, you know what I mean? You've seen phase 2, you've seen phase 2.5. Shit, you saw phase 1. Like, bro, you've been here for a minute. You've been here for a minute and you know. And I absolutely think that's the most valid part of it, where it's like, well, what are we wiping for if it's already just gonna get fucked up again? And I think at the end of the day, with a player-driven economy, there is a certain element of like, it can be fucked up to a certain extent and still recover. But it got a little too fucked up from their standpoint for, you know, where they actually want that to be, you know? So, I trust that they have an idea of where they want it to be at. And at this point in time, all we can do is hope that they actually nail that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I 1000% feel it. Feels like after playing PTR, they launched phase 3 and left us just play. When the majority of the team focused all out on the Harpinger update. Like, to a certain extent, yeah. But I also think through development, we're also going to see that a lot. Because, I mean, the last month of phase 2.5 was them getting ready for phase 3. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think they will shift their primary teams to new iterative content. And then probably have, like, the bug fix teams go through. And that's more than likely a smaller team than the new content deployment team. So they can work on that new catalog and the systems that need to be in while also trying to shore up the other stuff. That's kind of where I'm thinking with it. But, boys, I got to get some food. I'm tired as shit. I got to be on early tomorrow as well. If you guys are new to the channel, do me a favor. If you're on YouTube, make sure you drop the subby over on YouTube. If you're on the Twitch side, make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. I do stream starting around 2 p.m. EST daily, chat. Daily. For your consideration. I have streamed 870 days in a row now. I'm all ashes all the time. So I'm more than happy to have a discussion, have a yap. I don't have shit to do for the next month or so, so I'm going to be here yapping a whole lot as I always am. So we'll be back here probably running around the fucking live world tomorrow and just yapping some shit out. And after that, PTR testing next week. Archetype changes. Big shit coming, boys. I don't think anybody else is in the Ashes directory. Nobody else in Ashes. Nobody getting my fucking raid tonight, boys. I'm not going to subject you to other games. I love y'all. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for coming through, hanging out. Sorry for their little internet blip there. That was kind of weird. But I will catch you guys bright and squirrely tomorrow. And we'll have an absolute banger stream. I need to see someone beat Leon to first in chat tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. Be here. Be ready, boys. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I appreciate you guys. Peace.